Chapter 23. Taking a deep breath, Li Ru voiced the doubts in her heart. She stared at her son's eyes, as if she wanted to see something. "Mother, this isn't the first time I've killed someone." Duan Lingtian was already prepared. He looked straight ahead and smiled. "Before today, when did you kill anyone? Why didn't I know?" Li Ru raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. "Mother, before today, I killed people in my dreams, and I killed quite a few of them. It was the old man in my dreams who arranged for me to train. I still remember the first time I killed someone in my dreams. I was so scared that I even vomited." Duan Lingtian explained. Another dream. Although Li Ru didn't really believe her son's words, she didn't know how to explain the changes in her son's body. "It looks like the old man in your dreams really took good care of you. Tian, let's go to the main hall. The patriarch is still waiting." Taking a deep breath, Li Ru stopped asking. Duan Lingtian nodded and walked with Li Ru to the Li family's main hall. "Brother Nanfeng, how have you been?" When they arrived near the Li family's main hall, they heard a hearty laugh coming from the main hall. "Chen Li? Why is he here?" Li Ru heard the voice and felt it was strange. Soon, she saw a bitter smile on her son's face. "Tian, you didn't offend the Chen family, did you?" Li Ru's heart skipped a beat. The patriarch of the Chen family came to visit at this time. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed. He told her about the conflict with the eldest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Mai, at the Agarwood restaurant. "So it's like that. It's just a small matter. Chen Li wouldn't come here to denounce us for this matter. It must be something else." Li Ru sighed in relief. She was really worried that her son had killed the Chen family. Duan Lingtian followed behind Li Ru and slowly walked into the Li family's main hall. He felt the atmosphere was a little strange. Humph. Two middle-aged men stepped out and brushed past Duan Lingtian, leaving the Li family's main hall. His sharp gaze seemed to want to tear Duan Lingtian apart. "Patriarch, this is..." Li Ru looked at Patriarch Li Nanfeng with a puzzled expression. Before she went to find her son, the two members of the Fang family wanted her son to pay with his life. Now that her son was here, they left without another word. "This matter is all thanks to Nismai. Nismai guessed that the Fang family would come to our Li family to denounce us, so she asked family head Chen to bring her here as a witness. When Duan Lingtian killed Fang Quan, she was also present. The entire matter was caused by Fang Quan's provocation, so Duan Lingtian is not at fault." Li Nanfeng laughed. "Thank you, Miss Mai." Li Ru looked at the young girl in the main hall and smiled. "Tian, this time it's all thanks to Miss Mai. Why aren't you coming over to thank her?" Li Ru looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked at Chen Mai with interest. He did not know why she would help him. "Thank you, Miss Mai." However, since his mother had spoken, even if he was unwilling, he had to put on an act. "You're welcome." Chen Mai blinked her clear eyes and smiled like a flower. Compared to the unruly young lady at a Garwood restaurant in the morning, she was like a completely different person. Niece Mai is really well-mannered. Patriarch Chen has a good upbringing. Li Nanfeng looked at the middle-aged man beside Chen Mai and smiled. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Li. Chen Li shook his head and smiled. His gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. "How can my daughter compare to this one from the Li family? At such a young age, he already has such strength. In the future, no one in Fresh Breeze Town will be able to compete with him. Ninth Elder, may I ask if your son is already married?" Then, Chen Li looked at Li Ru. As soon as Chen Li said this, Li Ru, Duan Lingtian, and Li Nanfeng were all stunned. The three of them subconsciously looked at Chen Mai who was beside Chen Li and saw that her cheeks were slightly red. They immediately guessed Chen Li's intention. "This Chen Mai, don't tell me she likes me." Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He could not believe that all this was real. In the morning at a Garwood restaurant, Chen Mai and him were like fire and water. No matter how fickle a woman is, she shouldn't be fickle to this extent. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that his mother was looking at him with a mischievous smile in her eyes. It also seemed like she was asking for his opinion. He had a helpless expression and shook his head. Patriarch Chen, unfortunately, I've just decided on a wife for my son some time ago. Li Ru looked at Chen Li with an apologetic expression. That's a pity. Li family patriarch, ninth elder, little brother Duan. Chen Li and my daughter have achieved our goal, so we'll take our leave first. Chen Li nodded and left with Chen Mai-er. When Chen Mai-er left, she looked at Duan Lingtian bitterly with a sad expression. Ninth elder, how come I didn't know that you've decided on a wife for Duan Lingtian? Li Nanfeng looked at Li Ru with a puzzled expression. Patriarch, Ke is the wife I've decided on for him. Speaking of Ke, a sincere smile appeared on Li Ru's face. Her words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. He thought to himself, if that girl Ke heard her mother's words, she would be so embarrassed that she wouldn't be able to show her face. So that's how it is. They're a match made in heaven. Li Nanfeng nodded with a smile. Ninth elder, first elder called for me before the two from the Fang family arrived. I've been delayed for a while, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing Li Nanfeng leave, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He guessed the reason why First Elder had called for Patriarch Chen, and his heart skipped a beat. I hope Patriarch Chen won't be too stingy. Although the Thunder Fire pill is only a low-level pill, it's of great significance to the Li family. If the children of the Li family elders took the Thunder Fire pill and then absorbed the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, their cultivation speed would be doubled compared to before. Of course, this was also the reason why Duan Lingtian was willing to share the Thunder Fire pill recipe with Li Hua. He urgently needed the Thunder Fire pill. With the help of the Thunder Fire pill, it wasn't impossible for him to step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2.5 months. Tian, what are you laughing at? I'm telling you, no matter what, you can't let Ke down. Otherwise, mother won't forgive you. Li Ru's expression turned serious as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Mother, what are you talking about? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. What the hell was going on? Tian, if you want to go out during this period of time, tell mother and mother will go with you. Li Ru continued. Mother, are you worried that the Fang family will make a move against me? Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. Yes. No matter if it's Fang Dao or that Fang Xing, they aren't good people. I'm worried that they will secretly make a move against you. Li Ru nodded. Mother, Fang Quan is Fang Dao's son. It's normal for him to want to find me to take revenge for his son, but why would that Fang family's 3rd elder, Fang Xing, target me? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Tian, Fang Xing and Fang Dao's relationship isn't ordinary. He's Fang Dao's older brother. Li Ru explained. So it's like that. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. He didn't expect that Fang Quan, who he killed, was the nephew of the Fang family's 3rd elder. No wonder the other party directly went to the Li family to denounce him. However, the Fang family should also know that they were in the wrong this time. Otherwise, the one who came this time wouldn't be the Fang family's 3rd elder, but the Fang family's patriarch. 10 days later, Grand Elder Li Hua ordered someone to call Duan Lingtian over. Duan Lingtian massaged Li Hua one last time and helped him remove his hidden injuries before putting away the first batch of Thunder Flame pills that Li Hua refined. This batch of Thunder Flame pills had a total of 30 pills. Kid, this is the 1,000 silver reward I'm giving you. The other 30,000 silver is given to you by the family. Consider it as buying your Thunder Flame pill formula. The old man withdrew a large stack of silver bills and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, thank you. Duan Lingtian took the silver bills in his hand and wasn't courteous in the slightest. I see that your fleshly body seems to have reached a critical point. I think you're about to break through to the 5th level of the body tempering stage, right? With your natural talent and the help of the Thunder Flame pills, breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2 months isn't impossible. At that time, relying on your swift sword, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be enough to kill that Fang Qiong. The old man narrowed his eyes and slowly said. Grand Elder, you already know. Duan Lingtian was stunned. It looked like the Grand Elder already knew that he relied on his 4th level body tempering cultivation to kill the 6th level body tempering stage Fang Quan half a month ago. This matter isn't considered a secret in Fresh Breeze Town. Half a month ago, I heard from the patriarch. Kid, I didn't expect that you'd be so secretive. Looks like Li Jie wasn't crippled by you for nothing. The old man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly as he stuffed the silver bills into his pocket and left. Unfortunately, his ambition isn't in Fresh Breeze Town. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for our Li family to unify Fresh Breeze Town in the future. The old man sighed, his tone filled with regret. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the old man thought so highly of him. After leaving the old man's residence, he directly returned home. He prepared the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and the bathtub water before taking off his clothes. He consumed the thunder fire pill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel waves of soreness coming from every part of his body. The soreness grew stronger and stronger. Hiss hiss tilde tilde at this moment, Duan Lingtian's body seemed as if it had encountered the impact of thunder fire. The soreness spread throughout his body, causing him to be unable to help but let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, having lived 2 lifetimes, his willpower was incomparably strong, and he easily withstood the medicinal strength of the thunder fire pill. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian noticed that the soreness in his body had started to disappear. At this moment, he clearly felt that the pores all over his body seemed to have completely opened up, greedily absorbing the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid in the bathtub. The speed of absorption was an entire fold faster than before. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Spirit Serpent Form. Duan Lingtian greedily absorbed the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and started to circulate the cultivation technique. The vital energy and blood in his body continuously strengthened, and his fleshly body transformed at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, he smoothly broke through the critical point. 5th level of the body-tempering stage. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, his face revealing an expression of wild joy. The thunder fire pill really didn't disappoint him. Normally, Duan Lingtian could only completely absorb a portion of the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid's medicinal strength every half a day. This was already his limit. But after consuming the thunder fire pill. Chapter 24. The next day, Duan Lingtian once again came to Great Elder Li Hua's residence. Little guy, what are you here for this time? Don't tell me you've used up all the 30,000 taels I gave you yesterday. Li Hua was on guard when he saw him. Great Elder, I'm not here to ask you for money this time. It's like this, I want you to use your alchemy fire to help me smelt this sword. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian pulled out the purple short sword in his hand from its sheath. This is a sword forged from purple ore, right? Little guy, if purple ore is smelted by my alchemy fire, it will melt into gas and evaporate. After all, it's just ordinary iron. Li Hua frowned. Great Elder, are you that confident? Why don't we make a bet? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Hua rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. This little guy never did anything without benefits, he would not be fooled. However, he was now interested in the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Could it be that he had misjudged? Very quickly, Li Hua took the purple short sword. His elemental energy condensed into a ball of milky white alchemy fire and covered the short sword. Half an hour passed. It could be seen clearly. More than half of the metal on the short sword had melted into gas and evaporated. The remaining part of the purple metal had only turned into liquid. No matter how much Li Hua strengthened his alchemy fire, it was difficult to evaporate it. At this time, Li Hua's face was already covered in sweat. He waved his hand and extinguished the alchemy fire. He glanced at the solidified purple metal in his hand and looked at the young man in front of him with a face full of shock. Little guy, is this a refining material? One had to know that the alchemy fire was so strong that it could even melt steel into gas and evaporate. Only refining materials could not be melted into gas by the alchemy fire. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. Can you tell me what material this is? Li Hua took a deep breath and asked. Purple meteorite. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything. What? Li Hua was shocked. Although he was only a grade 9 alchemist, he had heard of the purple meteorite that was regarded as a treasure by weapon refiners. Little guy, where did you get this sword? Li Hu took a deep breath and asked. I bought it from our Li family's weapon shop. Speaking of which, it cost me 200 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian looked pained. 200 taels? Li Hu's mouth twitched. 200 taels for such a big piece of purple meteorite? If other armament masters were to find out about this, they would probably have the heart to die. Of course, Li Hu also knew that not everyone could recognize the unrefined purple meteorite. In that case, the sword just now was forged from purple meteoric iron? Li Hu asked. I didn't expect Grand Elder to know about the purple meteoric iron. Duan Lingtian was somewhat surprised. I've read in some ancient books that purple meteorite is usually hidden in the purple meteoric iron and is very difficult to recognize. Little guy, how did you recognize it? Li Hu looked deeply at the youth, as if he wanted to see through the youth. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously and did not answer Li Hu. Grand Elder, I still have something to do. Farewell. Duan Lingtian took the purple meteorite from Li Hu and left immediately. This little guy, compared to the past, is like a completely different person. Yes, it should be his teacher, the grade 7 alchemist's credit. Li Hu's cloudy eyes flashed with a bright light as he speculated in his heart. Duan Lingtian took the purple meteorite and left Li Hu's residence. He returned home and did not disturb Ke, who was cultivating in her room. Instead, he asked his mother, Li Ru, to accompany him as they left the Li family mansion. Tian, you want the blacksmith to forge this piece of iron into 2 swords. Looking at the purple meteoric iron in Duan Lingtian's hand, Li Ru's face was filled with disbelief. In her opinion, with the size of this piece of iron, it could only be forged into a dagger at most, and a very small one at that. What, mother, you don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Ru shook her head. Soon, the mother and son arrived at the Li family's blacksmith shop. 9th Elder. As soon as the two entered, someone came up to them and respectfully bowed to Li Ru. Is your shopkeeper here? Li Ru nodded. Li Ru had just finished speaking. Haha. What a rare guest. 9th Elder, do you have any orders for our blacksmith shop? A burly middle-aged man walked out of the blacksmith shop. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and Li Ru in a few steps. This must be young Master Lingtian. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled faintly. Tian, this is shopkeeper Long of our Li family's blacksmith shop. All the refined steel swords in the Li family's blacksmith shop are made by him. Li Ru said to Duan Lingtian. Shopkeeper Long. Duan Lingtian smiled at the middle-aged man. 9th Elder, you're treating me like an outsider. If you hadn't pleaded with the old patriarch, how could I have continued to stay in the Li family? As the middle-aged man spoke, he couldn't help but sigh, as if reminiscing about the past. Li Long, it's been so many years. Why bring it up again? I'm here because my son wants to forge 2 swords and needs your help. Li Ru shook her head with a smile. As she spoke, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Tian, shopkeeper Long is the best blacksmith in the Li family's blacksmith shop. The refined steel swords he forges are famous in Fresh Breeze Town. They are far superior to the refined steel swords made by the other 2 blacksmiths. Hearing his mother's words, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Young Master Lingtian, what kind of swords would you like to forge? Li Long asked respectfully. Shopkeeper Long, I want you to help me forge this piece of metal into 2 flexible swords. Try your best to forge them to the thinnest extent possible. Duan Lingtian displayed the fist-sized violet meteorite in his hand. Flexible sword. Young Master Lingtian, the material used to forge flexible swords must be tough enough. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't recognize the metal in your hand. Li Long's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. Li Ru's shapely eyebrows slightly twitched, and a trace of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She was very clear about Li Long's ability, but now even Li Long couldn't recognize the material in her son's hand. It was obvious that this wasn't an ordinary metal. Shopkeeper Long, just try to forge it for me. Forge it to the thinnest extent possible. Duan Lingtian smiled. What kind of joke was this? On Cloud Continent, There weren't many metals that could compare to the toughness of violet meteorite. The reason why violet meteorite was a material sought after by weapons craftsmen was because of its toughness. Then I'll try. Li Long nodded and received the violet meteorite. He was also interested in this metal that even he couldn't recognize. Young Master Ling Tian, follow me to the inner room. I have a special forging room. Under Li Long's lead, Duan Lingtian followed him into an inner room of the Li family's weapon shop. The forging room was fully equipped. On the weapon rack at the side, there were many fine steel swords that flickered with a cold light. Soon, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Long stretched out his hand and took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. He then threw the violet meteorite in his hand onto the forging table and allowed the flames to burn. Li Long bent down and started to pull the bellows. He let the flames burn to the limit. After an hour, the violet meteorite finally showed signs of softening. Li Long heaved a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he was indescribably shocked. Even if it was fine steel, under such a fierce fire, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for it to soften. As far as he was concerned, this metal was really too strange. Of course, it also brought him a new challenge, causing his mood to be rather excited. Soon, Li Long stood up. Holding the iron hammer, the muscles on his arms bulged and the veins pulsated. Clang! The hammer fell, ruthlessly smashing into the softening violet meteorite. Immediately, the violet meteorite turned into a pile of mud. Such tenacity! Seeing this scene, Li Long couldn't help but exclaim. Young Master Ling Tian, forging 2 soft swords is no problem. Li Long looked at the youth not far away and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble manager Long. Duan Lingtian nodded. Clang! Clang! The iron hammer in Li Long's hand fell again and again, quickly splitting the violet meteorite into 2. The 2 sword embryos gradually took shape. Duan Lingtian, who was watching from the side, looked at Li Long with even more admiration. When manager Long forged weapons, whether it was pulling the bellows, controlling the fire, or hammering the metal, it was all done by himself. Just this alone was enough to show that his forging skills were superb. Perhaps, it was because of this that he was able to forge the best fine steel sword in Fresh Breeze Town. 2 hours later, the 2 soft swords in Li Long's hands completed the final step and were completely formed. Through the flames, one could see that the bodies of the 2 soft swords were crystal clear and as thin as a cicada's wings. Li Long raised his hand and took a fine steel sword from the weapon rack at the side. He swung the soft sword and met the fine steel sword head-on. Crack! The fine steel sword broke with a sound, but the soft sword didn't leave a single mark. The fine steel sword that could cut through metal like mud was like paper in front of the soft sword. Good sword! Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. Li Long's forging skills were so high that it made him gasp in amazement. Apart from the fact that these 2 soft swords didn't have the effect of increasing attack power, their other characteristics were almost the same as a grade 9 spiritual weapon. Young Master Ling Tian, thank you. Li Long respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. Manager Long, why are you doing this? Duan Lingtian hurriedly returned the bow. Thank you, young Master Ling Tian, for giving me such a precious metal to forge. Until I have a chance to forge better materials, these 2 soft swords will be the pinnacle of my life's work. Li Long said with slight excitement. Every blacksmith hoped that the weapon they forged would be the best divine weapon. Xiu, 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 xiu. Duan Lingtian held the soft sword forged from purple meteorite and swung it like the wind. The weight of the soft sword was almost negligible, making it easier for him to use the sword drawing technique. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. With this purple meteorite soft sword, his strength would rise to another level. Manager Long, do you have a leather scabbard? The kind that can be used as a belt. After obtaining the 2 soft swords, Duan Lingtian looked at Li Long and asked. Young Master Ling Tian, if you need this kind of scabbard, I can personally make one for you. Li Long smiled. After forging 2 swords that far surpassed his previous standards, he was in a good mood. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Long. Chapter 25. It had to be said that Li Long was very efficient. The next day, he delivered a pair of leather scabbards to Duan Lingtian. What was even rarer was that Li Long even added the purple meteorite residue left behind when he was forging the soft swords. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the sharp purple meteorite soft swords damaging the scabbards when he unsheathed them. Of the 2 purple meteorite soft swords, Duan Lingtian kept one for himself and gave the other to Ke. As for his mother, Li Ru, Duan Lingtian had other plans in mind. When he reached the core formation stage, he would personally refine a spirit sword for his mother. A spirit sword was a spirit weapon long sword. As long as he infused his spirit power into it, his attacks would be amplified to a certain extent and its power would far surpass that of a normal weapon. Mother, shopkeeper Long seems to respect you a lot. He even said that if you hadn't pleaded for him back then, he wouldn't have been able to stay. What happened? In the courtyard, Duan Lingtian helped his mother, Li Ru, massage her shoulders as he asked. Speaking of which, that was more than 10 years ago. Back then, Li Long had an affair with an elder's daughter and accidentally made her pregnant. As you can imagine, he was beaten out of the Li family. Later on, the elder's daughter insisted on giving birth to the child and angered the elder to death. She was a pitiful person. Although she successfully gave birth to the child, she died in childbirth. Seeing that the child was all alone, I pleaded with the old family head and allowed Li Long to return to the Li family. Li Ru's clear eyes were a little dazed as she slowly explained. After hearing Li Ru's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He didn't expect Li Long to have such a past. Now that I think about it, if I hadn't begged the old family head to allow him to return to the Li family, he might have left Fresh Breeze Town long ago. If that happened, our Li family would have lost a rare talent. Li Ru smiled again. Duan Lingtian nodded. In this world, some things were just so miraculous. All right, quickly go back and cultivate. With the help of the Thunder Flame Pill and your previous cultivation progress, you still have a very high chance of breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage in 2 months. Li Ru said to Duan Lingtian, urging him to go back to his room to cultivate. After witnessing the power of his son's sword-drawing technique, in her opinion, as long as her son broke through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, he might be able to kill the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiong. Yes, mother. Duan Lingtian instantly stood up straight like a javelin and saluted Li Ru. Under Li Ru's astonished gaze, she turned around and returned to her room. What did Tian'er do just now? Li Ru was puzzled. Perhaps, if she had the opportunity to go to Earth, she would know that Duan Lingtian's action just now was a standard military salute. Time flew by like a white steed. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Crackle crackle, early in the morning, the sound of bones rubbing together could be heard from Duan Lingtian's room. Immediately after, the door opened and Duan Lingtian slowly walked out, bathing in the sunlight. Half a month earlier than expected. Slightly clenching his fists and feeling the boundless strength in his body, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. With the endless assistance of the Thunder Flame Pills and 7 Treasures body tempering liquid, Duan Lingtian spent 1.5 months to finally break through from the 5th level of the body tempering stage to the 7th level of the body tempering stage. An ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the body tempering stage had a strength of 2,000 jin, but Duan Lingtian, who cultivated the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique, the moment he stepped into the 7th level of the body tempering stage, his body's strongest explosive strength had already exceeded 3,000 jin. Compared to the 150 jin when he was at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, it had increased by an entire 10 times. There's still half a month's time. It's just enough time to cultivate the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique's Spirit Serpent form's martial skill, Spirit Serpent movement technique. Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He directly cultivated the Spirit Serpent movement technique in the courtyard, after cultivating the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique's Spirit Serpent form to the 7th level of the body tempering stage. The strength of his body's flexibility was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian was incomparably certain. Even the yoga expert with the strongest body's flexibility on Earth in his previous life was far inferior to his current body. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian circled around the large tree trunk at the side of the courtyard and started cultivating. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, sticking close to the tree trunk and swiftly flitting about. In a short moment, he had already circled up and down more than a dozen times. The spirit serpent movement technique was a pure movement technique. It emphasized on making the cultivator utilize the body's flexibility to the extreme while at the same time displaying an extremely terrifying speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Lingtian, whose body's flexibility satisfied the requirements to cultivate the spirit serpent movement technique, was extremely easy to cultivate. Within an hour, he had already grasped some of the essence of the spirit serpent movement technique. Of course, this was also thanks to the foundation that Duan Lingtian had from cultivating the form and will fist in his previous life. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grasp the essence of the spirit serpent movement technique so quickly. Duan Lingtian became more and more immersed in his cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, the clear sound of the door opening rang in his ears. Only then did he stop. Mother. Seeing the beautiful woman walking out, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. In his previous life, he had no parents. In this life, he especially enjoyed the motherly love that Li Ru gave him. He was deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Tian-o. Li Ru replied with a smile. However, the smile on her face quickly froze. Tian-o, you broke through? Li Ru's voice slightly trembled. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Good, good. Li Ru was so excited that it was difficult for her to suppress her feelings. During this period of time, what she was most worried about was that her son wouldn't be able to step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage before the agreed date. Now it seemed that she was thinking too much. Her son did not disappoint and completed his breakthrough to the 7th level of the body tempering stage half a month in advance. Tian-er, mother is happy today. Mother will go buy some ingredients now and make something delicious for you. Li Ru's beautiful face flushed red as she said goodbye to Duan Lingtian and left the house. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He could understand his mother's current feelings. The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Boss. Just when Duan Lingtian was preparing to continue cultivating the spirit serpent movement technique, a slightly hurried voice sounded from outside the courtyard. This damn fatty is really stubborn. He's here again. Duan Lingtian frowned. He recognized the owner of the voice. In the past 2 months, the other party had come no less than 10 times. Most of the time, he didn't give the other party any face because of the good relationship between his mother and the 5th elder. But now, this damn fatty was taking advantage of him. He opened the unlatched door and walked out of the courtyard. Li Xian, how many times have I said it? I won't take you in as a lackey. If you come to harass me again, I'll go look for your father. Duan Lingtian looked at the little fatty and frowned. Boss, don't. I came to look for you this time because there's really something. You're in trouble, big trouble. When the little fatty heard that Duan Lingtian was going to look for his father, he instantly panicked. What's the matter? Speak quickly. Duan Lingtian's face slightly sank. As far as he was concerned, this damn fatty always had a dog's mouth that couldn't utter decent words. Boss, after I heard about this matter, I came to look for you at the first possible moment. I didn't even tell my father. I'm loyal enough, right? The little fatty's fat face bulged as he laughed slyly. If you don't speak, then don't speak. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He didn't have much patience in front of this damn fatty. Don't, boss. I'll speak. I also eavesdropped on this matter. Right now, it's also a secret in the Fang family. The little fatty took a deep breath and his fat face trembled as he spoke. Fang family? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Boss, I heard that the steward of the Fang family, Fang Qiong, broke through to the core formation stage a few days ago. How about we ignore the agreement in half a month? After all, you're only 15 years old. Even if you break the agreement, it's not shameful. After saying this in one breath, the little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian. Ignoring the little fatty, Duan Lingtian's expression remained the same, as if he wasn't surprised at all. However, his eyes had already imperceptibly narrowed, and a bright light flashed through them. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. Fang Qiong actually broke through at this critical juncture. At the 9th level of the body tempering stage, when the strength of the fleshly body explodes, one has a strength of 5,000 pounds and can draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette, as for the 1st level of the core formation stage. Besides the strength of the fleshly body comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. The origin energy that was born from the fleshly body, once utilized, was comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. A martial artist at the 1st level of the core formation stage fully exerted the strength of 2 ancient mammoth. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian could feel the pressure, and the joy of breaking through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage eased up. Li Xian, you only need to tell me about this matter. Don't tell a third person, understand? Subsequently, he looked at the little fatty and coldly said, "Can't I tell my father?" The little fatty asked naively. "Your dad isn't human." Duan Lingtian glared at the little fatty, causing the little fatty to feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He laughed awkwardly. "Boss, that." Suddenly, the little fatty looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian. "What's the matter?" Duan Lingtian frowned. This damn fatty was really troublesome. However, in order to seal his mouth, Duan Lingtian chose to endure. "Boss, I want you to help me teach Li Ming a lesson." The little fatty rubbed his chubby hands together and laughed slyly. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun. He remembered who Li Ming was. Li Ming, the youngest son of the 2nd elder. The famous genius of the Li family. His natural talent wasn't inferior to Li Jie's. He was 17 this year, and with the assistance of the Thunder Flame Pill and 6 Treasures body tempering liquid, he stepped into the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago. You're the same as Li Ming. You don't lack the 6 Treasures body tempering liquid and Thunder Flame Pill. Why don't you use your own strength to defeat him? Duan Lingtian said unhappily. This damn fatty was not like the 5th elder at all in this aspect. I don't lack it. But the problem is that he's 2 years older than me. The little fatty looked expectantly at Duan Lingtian and laughed slyly. "Boss, help me. I was almost kicked by him like a ball last time, and he even called me a damn fat pig. I must teach him a lesson and make him call me fat bro when he sees me in the future. Boss, you must help me. If I'm beaten by him again, I'm afraid I'll forget what you said to me earlier." Chapter 26. Damn fatty, are you threatening me? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly, scaring the fatty into taking a step back. Boss, I was wrong. Enough. Frowning, Duan Lingtian didn't argue with the fatty anymore. He took off the bronze ring on his finger and looked at the fatty. "Take this ring and give me the one on your hand." The fatty was stunned. Glancing at the bronze ring on Duan Lingtian's hand, then glancing at the gold ring on his thumb, his chubby face felt pained. "Boss, this is the birthday present my grandfather gave me last year. Are you exchanging or not? If not, scram." Duan Lingtian glared at the fatty and shouted in a low voice. He turned around and prepared to walk back. The little fatty was a shrewd person and saw through the clues. He hurriedly spread out his chubby hands to stop Duan Lingtian and laughed slyly. "Boss, does the ring in your hand have some sort of secret?" Duan Lingtian grunted in a low voice. "If you were to take the ring in my hand, defeating Li Ming would only take a few minutes. But since you can't bear to part with the ring your grandfather gave you, then forget it." After saying this, Duan Lingtian prepared to walk back to the courtyard. "Boss, I was wrong, okay." The fatty was anxious. He walked up and asked anxiously, "Boss, the ring on your hand, is it inscribed with an inscription?" "You know about inscriptions?" Duan Lingtian was surprised. He didn't expect Li Xian to know about inscriptions. Hee. The fatty smiled proudly. "When I was at my grandfather's house, I read about inscriptions in an ancient book. It is said that inscriptions are usually inscribed on personal items and can allow one to control unimaginable power. It's true that fortune favors fools." Duan Lingtian shook his head and passed the bronze ring in his hand to the little fatty. "Take it. If you can't bear to part with the gold ring in your hand, then return the bronze ring to me after you use up the inscription on the bronze ring." The little fatty stretched out his chubby little hand and took the ring. His little eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Boss, I was just casually saying it. This ring of yours really has an inscription pattern inscribed on it." "Nonsense." Duan Lingtian snorted. The inscription on this ring was inscribed with the materials he bought last time. He originally planned to use it to deal with the Fang family's housekeeper, Fang Chong. But who would have thought that Fang Chong broke through at this critical moment? This type of inscription was only useful to body-tempering realm martial artists. It was completely useless to core formation realm martial artists who had developed origin energy. Therefore, he went with the flow and gave it to Little Fatty. In any case, with his current strength, he didn't need to use the power of inscriptions to deal with body-tempering stage martial artists. "Boss, you know an inscription master?" The fatty's small eyes shone brightly. He looked like he wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. "All right, hurry up and scram. Remember my words. If you dare to spread the news of Fang Chong breaking through to my mother's ears, be careful that I don't roll you into a ball and kick you like a soccer ball." Glaring at the fatty, Duan Lingtian walked into the courtyard. Who knew that the fatty would chase after him? "Boss, boss." Duan Lingtian frowned. "What now?" The fatty smiled awkwardly. "Boss, how do I activate the inscription on this ring? Didn't you read about inscriptions in ancient books? Why do you need me to teach you such a simple thing?" Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the fatty. After teaching him how to activate the inscription, he chased him out of the courtyard. After the fatty left, Duan Lingtian's face sank. Fang Chong breaking through to the core formation realm was undoubtedly bad news for him. Although the inscription technique was mystical, it had its limits. The inscriptions that Duan Lingtian could inscribe now were only useful for people who hadn't developed elemental energy yet. The inscriptions that could be used on core formation realm martial artists required elemental energy and various materials to inscribe. He thought of asking his mother for help, but the inscription technique was broad and profound. People who didn't know anything about inscriptions would need to spend at least several years studying inscriptions before they could successfully inscribe their first inscription. The reason why he could inscribe inscriptions so easily was because he had the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Him inscribing inscriptions was equivalent to Reincarnation Emperor Wu inscribing inscriptions without any pressure. "Looks like I can't rely on external forces to kill Fang Chong. I can only rely on myself." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he returned to the courtyard. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a nimble snake as he seriously cultivated the spirit serpent movement technique. Perhaps, the spirit serpent movement technique would be an opportunity for him. He didn't let Li Xian spread the news of Fang Chong breaking through to the core formation realm because he was worried that it would reach his mother, Li Ru. He knew that once his mother knew of Fang Chong's breakthrough, she wouldn't allow him to visit the Fang family in half a month's time. The reason why the Fang family hid the news was probably because they were worried that he wouldn't dare to visit. The Fang clan obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to use Fang Chong to get rid of him. "The Fang family is looking down on me." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as a cold light flashed through them. In the Li family's martial arts practice field, the little fatty, Li Xian, stood there with his hands on his waist. The Li family's disciples surrounded him as they pointed at Li Xian and discussed animatedly. Did this Li Xian eat the wrong medicine? He actually dares to challenge Li Ming. Does he think that he wasn't beaten badly enough by Li Ming last time? I don't know. Maybe it's because his skin is thick and he doesn't feel any pain from being beaten. Fifth Elder is handsome and has an imposing appearance. Aside from his eyebrows, this Li Xian doesn't look like Fifth Elder at all. Even if they do look alike, it's blocked by his fat. In the midst of the discussion, there were many mocking voices. Everyone felt that Li Xian was overestimating himself. "Damn fat pig, I heard that you want to challenge me." Soon, a teenager walked over from afar and arrived in front of Li Xian in a moment. He looked at Li Xian with a mocking expression. He didn't put Li Xian in his eyes at all. He was Li Ming, the youngest son of the Li family's second elder. "Li Ming, let's settle old and new grudges today," the little fatty roared. The fat on his body trembled as he flew out like a ball. His chubby fists punched towards Li Ming. "You overestimate yourself." Li Ming laughed in disdain. He didn't even move as he punched out with both fists. In his opinion, as long as his fists hit the little fatty would be blasted away like a ball. The surrounding Li family members all thought the same. In their opinion, Li Xian wasn't Li Ming's match. Bang! The two of them punched each other. Just at this instant, the little fatty's eyes narrowed into slits. He instantly activated the inscription on his bronze ring. Kai Li Ming felt as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly felt that his entire body had no strength. Not only that, he also felt soreness coming from all parts of his body. He couldn't be more familiar with this feeling. It was precisely the symptoms of the Thunder Flame Pill taking effect. Before he could react to why the symptoms of the Thunder Flame Pill would appear at this moment, the powerless Li Ming was blasted back by Li Xian's punch. Then, Li Xian punched out again, hitting half of Li Ming's face and knocking him to the ground. Immediately after, there was another wave of attacks like a storm. It was a completely one-sided beating. You're joking, right? The surrounding Li family members had their mouths wide open. Some of them even fiercely pinched their thighs and let out a shrill cry before realizing that they weren't dreaming. Instantly, all of them were dumbstruck. When did Li Xian become so strong? Didn't Li Ming just break through to the 6th level of the body tempering stage a few days ago? Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. When the soreness in Li Ming's entire body disappeared, he wanted to resist, but when he exerted a bit of strength, a wave of pain came from his muscles. Obviously, he was heavily injured by Li Xian. Under the circumstances, he hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Are you still going to call me a damn fat pig in the future? Li Xian put his hands on his waist and mocked as he stepped on Li Ming's thigh, causing Li Ming to cry out loudly. I won't, I won't. Li Ming was slightly hysterical. When you see me in the future, call me Brother Fatty, understand? The little fatty fiercely glared at Li Ming with his small eyes as he threatened. Yes, Brother Fatty, Brother Fatty. Li Ming hurriedly cried out, deeply afraid that if he was too late, he would be beaten again. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He was currently covered in injuries and wasn't Li Xian's match at all, so he chose to endure. As far as he was concerned, as long as he recovered from his injuries, he would be able to wash away his shame. Of course, he was very puzzled in his heart. When he was exchanging blows with Li Xian, why did the symptoms of the Thunder Flame Pill's medicinal strength appear on his body? Could it be the after-effects of the Thunder Flame Pill? I didn't notice it usually, but you're really a lowly wretch. You won't listen unless I hit you. Li Xian snorted as he left Li Ming and left the martial arts practice grounds under the numerous gazes of disbelief. After teaching Li Ming a lesson, Li Xian was in a good mood. The Thunder Flame inscription that boss gave me is really useful. That Li Ming is probably still wondering why his body would suddenly show the symptoms of the Thunder Flame Pill's medicinal strength. He probably thinks that it's the after-effects of the Thunder Flame Pill, haha. In the courtyard, a slender and elegant beautiful young girl was holding the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand. She was unceasingly drawing and sheathing the sword as she cultivated the sword drawing technique. Beside her was a handsome youth with a delicate and pretty face. He was patiently explaining the details of the sword drawing technique to her, and he would answer any question she had. He was extremely like a tireless teacher. Boss, boss. Suddenly, a wave of calls sounded out from outside the courtyard, causing the youth to frown. This damned fatty really doesn't know when to stop. Kerr, I'm going out for a moment. You practice by yourself first. Yes, young master. The young girl obediently nodded. The youth walked out of the courtyard with large strides. Looking at the little fatty who was striding over, he frowned and said, "What's the matter now?" The little fatty laughed slyly as he took off the bronze ring on his pinky finger and the gold ring on his thumb. He passed both to the youth. "Boss, your ring." The youth didn't take it. He looked at the gold ring that was mixed in with the bronze ring on the little fatty's hand. "What do you mean?" Chapter 27. Glaring at the little fatty, Duan Lingtian said in annoyance, "Damn fatty, do you think inscriptions are cabbages that you can get whenever you want? I haven't even asked you for money yet. Do you know that just this Thunder Flame inscription alone requires over 30 taels of silver? Inscriptions were originally things that burned money. Inscriptions like the Thunder Flame inscription were still low-level inscriptions. Higher-level inscriptions would easily require over 1,000 taels, 10,000 taels, or even more. Duan Lingtian originally thought that by saying this, the little fatty would back off. After all, even the little fatty's father, fifth elder Li Ting's monthly salary was only a dozen or so taels of silver. It was impossible for him to squander like this. Who knew that when the little fatty heard Duan Lingtian's words, he would suddenly laugh. He reached into his bosom and directly took out a stack of banknotes. Each banknote was 100 taels of silver and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "Boss, isn't it just silver? Anything that can be solved with silver isn't a problem at all. There should be 700 or 800 taels here. Take it all and ask that inscription master to make me a few more inscriptions." Duan Lingtian was stunned. He was sure that the money in the little fatty's hands was definitely not given by fifth elder Li Ting. Although Li Ting had earned 500 taels of silver from him last time. Even so, Li Ting's net worth was at most 1,500 taels of silver. Otherwise, before the battle between him and Li Jie, Li Ting wouldn't have been unable to take out a second 500 taels of silver to bet with Li Kuan. Duan Lingtian took the banknotes and weighed them in his hands before asking, "Li Xian, where did you get this money from?" The little fatty grinned and his small eyes narrowed. "Grandfather gave it to me before I returned to the Li family last time." "Boss, don't tell my father. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep the rest of the money. Other than these banknotes, you have more?" Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment before his eyes lit up. He didn't expect the little fatty to be a financial backer. "Hihi, there are still some." The little fatty said with an indifferent expression, "My grandfather said that when I run out of money, I just need to send him a letter, and he'll get someone to send more to me." Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that the little fatty's grandfather was not simple. He had never heard of him before. In Duan Lingtian's memories, he only knew that the little fatty's mother had passed away 7 or 8 years ago, and then the little fatty had gone out with his grandfather. "As long as you have the money, everything is negotiable." Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes and patted Fatty's shoulder. "How about this? I'll write down the materials you need for the Thunder Fire inscription pattern and you can buy them yourself. Treat this money as my reward. In the future, I'll inscribe as many Thunder Fire inscriptions as you have. What do you think?" "Boss, you said that you'll help me inscribe. Could it be that you're the one who inscribed the Thunder Fire inscription pattern?" The little fatty was dumbfounded as he understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? As long as the inscription pattern is useful, you don't have to care who inscribes it." Duan Lingtian casually stuffed the banknotes into his pocket and returned to his room in the courtyard. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down the materials needed for the Thunderfire inscription pattern. According to the amount written on it, one set can inscribe one Thunderfire inscription pattern. "Oh right, you should prepare more accessories. One accessory can only hold one inscription pattern at a time," Duan Lingtian said as he passed the note in his hand to the little fatty. "Okay." The little fatty took the paper as if it was a treasure. He then looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly as if he wanted to say something. "If you have something to say, then say it. If you're done, then scram," Duan Lingtian said unhappily. During this period of time, he had been annoyed by this little fatty. "Boss, can I learn the art of inscriptions from you?" The little fatty's chubby face trembled as he asked with a face full of expectation. Seeing Duan Lingtian frown, the little fatty hurriedly said, "Boss, I can pay the tuition fee. I won't learn for free." "Tuition fee?" Duan Lingtian's brows relaxed as his eyes lit up. What he lacked the most right now was money. Although he had over 30,000 silver, he knew that once he stepped into the core formation stage, it wouldn't be long before he used up all the silver in his hands. One could never have too much money, especially when he had so many life professions. Alchemy, weapon forging, and inscriptions. "Okay, since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly take out half an hour to teach you every day. How much you can learn will depend on you. Only a bastard would refuse to earn money." Duan Lingtian patted the little fatty's shoulder and said, "Because of the fifth elder, I'll charge you 1,000 silver a month. Is that okay? When the little fatty heard this, he was stunned. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he thought that the little fatty thought it was too expensive. He awkwardly coughed twice and slowly said, "If you think it's too expensive, we can discuss it again." "A little. So cheap." "Boss, thank you." The little fatty excitedly interrupted Duan Lingtian's words. While Duan Lingtian remained silent, he also felt a bit of regret. Did he set the price too low? Duan Lingtian called out to him when he saw the little fatty holding the piece of paper in his hand about to leave. He said with a serious expression, "You must not tell anyone that I know the art of inscriptions. Otherwise, don't even think about learning inscriptions from me." "Boss, don't worry. I won't say it even if you beat me to death." After the little fatty solemnly vowed, he eagerly walked out. When he thought about how Li Ming would continue to eat at his hands in the future, his heart bloomed with joy. He decided that he would make at least 10 or 20 lightning fire inscriptions as backup. I, Li Xian, have good eyesight. Even a boss is so awesome. Not only is his strength heaven-defying, but he also knows inscriptions. I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. The little fatty whispered to himself as he excitedly walked back home to get the money. Just now, he had given all the silver notes he had on him to Duan Lingtian. After the little fatty left, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard and continued to stand behind Ke. He stuck close to her body and taught her the sword drawing technique step by step. After 2 months of cultivation, Ke had almost grasped the essence of the sword drawing technique. She was only lacking in maturity. Smelling the fragrance of the girl's hair and feeling the girl's body temperature, Duan Lingtian's gaze became a little blurry. He took a deep breath in enjoyment. "What are you guys doing?" A voice with a hint of laughter, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, suddenly came from behind. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he awkwardly took a step back and left the girl. The girl's face was embarrassed, and her face was so red that it seemed as if blood would drip out. "Madam." It was Li Ru who had returned from grocery shopping. "Kua, stop practicing for now. Come and help me out. I bought a lot of ingredients today. I want to give you and Tiana some nourishment." Li Ru shook the grocery basket in her hand and smiled charmingly. "Yes." The girl hurriedly sheathed her sword. "Mom, do you need my help?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Go. You better focus on your cultivation. Even though you've broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, Fang Qiong is still a 9th level body tempering stage martial artist. If he's lucky enough to dodge your sword drawing technique, then you're finished." Li Ru rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian and completely ignored him. "Young master, you've broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage?" The girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian laughed. "My Ke is already at the 6th level of the body tempering stage. If I still didn't break through, then it would be a bit embarrassing." The girl's eyes dimmed as she slowly said, "Young master, then I'll try my best to cultivate slower in the future." Li Ru smiled. "Ke, don't mind him. You cultivate diligently. We women can only suppress men when our strength is stronger than his. If you don't want to be bullied by him in the future, then you have to quickly surpass him." Hearing Li Ru's words, the girl's face instantly flushed red. She took the grocery basket from Li Ru's hands and ran into the kitchen, leaving the mother and son with a shy back view. "You little brat, don't be lazy." Li Ru glared at Duan Lingtian before following her into the kitchen. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before continuing his movements. His flexible body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he swiftly swept through the courtyard. Swift as the wind, as fast as lightning, his speed became faster and faster. In the past 2 months, the talent that Ke displayed made Duan Lingtian involuntarily click his tongue in amazement. Although Ke also had the same cultivation conditions as him that far surpassed the other Li family members, she was still a girl after all. However, she was a girl after all, and it was extremely rare for her to have such talent. According to what his mother Li Ru said, Ke's talent far surpassed hers in the past. However, since Ke's talent was good and her cultivation increased quickly, Duan Lingtian was also happy. At the very least, when he left Fresh Breeze Town in the future, he could bring Ke along. If he didn't have Kerr by his side, he really wouldn't be used to it. Very quickly, the two beauties finished preparing the meal. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and the aroma was overwhelming. The family sat together to eat and helped each other pick up food. The atmosphere was filled with happiness and warmth. At the same time, in the courtyard where second elder Li Sheng lived, Li Sheng stood at the door and looked at his youngest son, Li Ming, who was lying on the bed. His face was full of disappointment. Look at you, if you were beaten up like this by Duan Lingtian, father would accept it. But you were actually beaten up like this by that fatty Li Xian. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed. Father, I've said it 800 times. This time, the after effects of the thunder flame pill suddenly came up. Otherwise, Li Xian would definitely be beaten into a pig's head by me. Li Ming was half lying on the bed with a helpless expression. It was difficult for him to defend himself. Look at you, you're still looking for excuses. Your brother also took the thunder flame pill, why didn't he have any after effects? Li Sheng shook his head, obviously not believing Li Ming's words. If you can't beat him now, you should cultivate properly and fight back in the future. Don't keep looking for excuses, that's what a coward does. After speaking, Li Sheng turned and left. Li Ming was lying on the bed. He could feel the pain even when he slightly stretched his body. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and fiercely say, "Damn fatty, wait until my injuries are healed. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I don't believe that your luck will always be so good." In Li Ming's opinion, the reason Li Xian could beat him up like this was all because of Li Xian's good luck. If it wasn't for the after effects of the thunder flame pill acting up, Li Xian wouldn't have been able to beat him. Chapter 28. Are you sure you want me to inscribe 20 thunder flame inscriptions for you? Looking at the pile of materials prepared by the little fatty, Duan Lingtian frowned, feeling that it was a bit exaggerated. Yes, boss. The little fatty nodded like a chick pecking rice, and asked, "Boss, is there a problem?" "No problem." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then he said, "I just want to tell you, other than Li Ming, you can't use the thunder flame inscriptions on anyone else. Otherwise, it won't be long before someone guesses that you used the inscriptions on Li Ming. If you only use it on Li Ming, even if it works, he won't be able to defend himself. No one will believe what he says." "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" The little fatty patted his head and said regretfully, "If I use the thunder flame inscriptions on Li Ming a few more times, he won't dare to mess with me anymore." "Boss, wouldn't the rest of the materials be wasted?" Duan Lingtian said lightly, "Keep the rest of the materials, you will need them. The first inscription pattern I'm going to teach you is the thunder flame inscriptions." "Thank you, boss, thank you, boss." The little fatty's face was full of smiles. Suddenly, he saw Duan Lingtian spread out his hand. He couldn't help but be puzzled. "Boss, what do you mean by this?" "Tuition fee." Duan Lingtian stared at the little fatty and said unhappily, Yes, I almost forgot." The little fatty laughed slyly, then extended his hand to withdraw a stack of silver from his pocket and passed it over to Duan Lingtian. "Boss, I've already prepared it. Here's 1,000 silver, it's the tuition fee for the next month." Duan Lingtian took it and nodded, "From tomorrow onwards, I will go to your house to find you after lunch. Every day for half an hour, I will do my best to teach you. How much you can learn is up to you." "Thank you, boss, then I won't disturb you." The little fatty grinned, turned around, and ran away. As he weighed the 1,000 silver in his hand, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. "Every little bit counts, the more I save up, no matter if it's alchemy, weapons crafting, or inscriptions in the future, they'll all be bottomless pits." From the next day onwards, Duan Lingtian would take half an hour to Li Xian's house after lunch. At first, the fifth elder Li Ting felt that it was strange. However, when he saw his son becoming good friends with Duan Lingtian, he was happy to see it happen. But for the past few days, he heard strange noises coming from his son's room. "Pa." But now, the noises came again. Li Ting shook his head and walked out of the courtyard. In the room, the handsome boy with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes slapped Fatty's head. "Why are you so stupid? I told you not to mix purple gold gravel and inflammation grass powder together. You just can't remember. Boss, if you to you, then I will be even more stupid. The little fatty rubbed his head with a face full of grievance. Why would I agree to teach you inscriptions? You're just a block of wood. Let me tell you, if you don't make any progress this month, I won't teach you next month no matter how much money you give me. I don't want to waste time. The young man had a face full of disappointment. The little fatty smiled bitterly. Boss, don't worry, I will work hard and won't disappoint you. I hope you can do what you say. Half an hour is up, I should leave. I'll come back tomorrow and hope you can make some progress. Frowning, the young man walked out of the room and left. Half a month later. Early in the morning, the Lee family's martial arts practice field was bustling with noise and excitement. Most of the Lee family's members that gathered were young men and women. Currently, they were discussing animatedly and the topic revolved around the second elder's son, Li Ming, and the fifth elder's son, Li Xian. This time, Li Ming took the initiative to challenge Li Xian. It seems that his injuries have healed. Last time, Li Ming said that he was sick and that's why he lost to Li Xian. I wonder if it's true. If he loses to Li Xian again this time, then it's fake. Right, I think so too. We can't always bump into him when he's sick, right? Li Ming had arrived long ago and stood in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Listening to the discussions around him, his expression was as unsightly as it could be. His father ordered him not to tell anyone about the Thunder Flame pill, so he could only use the excuse of being sick. He didn't expect that so many people would suspect him. Did they really think that he wasn't a match for Liu Xian? Li Xian, this time I'll make you lie in bed for half a month as well. Li Ming gnashed his teeth and said angrily, Li Xian is here. Suddenly, the young men and women around the martial arts practice field all turned around and looked into the distance. In the distance, the young man and woman who were like a golden couple walked in front and the slightly wretched little fatty followed behind them like a little follower. Wasn't this one of today's main characters, Li Xian? I heard that Li Xian has acknowledged Duan Lingtian as his boss. Acknowledging a disciple with a different surname as his boss is a disgrace to our Li family. So what if he's a disciple with a different surname? If you have the guts, then stand out and loudly repeat what you just said. Do you dare? You don't dare, right? If you don't dare, then don't act pretentious. That's right. Even if Duan Lingtian is a disciple with a different surname, he's still brought honor to our Li family. The Fang family has suffered at his hands many times. The 3-month period will be up tomorrow. I wonder if Duan Lingtian really dares to go to the Fang family. Duan Lingtian held Ker's hand and heard the discussions directed at him from afar. In response to these words, he only laughed it off. Then, he looked at the little fatty behind him and said, Don't be too heavy-handed today. Just let him know how difficult it is and retreat. Otherwise, even if the second elder is magnanimous, he will still have to find your father to reason with. Don't make it too difficult for your father, understand? Yes, boss. The little fatty hurriedly nodded. In this world, the person he respected the most was Duan Lingtian. When the Li family youths saw Duan Lingtian and company arrive, they all stepped aside to make a path for them. Duan Lingtian held Ker's hand and stood at the very front. The little fatty stepped forward and walked into the training field. He looked at Li Ming with a grin. Li Ming, you've recovered quite well, haven't you? You've recovered so quickly. Li Xian, today I'm going to wash away the humiliation you brought upon me half a month ago. Li Ming's face was red as he said fiercely. The anger that had been suppressed for half a month completely exploded. Don't worry. My boss gave the order. I won't be too heavy-handed like last time. Li Xian chuckled. His fat face revealed a smile that deserved a spanking. It was as despicable as it could get. You're courting death. Li Ming's eyes turned cold. His legs, which had been accumulating power, trembled. His entire body rushed out like a ferocious tiger and pounced towards Li Xian. The mastery stage yellow class mid-tier martial skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist, was used and blasted towards Li Xian. Ferocious Tiger Fist. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He remembered that the 7th elder's youngest son, Li Xin, also used the Ferocious Tiger Fist. However, Li Xin's ferocious tiger fist was much weaker than Li Ming's. They were not even on the same level. This was the difference between sub-mastery stage and mastery stage. Only when a martial skill reached the mastery stage would it be able to unleash its true power. Li Xian also moved. He directly went up to meet Li Ming. He didn't even use a martial skill. Instead, he casually punched towards Li Ming's fist. In that instant, a smirk appeared on his face. He activated the Thunderfire inscription. Immediately, the scene from half a month ago appeared again. Li Xian's entire body froze as if he was struck by lightning. The strength in his fist dissipated, leaving only inertia. He couldn't stop Li Xian at all. Bang! Li Xian punched Li Ming, who was sweating from the soreness, to the ground. What followed was a series of punches and kicks. The surroundings of the Li family's martial arts field were deathly silent. The scene before them was so familiar to those who had witnessed the battle between the two of them half a month ago. Half a month ago, Li Ming was also injured by Li Xian like this. No. Impossible. How is this possible? After Li Xian stopped, Li Ming realized that the soreness from the Thunderfire inscription had disappeared. His eyes were unfocused. He couldn't believe that this was real. If Li Xian was lucky half a month ago, could it be that he was also lucky this time? How could there be such a coincidence? Don't provoke me in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind making you lie in bed for another half a month. Li Xian's chubby face trembled. He arrogantly left behind these words and returned to Duan Lingtian's side under the respectful gazes of the surrounding people. Li Xian's face was filled with a flattering smile, as if he was a completely different person from before. Boss, I listened to you and held back. This time, he'll at most be bedridden for a few days. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head. Sister-in-law, I'm awesome, right? Li Xian looked at Ke, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and chuckled. When Ke heard how Li Xian addressed her, she immediately blushed. Don't be so smug. With the help of the Thunderfire pill and 7 treasures body tempering liquid, you're only at the 5th level of the body tempering stage. Don't you feel ashamed? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Xian. Ever since he passively acknowledged Li Xian as his little brother, he added some ingredients to his 6 treasures body tempering liquid, turning it into the 7 treasures body tempering liquid. Of course, this was a secret between him and Li Xian. Even the 5th elder, Li Ting, didn't know. At that time, Li Xian finally found out that the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was actually created by his boss, and he instantly prostrated himself in admiration towards Duan Lingtian. Li Xian awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed bitterly. Boss, do you think everyone is as abnormal as you and sister-in-law? 2 days ago, Ke's cultivation followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and stepped into the 7th level of the body tempering stage, causing Li Xian to be speechless. He really had no choice but to accept it. F***K off. You're the abnormal one. Duan Lingtian glared at the little fatty, then held Ke's hand and turned around to walk out. The crowd automatically opened up a path, and the surrounding gazes that converged onto him were filled with reverence. If it was said that the Duan Lingtian from 4 months ago didn't have the qualifications to make them take him seriously, now, unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had already become an existence that they could only look up to. Some of them even regretted not befriending Duan Lingtian when he was at his weakest. Otherwise, how awe-inspiring would it be to follow by his side like Li Xian now? Boss, wait for me. Li Xian, who was shaking his body full of fat, hurriedly followed up eagerly. When the figures of the 3 people disappeared before everyone's eyes, the people present looked towards Li Ming, who was lying on the martial arts practice grounds and looking up at the sky with a wooden expression, and they all mocked him. This Li Ming wouldn't say that he's sick again, right? In my opinion, him saying that he was sick half a month ago was just an excuse. Today, he slapped his own face. Too embarrassing. The corners of Li Ming's mouth revealed a helpless and bitter smile as he listened to the ridicule of the Li family disciples that gradually dispersed. Chapter 29. Boss, tomorrow is the day you said 3 months ago that you would go to Fang family. Are you really going? On the way back from the martial arts practice field, the little fatty looked at the youth beside him with a serious face and asked. The youth smiled faintly. Of course I'm going. In his previous life, he had always kept his promises. He never had the habit of taking back what he said. This was also his way of doing things. If he changed, then he would no longer be the Ling Tian whose name shook the world. The little fatty was silent for a moment, then asked again, "Boss, are you confident?" The youth shrugged with a smile on his face. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course the truth," little fatty said in all seriousness. "I'm not completely confident." The youth's eyes flashed and he shook his head lightly. "Boss, if you're not confident, then don't go tomorrow. You're only 15 years old, the same age as Fang Qiong's son. If you don't dare to go find Fang Qiong, no one will really make fun of you." A trace of worry appeared on the little fatty's chubby face as he said sincerely, "Li Xian." The youth suddenly spoke. "Boss, I'm here." The little fatty hurriedly replied. "Remember, as a man, you must be responsible. There's absolutely no reason to go back on a promise. This time, if I don't go, I'll be going against my heart. I might not be able to get over this hurdle in my life because I'm weak and afraid. So, even if I'm not completely confident, I'll still go." The youth's face turned serious as he spoke slowly. The young girl beside the youth looked at the youth with her clear eyes that were like water. She discovered that at this moment, there seemed to be an indescribable charm on the youth's body that tugged at the string in the depths of her heart. It caused her to fall deeply into it, unable to extricate herself. "Boss, I can't win against you. You have your reasons for everything." The little fatty smiled bitterly. "But this time, you really have to listen to me. You mustn't mess around. It's not like you don't know that Fang Qiong is no longer Quen. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You should take care of yourself first. You don't have to worry about my matters." The youth's sword-like eyebrows moved slightly as he glared at the little fatty and interrupted him. This guy really didn't know what to say. Only then did the little fatty realize the young girl's existence and smiled awkwardly. After chasing the little fatty away, the young man brought the young girl into the courtyard of his house. At this moment, a trace of worry appeared on the girl's delicate face. Her gentle gaze fell on the young man. "Young master, are you really not confident?" The young man smiled and gently stroked the girl's smooth, jade-like face. "Silly girl, I'm only saying that I'm not 100% sure. Don't worry, no matter what, nothing will happen to young master. Even if I can't defeat him, I will retreat. I can't bear to leave my cur." The young girl's eyebrows moved slightly, and her eyes were filled with tears. She threw herself into the young man's arms and said with a sobbing tone, "Young master, if something really happens to you, Cur won't live alone." The young girl's words were like a heavy hammer striking Duan Lingqian's heart, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he could naturally tell that the girl was telling the truth. There was no falsehood in her words. At this moment, this iron-blooded man who would bleed but not cry, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. Tightly holding the young girl in his arms, he gently said, "Silly girl, you still don't believe young master's words?" The young girl nodded, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. "Cur is afraid that young master will leave Cur. If young master is no longer around, Cur has no meaning in living." Early on, when Duan Lingtian brought her back and took care of her as his family, she had already made a vow in her heart. In this life, she would only live for young master. Even if young master had a family in the future, got married and had children, she would silently accompany young master by his side. She would be willing to be his slave and serve him until she grew old. Until she breathed her last. In this life, for this man, she would have no regrets. "All right, look at you. You're crying like a little kitten." Helping the young girl wipe away the tears on her face, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "In a while, when my mother comes back and sees you like this, she will definitely think that I bullied you. It's not like you don't know that in her heart, you, the future daughter-in-law, have a higher status than me, her biological son. Young master, you're so bad. You're making fun of Cur again." The young girl shyly left Duan Lingtian's arms, trotted into the room, and closed the door. "This girl is still shy." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Immediately, his eyes revealed an unprecedented firmness. For Cur, for his mother, and for himself, he would not allow anything to happen to himself. Fang Qiong, you will die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light, revealing an endless chill. Li family mansion, the courtyard where fifth elder Li Ting lived. Li Ting entered the house with a strange expression. Seeing his son sitting in the courtyard in a daze, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. How did you do it? Li Ming actually fell into your hands twice. Half a month ago, he knew that Li Ming was injured by his son. At that time, he felt that it was a little strange. When he went to second elder Li Sheng's house to apologize, he heard Li Ming shouting there, saying something about the after-effects of the thunderfire pill acting up. He, who knew his son's capabilities the best, naturally believed him. But this time, Li Ming took the initiative to challenge his son, and was injured by his son again, leaving him speechless. He just returned from second elder's place, and in the end, Li Ming said it was the after-effects of the thunderfire pill acting up, and was even scolded by second elder. On the way home, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Although his son continuously defeated Li Ming and gave him face, he always felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Xian what's wrong? Soon, Li Ting found that his son's face was full of worry. It was a completely different person from the proud him after defeating Li Ming half a month ago. One must know that his son is usually very optimistic. Even if he was taught a lesson by the family's disciples outside, he would come back as if nothing had happened. Why is he so strange today? Is he not happy after defeating Li Ming? Li Ting couldn't help but ask, Xian, is there something on your mind? Why are you always frowning? Li Xian came back to his senses and clenched his teeth as if he had made a great decision. He raised his head to look at Li Ting and said with a serious face, Father, I have something to tell you. But this definitely cannot be known by ninth elder. Otherwise, boss will definitely not recognize me as a brother. Li Ting frowned. What is it? Speak. Li Xian hurriedly told him about what he overheard from the Fang family half a month ago. He bitterly smiled and said, Boss didn't want me to say it, so I've been hiding it. But Boss is going to the Fang family tomorrow. Although he has broken through to the 7th level of the body tempering stage, how could he be a match for Fang Qiong, who has stepped into the core formation stage? Fang Qiong, core formation stage? Hearing his son's words, Li Ting's face changed greatly. He shouted in alarm, You brat, you dare to hide such a big matter. You're really audacious. I'll report this to Patriarch and come back to teach you a lesson. After he finished speaking, Li Ting walked out in a hurry. Only Li Xian's chubby face was left behind. He pursed his lips and muttered to himself, Boss, don't blame me. I'm just afraid that something will happen to you. Even if you resent me and hate me afterwards, I'll accept it. In the evening, Patriarch Li Nanfeng sent someone to find him, causing Duan Lingtian to be rather surprised. In the Li family's main hall, he saw that besides Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder Li Hue and Fifth Elder Li Ting were also present. His heart trembled. How could he not know what happened? It must be that damn fatty who said too much. Greetings to Patriarch, Grand Elder, and Fifth Elder. Duan Lingtian bowed to the three of them one by one. Duan Lingtian, do you know why we're looking for you? Li Nanfeng's eyes narrowed as he slowly asked. Patriarch, it should be because of the matter of Fang Qiong stepping into the body tempering stage, right? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. You brat, you have good talent and you're also intelligent. But, don't you think you're lacking in consideration of this matter? Li Nanfeng sighed. Duan Lingtian was now the Li family's treasure. As long as he was alive, the Six Treasures body tempering liquid would not be cut off. The Six Treasures body tempering liquid was of great significance to the Li family. With the Thunderfire pill, the cultivation of the children of the Li family's elders could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, greatly widening the gap between them and the younger generation of the Fang and Chen families. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Patriarch, a real man has to stand in the world, and there are things that he can't do. Tomorrow's matter is a promise that I, Duan Lingtian, made in front of you. As the saying goes, a gentleman's promise is as valuable as 1,000 pieces of gold. If Patriarch sent me here to persuade me to break my promise, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You, Li Nanfeng was speechless. Duan Lingtian's words were incisive and all-pervasive, causing him to really not know how to persuade him. Little fellow, this matter can't be joked about. With your current cultivation and relying on your swift sword, you might be able to kill a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist, but a 1st-level core formation martial artist with the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is far from what a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist can compare to. Grand Elder Li Hua also spoke, wanting to dispel Duan Lingtian's thoughts of going to the Fang family tomorrow. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. Gratitude appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, and his eyes were firm as before without the slightest change. Forget it, forget it. After staring at Duan Lingtian for a while, Li Hua sighed. Patriarch, since this little fellow has already made up his mind, then let him go. Grand Elder. Li Nanfeng and Li Ting were both stunned. Thank you, Grand Elder. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he glanced gratefully at Li Hua, then looked at Li Nanfeng and Li Ting. Patriarch, 5th Elder, before I go to the Fang family tomorrow, please don't tell my mother about this matter. Duan Lingtian thanks you. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian turned around and left in a carefree manner. Grand Elder, how could you agree to let him go? Li Ting had a bitter smile on his face as he didn't know why Grand Elder would make such a decision. Li Nanfeng also looked at Li Hua. He had the same question. Li Ting, you've seen this little fellow's attitude. Do you think we can stop him? Could it be that we have to put him under house arrest? This is the path he chose, and everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. He is no exception. Li Hua stood up and prepared to leave. Chapter 30. On the morning of the 2nd day, the sun rose from the east and all living things came back to life. The youth put on a purple robe and put on a waist-like scabbard around his waist. The violet meteorite soft sword entered his hand and disappeared into the scabbard. Those who didn't know wouldn't be able to tell that there was something else in the youth's waistband. Opening the door, the sunlight shone in. The youth narrowed his eyes and stretched. Young master. A pleasant voice sounded in his ears. The youth's gaze fell on the slender and elegant young girl in front of him. The young girl was wearing a light green robe with a purple leather waistband around her waist. She didn't look too out of place. The young girl's waistband was the same as the youth's, but it was much more exquisite. Noticing Duan Lingtian's burning gaze, a trace of shyness appeared on the young girl's delicate cheeks. Young master, what are you looking at? Duan Lingtian pretended to be lecherous. Of course I'm looking at my little beauty Kerr. Young master, you're making fun of Kerr again. The young girl blushed and said, Young master, madam, and I have already prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat. Saying this, the young girl led Duan Lingtian to the dining table. There was a sumptuous breakfast on the table. Where's my mother? Duan Lingtian asked. Madam was called over by the patriarch early in the morning. The young girl said. Okay. Kerr, my mother probably won't be back for a while. Let's eat first. Duan Lingtian nodded and greeted Kerr. He wasn't surprised that his mother had left. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he took the young girl and walked out of the house. Kerr, when we reach the Fang family, stand next to my mother. Do you understand? Yes, young master. Kerr nodded obediently. Along the way, wherever the young man and woman passed by, they would attract a long tail. The two of them left the Li family mansion, passed through the Li family market, entered the Fang family market, and headed toward the Fang family mansion. Today's market was exceptionally lively. Early in the morning, the streets were already bustling with people. Even more people were standing at the side of the streets, as if they were waiting for something. Suddenly, these people seemed to have discovered something and looked into the distance one after another. It's Duan Lingtian from the Li family. I didn't expect that he would dare to go to the Fang family. I've said it before. Since Duan Lingtian dared to kill Fang Quan, he definitely won't be afraid of the Fang family. He'll definitely go. The butler of the Fang family, Fang Qiong, is not someone Duan Lingtian can compare to. The difference in strength between the two of them is like 1,000 li. Duan Lingtian is too impulsive. Soon, a pair of young men and women walked out of the three main markets of Fresh Breeze Town, leaving a long line behind them. The long line stretched from one end of the Fang family market to the other. It could be said that it was a grand and imposing sight. Not only that, the long line continued to grow longer. Finally, the young man and girl arrived at the main gate of the Fang family mansion. After the two of them stood still, there was already a surge of people outside the Fang family mansion. Soon, the crowd consciously parted to form a path. The members of the Li family slowly walked over. Except for the seventh elder, Li Kuan, almost all of the elders had come. Patriarch, elders. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised at the arrival of Li Nanfeng and the others. He bowed slightly with the girl beside him. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but whisper at this moment. It seems that the Li family values Duan Lingtian very much. Even the patriarch has come in person. Yes, the patriarch of the Li family came in person, and almost all of the elders of the Li family have gathered together. Although this Duan Lingtian is a child of another surname, his status in the Li family is obviously not ordinary. It seems that today's matter between Duan Lingtian and Fang Qiong is no longer purely a personal grudge. This is a conflict between the Li family and the Fang family. Duan Lingtian asked Ke to stand beside his mother, Li Ru. He walked alone to the main gate of the Fang family mansion and said with a deep voice like thunder, "The 3-month deadline is up. Do you dare to come out, Fang Qiong, the housekeeper of the Fang family?" Duan Lingtian stood at the main gate of the Fang family mansion and shouted with an imposing manner. He was like an invincible god of war. "Why wouldn't I dare?" A group of people stepped out from the Fang family mansion. The person following behind them was responding to Duan Lingtian. It was Fang Qiong. In front of Fang Qiong was the patriarch of the Fang family, Fang Yi, and the elders of the Fang family. Beside Fang Yi was an old man walking side by side. Even Fang Yi now revealed a sincere respect for the old man. "It's the grand elder of the Fang family. I didn't expect that the Fang family would come in full force. Even the grand elder of the Fang family has come. If the grand elder of the Li family also came, then it would be even more lively." Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man beside Fang Yi. This grand elder of the Fang family looked at him with a gaze that seemed calm, but in reality, it was filled with killing intent. As an iron-blooded soldier who had walked through a rain of bullets, he could see through it with a single glance. After the Fang family group came out, they greeted the Li family group and then stood not far from the Li family group. Suddenly, the Fang family grand elder looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Li Hua, since you've come, why are you still hiding at the side? Old man Fang, it seems that your cultivation has improved again." Just as everyone was puzzled, an old figure walked out from the crowd. It was the Li family's grand elder, Li Hua. Grand elder. The Li family members hurriedly bowed to Li Hua under the leadership of their patriarch, Li Nanfeng. Grand elder. Seeing Li Hua, Duan Lingtian was also somewhat surprised. The surrounding onlookers' eyes all lit up. It was rare for them to see such a grand scene in their lifetime. They all felt that this trip was worth it, and they would have something to brag about when they returned. "Haha. I didn't expect the two grand elders to personally come. Even Chen Li brought his daughter to join in the fun." Just at this moment, the crowd once again opened up a path. The patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Li, slowly walked over with Chen Mai-er. After bowing to the two elders of the Li family and Fang family, they stood to the side. Duan Lingtian noticed that Chen Mai-er's gaze contained a faint trace of worry. He couldn't help but be stunned. This girl couldn't have really taken a fancy to him, right? Fang Qiong. Standing on the empty space in front of the Fang family estate, Duan Lingtian stared at Fang Qiong, who was standing in the middle of the Fang family group, and his voice was cold and indifferent. At this moment, Fang Qiong walked out and faced Duan Lingtian. First level of the core formation stage. This Fang Qiong actually broke through to the core formation stage. Just at this moment, the gaze of the Li family's second elder, Li Sheng, descended upon Fang Qiong. As if he saw something, his expression slightly changed as he exclaimed in a low voice. Instantly, besides the members of the Fang family, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, grand elder, Li Hua, and fifth elder, Li Ting, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The expressions of the members of the Li family changed greatly, and the others revealed astonishment. The matter before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. The Fang family's housekeeper, Fang Qiong, broke through to the core formation stage. The Fang family hid this really well. They actually covered up this shocking news so tightly. The Fang family intentionally concealed the news of Fang Qiong breaking through. I'm afraid they were waiting for this moment to arrive. The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at Du and Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. The expression of the Li family's ninth elder, Li Ru, greatly changed. She never would have thought that Fang Qiong would already be a core formation stage martial artist. She immediately took a step forward and looked towards Du and Lingtian as she shouted in a low voice, "Tian, come home with Mom. Today's matter ends here." Before Du and Lingtian could speak, the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, laughed heartily. "Ninth elder, it was your son who made such a grand promise that day. Could it be that you want to go back on your word? A member of the Li family shouldn't flee at the last minute, right?" Li Ru ignored Fang Yi and resolutely prepared to leave with Du and Lingtian. As far as she was concerned, her son might have a chance of winning against Fang Qiong, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. But against Fang Qiong, who was at the 1st level of the core formation stage, her son had no chance of winning. "Ninth elder, please don't make things difficult for me." One of the Fang family's elders stepped forward and blocked Li Ru's path, making it difficult for her to take even a single step. The other Fang family's elders also glared at the Li family's elders, preventing them from interfering in today's matter. The Fang family came prepared. "I'd like to see who can stop me." Li Ru tightly grasped the sheathed fine steel sword. As long as she used the sword drawing art, she was confident that she could kill the Fang family's elder in one strike. However, if she used her sword, it would mean that the Li family and the Fang family would completely fall out. They would fight to the death. "Mom." At this moment, Du and Lingtian opened his mouth and gave Li Ru a reassuring look. Li Ru understood the meaning in her son's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally took a deep breath and loosened her grip on the sheath. However, she still made up her mind. If her son wasn't Fang Qiong and faced a life and death crisis, she would protect her son even if it meant spilling blood on the Fang family. For her son, she was willing to become the enemy of the entire world. "Dad, what should we do? Fang Qiong has already entered the core formation stage. How can Du and Lingtian be his opponent?" Chen Maya looked at her father with a worried expression. "You should help him." Chen Li smiled bitterly. "Maya, we're destined to only be spectators today. Father can't do anything." Chen Maya's expression changed slightly. She bit her lower lip and looked at Du and Lingtian from afar with a worried expression. She thought to herself, "You bad guy, you can't let anything happen to you. I haven't even gotten my revenge on you yet, young master." Ker's face went pale. She didn't expect that the young master's opponent had already stepped into the core formation stage. Her slender hand was already pressed on the hilt of the violet meteorite flexible sword at her waist, ready to draw the sword at any moment. "Boss, you can do it." Little Fatty stood in the crowd and looked at Du and Lingtian from afar. His fat face revealed an extremely serious expression. Fang Qiong looked at Du and Lingtian and was slightly surprised. "Du and Lingtian, I really didn't expect that you would step into the 7th level of the body tempering stage in only 3 months. However, you're destined to die in my hands today. I'll personally take revenge for my son." Du and Lingtian smiled indifferently. "Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big?" Fang Qiong sneered. "Du and Lingtian, isn't the sword in your hand your most formidable weapon? Why didn't you bring your sword today? Could it be that you think that I, Fang Qiong, don't have the qualifications to make you use your sword? I didn't expect that you would be a sensible person." Du and Lingtian grinned, and his smile was as brilliant as the sun. "You're courting death." Fang Qiong's gaze went cold and the veins on his forehead bulged. Origin energy suffused his palms and fingers together. Chapter 31. Du and Lingtian actually didn't use a sword. Including the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, Grand Elder, Li Hue, and other members of the Li family, They were all stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian confronting Fang Chong empty-handed. Has this kid gone mad? The reason Duan Lingtian was able to kill Fang Quan, who was at the 6th level of the body tempering stage, with a cultivation at the 4th level of the body tempering stage, was because he had a sword in his hand. As far as they were concerned, if Duan Lingtian didn't have a sword, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Fang Quan. Now, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation at the 7th level of the body tempering stage was already shocking in their eyes, he was actually facing a 1st-level core formation martial artist empty-handed. This caused their scalps to go numb. The surrounding spectators were all stunned as well. Duan Lingtian wants to fight Fang Chong empty-handed? Has he gone mad? Maybe he knows that regardless of whether he has a sword or not, he isn't a match for Fang Chong, so he just gave up resisting. It's possible. Duan Lingtian, take this. Just at this moment, Chen Maya raised her hand and threw the fine steel sword in her hand towards Duan Lingtian. Ever since she saw Duan Lingtian's graceful bearing when he drew his sword, she had always yearned for sword skills. During this period of time, her sword had never left her side. She never imagined that she would be able to help Duan Lingtian today. But, just when she thought that Duan Lingtian would be grateful to her after receiving the sword. However, Duan Lingtian did something that was out of her expectations. He raised his hand and blocked her sword. Clang! The sword fell back in front of her body. Chen Mai's beautiful face was livid. She lightly stomped her feet and was so angry that she couldn't speak. This Duan Lingtian is simply insane. Miss Chen was kind enough to hand him a sword, but he didn't want it. Does he really think he can contend with Fang Chong without a sword? At this time, except for the Fang family, who were sneering, and Li Ru and Ke, who were standing together, everyone present, including the Li family, was stunned. It was hard to understand Duan Lingtian's current behavior. What is this little guy trying to do? Li Hua's expression was ugly. The appearance of the Fang family's first elder had ruined his plan. With this old man around, even if Duan Lingtian was really in danger, it would be very difficult for him to save Duan Lingtian. As for the other members of the Li family, they were all being watched by the members of the Fang family. It was difficult for them to get away. The Fang family had obviously come prepared. They wanted Fang Chong to kill Duan Lingtian and give the Li family a warning. Even Li Hua couldn't help but feel anxious. If he had known that Duan Lingtian was so arrogant that he didn't even use a sword today, he would definitely have put Duan Lingtian under house arrest yesterday and not let him appear here. But now, it was all too late. Boss. Little Fatty stood at the edge of the crowd. His chubby face drooped, and his small eyes were filled with worry. Duan Lingtian, it seems that you also understand that whether you have a sword in your hand or not, you will still be killed by me today. Seeing that you are so self-aware, I will give you a quick death. Fang Chong revealed a mocking smile. He had already prepared his elemental energy, and it filled his palms, ready to attack at any time. Anyone can talk big. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered. Stop trying to be mysterious. Die. Fang Chong's gaze turned cold. The elemental energy in his legs dispersed, and his entire body flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. The elemental energy wreaking havoc in his palms seemed to push the clouds in the sky forward as he slapped towards Duan Lingtian. High-grade yellow-rank martial skill, flowing cloud palm. Instantly, the two clouds of white mist above Fang Chong's head finally transformed into two clear ancient mammoth silhouettes. Fang Chong's full-strength attack had the strength of two ancient mammoth. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present couldn't help but rise to their throats. Li Ru's hand that was holding the scabbard tightened, and she was ready to kill the Fang family elder who was blocking the way at any time to save her son. Seeing Fang Chong approaching menacingly, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He discovered a problem. So that's how it is. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile, as if he had thought of something. Fang Chong's entire body was like a rock that enveloped him, and he was within reach. Duan Lingtian moved. Leaning his upper body, he dodged Fang Chong's menacing palm with a difficult movement that was difficult for ordinary people to do at a tricky angle. This palm blew Duan Lingtian's purple robe, causing it to flutter in the wind. Die. Suddenly, Fang Qiong reacted and abruptly shouted. Turning his palms, he slapped towards Duan Lingtian's back that was completely exposed after bending his upper body, at this moment, under the gazes of disbelief from everyone. Duan Lingtian's legs trembled. His entire body was like an agile snake as he borrowed strength from Fang Qiong's body and instantly moved behind Fang Qiong. Once again, he dodged Fang Qiong's ferocious palm. Movement martial skill, Li Hua and the Fang family's grand elder practically said in unison, their voices mixed with a bit of astonishment. After their voices were heard, even more people's faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone's shocked expressions didn't even have time to calm down. The scene that appeared in front of them caused their gazes to completely freeze. They saw Duan Lingtian move behind Fang Qiong, and the moment Fang Qiong turned around, he pressed his hand on his waist. Xiao. Those with higher cultivations faintly saw a purple sword flash past. It was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly. In the blink of an eye, the sword flash had already disappeared along with Duan Lingtian's hand. Cough. Fang Qiong's body trembled as he coughed dryly. The line of blood on his throat began to spread. No matter how hard he clasped his throat, he couldn't stop the blood from gushing out from his throat. His hands were quickly dyed red. When his body was on the verge of collapse, he looked at the youth in front of him with a face full of unwillingness. However, he no longer had the strength to attack the youth. So what if you're in the core formation stage? I only need one sword to kill you. Fang Qiong's eyes widened in despair as his body crashed to the ground. The youth's cold voice sounded in a timely manner. It shook the hearts of everyone present to the point that they trembled. I only need one sword to kill you. What a straightforward sentence. Most importantly, these words were spoken by a 7th-level body tempering martial artist to a 1st-level core formation martial artist. Tian. Young master. Boss. 3 figures were the first to react and arrived beside Duan Lingtian. The young girl seemed to have forgotten her shyness as she tightly hugged Duan Lingtian. A smile that could topple nations appeared on her pitilessly beautiful face. When Li Ru and Li Xian saw this, they looked at each other and shook their heads as they laughed. It was rare that they didn't make fun of the two of them. Ha 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 ha. Old man Fang, I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip today. Li Hua looked at the Fang family's grand elder and laughed loudly. His voice was mixed with delight as he mocked his old rival to his heart's content. Humph. The Fang family's grand elder coldly snorted. His icy gaze swept past Duan Lingtian as he walked into the Fang family estate. After the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, the expressions of the Fang family's elders were extremely unsightly as they followed him back to the Fang family estate. They originally thought that they would be able to break the spirit of the Li family today, but they didn't expect that they would instead make a wedding dress for the Li family. At the same time, traces of coldness arose in their hearts. Unknowingly, such a monster had actually appeared in the Li family. Most importantly, he was only 15 years old, 15 years old. There was still room for growth in the future. The miraculous movement martial skill, as well as the unfathomable sword skill, made them tremble in fear. This child couldn't be allowed to live. This was the same thought that suddenly emerged in their hearts. Cough cough. Li Hua suddenly coughed twice, causing Ke, who was happily lying in Duan Lingtian's arms, to be greatly embarrassed. She hurriedly left Duan Lingtian. Only then did she realize that there were many people watching. Her delicate cheeks were completely red as she shyly hid behind Li Ru's back. The people present couldn't help but let out good-natured laughter. The onlookers sighed and said, "Only a girl like this is worthy of young Master Ling Tian." Waves of agreement made the girl so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head. "Father, let's go back." Seeing this scene, Chen Mai'er's face turned pale. She bit her lower lip and called Chen Li to leave with her. How could Chen Li not know his daughter's thoughts? He shook his head and sighed. If Duan Lingtian was really interested in his daughter, he wouldn't mind matchmaking them. Unfortunately, all of this seemed to be his daughter's wishful thinking. "All right, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first," Li Hua said. Seeing the Li family escorting Duan Lingtian away, the onlookers also gradually dispersed. They were now eager to go back and share what they had seen and heard today with their friends and family. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. This is really surprising. In the crowd, a figure quietly left. It was Steward Ma of the Agarwood restaurant. Li family mansion, main hall. Just like before, Duan Lingtian was still the center of attention. First Elder Li Hua looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile that wasn't a smile. Little guy, you really kept us in the dark. Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the others nodded in agreement. No matter if it was the movement technique Duan Lingtian executed or the flexible sword hidden at his waist, they all caused them to have a feeling of having too much for their eyes to take in. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. I also wanted to catch Fang Qiong by surprise and catch him off guard. If Fang Qiong knew all of my trump cards, he definitely wouldn't be so careless today and look down on me. Otherwise, the one who died today wouldn't be him, but me. Indeed, Duan Lingtian being able to successfully kill Fang Qiong today was mostly due to luck. Firstly, Fang Qiong saw that Duan Lingtian didn't have a sword in his hand and let down his guard. Secondly, Fang Qiong didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would have such an ingenious movement technique. In the current Cloud continent, movement martial skills were already extremely rare. This was something that Duan Lingtian learned from the memories of the Duan Lingtian at the instant Fang Qiong attacked. Because in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Fang Qiong's speed when he attacked with his full strength was far inferior to the strength of two ancient mammoths. After fusing with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian could be considered to be very knowledgeable. However, in the two eras of reincarnation Emperor Wu's two lifetimes, movement techniques were very common and not as rare as they were now. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, it should be during the 10,000 years of reincarnation Emperor Wu's slumber that movement techniques started to become rare. Little guy, can you let me see your sword? Li Hua asked Duan Lingtian. Of course. Chapter 32. Good sword. As soon as the sword entered his hand, Li Hua couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the sword in his hand, he quickly realized that this sword was forged from the purple meteorite. Who forged this sword? It was shopkeeper Long. Duan Lingtian replied honestly. No wonder. I knew that in Fresh Breeze Town, other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else with such superb forging skills. The entire sword looks like it was made by nature. Li Hua praised and returned the sword to Duan Lingtian. Boss, your sword was forged from purple ore, right? I'll go find shopkeeper Long to forge one for me later. This is definitely a sneaky weapon. Little fatty Li Xian's eyes lit up as he exclaimed loudly. Purple ore? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This guy liked to pretend to know when he didn't. Slap. At this time, fifth elder Li Ting slapped the back of little fatty's head. You little brat, don't pretend to know when you don't know. How could purple ore have such strong toughness? Little fatty pouted his lips, feeling wronged. I don't know. Immediately, everyone was amused by him. Suddenly, Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Your movement technique was taught to you by your teacher? Duan Lingtian was already prepared for Li Nanfeng's question and nodded. Yes. For a moment, all the Li family elders, including Li Nanfeng and Li Hua, except for Li Ru, looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was extremely lucky to have a grade 7 alchemist as his teacher. Duan Lingtian was silent for a moment and slowly said, Patriarch, teacher gave me 2 sets of movement techniques and told me to memorize them thoroughly before taking them back. The movement technique that I'm cultivating requires an extremely strong body to be able to cultivate. The other set is suitable for anyone, so I'll share it with the family. What do you think? What? Duan Lingtian's words completely froze the atmosphere in the hall. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Are you telling the truth? Li Nanfeng took a deep breath and asked with uncertainty. Yes, give me half a month. I can write it down from memory. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then said, that movement technique is a middle-grade profound rank movement technique, called Gale Step. Mystic class mid-tier movement technique? The Li family's breathing quickened. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly as he looked at the solemn faces of the crowd. Of course, if the clan is willing to give me some money as a reward, I wouldn't mind. Duan Lingtian's words eased the atmosphere. Li Nanfeng smiled and said, no problem. How about I give you another 100,000 taels of silver? Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his thanks. The movement technique he spoke of was only the lowest level movement technique he found in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He didn't expect it to be able to sell for 100,000 taels of silver. Li Nanfeng continued, of course, this movement technique definitely isn't limited to this amount of silver. However, our Li family doesn't have much liquid funds, so I'll give you 100,000 taels first. If you need anything in the future, the Li family will help you. I believe the elders will also agree with my decision. The elders of the Li family quickly nodded. To them, the temptation of a movement technique was too great. Then I'll go back and write down the movement technique. I'll give it to the Patriarch as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian took his leave, took the young girl, and left the hall with his mother, Li Ru. Today's matter is a family secret. No one is allowed to spread it. After Duan Lingtian's family left, the Patriarch, Li Nanfeng, issued a gag order. Yes. The other elders nodded. They all knew the severity of the matter. If this matter were to spread, it would only bring harm to the Li family. The fifth elder, Li Ting, glared at the little fatty who was anxiously looking outside. Stinking brat, did you hear that? I heard. The little fatty nodded with a slightly disappointed expression on his face. What's wrong with you now? Li Ting asked with a frown. Father, didn't you notice that the boss is ignoring me? It's definitely because I told you about Fang Chong breaking through to the core formation stage. The boss is angry. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have told you. The little fatty said in all seriousness. Slap. Li Ting slapped the little fatty's head again. What did you just say? Say it again. No, nothing. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. The little fatty hurriedly shook his head. The news of the Li family's foreign disciple, Duan Lingtian, killing the Fang family's butler, who was at the first level of the core formation stage, with a cultivation at the 7th level of the body tempering stage, quickly spread throughout the entire Fresh Breeze town. It caused the people of Fresh Breeze town to once again have a new understanding of Duan Lingtian. He's only 15 years old and already so monstrous. When he grows up in the future, will Fresh Breeze town still be able to accommodate him? Not to mention Fresh Breeze town, with his natural talent, even in the large cities outside, how many of the genius disciples of the large clans can compare to him? With a cultivation at the 7th level of the body tempering stage, he killed a core formation stage martial artist with a single sword strike. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. I heard that he even used a movement technique. Even in our Fresh Breeze town's 3 great clans, I've never heard of any clan possessing a movement technique. I wonder where he learned his movement technique from. The news that spread like wildfire in Fresh Breeze town naturally spread to the Li family and the entire Li family. Little Jie. In the spacious courtyard, a miserable cry mixed with endless pain sounded out. Big brother. Immediately after, a slightly tender and sorrowful cry sounded. In the room, the youth's body was paralyzed on the bed as if he had no bones. One of his hands tightly held onto a blood-stained dagger, while the other hand's wrist was cut open. The fresh blood had yet to dry. It was obvious that the wound had been cut open not too long ago. At this moment, the youth had already stopped breathing. No, no! Little Jie, little Jie. The middle-aged man was in the prime of his life, but now he seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. His hair was white. His sorrowful face quickly revealed a savage expression. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. I want you dead, I want you dead. This person was precisely the Li family's 7th elder, Li Kuan. He never imagined that after his eldest son found out that Duan Lingtian wasn't killed by the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiong, and instead killed Fang Qiong, he would choose to commit suicide in despair. He knew. For the past few months, the biggest motivation that kept his son alive was to see Duan Lingtian be killed by Fang Qiong, but who would have thought that not only did Duan Lingtian not die, he was still alive and well. He had even become the Li family's hero. Father, let's not fight with Duan Lingtian anymore. Now that the Grand Elder is standing on his side, we can't win against him, we can't win against him. Li Xin's face was covered in tears as he tried to persuade his father. Duan Lingtian's strength made him feel despair. Slap. Li Kuan's expression changed. He raised his hand and slapped Li Xin, coldly saying, "Useless thing, that's the person who killed your brother. We can't live under the same sky. You actually said such words, how can you face your brother?" Li Xin stood at the side, feeling wronged. His eyes were red, and he didn't dare to breathe. "Help your brother change his clothes. When I come back, I'll bury him properly." Li Kuan left these words to Li Xin, then walked out of the house without looking back. "Father, what are you going to do?" Li Xin hurriedly asked, but Li Kuan simply ignored him. Li Kuan walked out of the courtyard, left the Li family's mansion, and went straight to the Fang family's mansion. His face was covered in a ferocious expression. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing to stand on the side of a disciple with a different surname and giving up on my son." He had a plan in mind. He would tell the Fang family that Duan Lingtian had the formula for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. He believed that the Fang family would definitely be interested in the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. At that time, the Fang family and the Li family would fight. Coupled with the gap between the Fang family and Duan Lingtian, the Fang family would never let go of the Duan Lingtian. Seeing the Fang family's mansion in front of him, Li Kuan sneered. In order to avenge his son, he chose to betray his own family. However, just as he was about to reach the entrance of the Fang family's mansion, he only felt darkness in front of his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up groggily again, he found himself in a sealed secret room. There were 2 people in the secret room looking at him calmly, causing his expression to change. "Patriarch, Grand Elder, why are you here?" "Li Kuan, we gave you a chance." Li Nanfeng's gaze was complicated, and he sighed. "Patriarch." As if realizing something, Li Kuan's expression changed greatly, and he knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. I was wrong. Patriarch, forgive me. I still want to keep my life and watch my son grow up. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Li Kuan, you've been blinded by hatred. Why don't you think about it carefully? Where did the conflict between your family and Ninth Elder's family come from? Could it be that it's only Ninth Elder's family's fault? Li Hua said indifferently. In the palm of his hand, a white flame slowly burned, revealing traces of a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, Li Kuan guessed what was going to happen next. His expression changed greatly, and he begged for mercy. Grand Elder, don't. Hualala tilde the white flame in Li Hua's hand jumped out and instantly expanded, enveloping Li Kuan's body. Instantly, Li Kuan didn't even have time to let out a shrill cry before he completely evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. An alchemist's pill fire was one of the hottest flames in Cloud Continent. Only a weapons craftsman's weapon fire could compare to it. Li Jie committed suicide. When Duan Lingtian heard this news, he was slightly surprised, but he didn't feel any pity. At that time, if it wasn't for Li Jie repeatedly saying that he wanted to cripple him, he wouldn't have been so ruthless to Li Jie because they were both members of the Li family. It could be said that everything that happened to Li Jie was his own fault. Now, what Duan Lingtian was worried about was 7th Elder Li Kuan's reaction. No matter what, 7th Elder Li Kuan was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. If he really wanted to make a move against him, they were both members of the Li family, so Duan Lingtian could find an opportunity at any time. However, Duan Lingtian quickly heard that 7th Elder Li Kuan had disappeared, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Outside Fresh Breeze Town, 2 travel-worn figures rode their horses into Fresh Breeze Town. They were a middle-aged man and a young man a little over 20 years old. Chapter 33. Crackle crackle. The youth stood up from the bathtub and slightly stretched his body, causing his bones to emit a clear sound of friction. Clenching his fists, the corners of the youth's mouth curled into a smile. After using the 7 treasures body tempering liquid 3 more times, I should be able to break through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Once I break through, my strength will more than double. The youth was in a good mood as his cultivation improved again. After putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtian walked out of the room. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the young girl who was sweating profusely and waving the violet meteorite flexible sword in the courtyard. His face revealed a tender expression. The young girl's hard work these past few months had been seen by him, and his heart ached for her. Young master. Soon, the young girl noticed Duan Lingtian. She sheathed the violet meteorite flexible sword into the scabbard at her waist and walked up to him with a sweet smile. Are you tired? Duan Lingtian lightly asked as he reached out to take the young girl's handkerchief in a slightly overbearing manner and gently wiped off the sweat on the young girl's face. His eyes were filled with tenderness. The young girl lightly shook her head as her delicate face revealed a happy smile. As far as she was concerned, for the young master, it was worth it no matter how tired she was. Boss. Just as the young boy and girl were like a young couple, silently looking at each other, two shouts suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard, breaking the beautiful atmosphere. Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but become gloomy. This damned fatty really knows how to pick the time. Young master, since he's looking for you in such a hurry, maybe it's something important. The young girl lightly smiled as she spoke in a considerate manner. Duan Lingtian nodded and replied, "Get in here." The little fatty walked in from outside and said to Duan Lingtian, "Boss, your house has guests." "Our house?" Duan Lingtian was stunned, not knowing what the little fatty meant. "Yeah, it seems like they're from the Duan clan. Two of them came, and I overheard Ninth Elder calling the middle-aged man fourth brother from outside the audience hall, and he called Ninth Elder third sister-in-law." The little fatty spoke with an expression as if he was asking for credit. Third sister-in-law? Could it be? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Even in Duan Lingtian's memories, there was no memory of his father. It was obvious that he had never seen his father, not even once, ever since he was old enough to understand the world. Although Duan Lingtian wasn't worried about that mysterious father of his, he was still a little curious. He wanted to know what kind of man could be so heartless as to abandon his wife and children. Let's go and take a look." Holding the girl's hand, Duan Lingtian stepped out of the house. "Boss, wait for me. You can't burn the bridge after crossing it." Seeing that the Duan Lingtian duo had gone out the door in the blink of an eye, the little fatty cried out loudly and hurriedly followed after them. The Li family's main hall wasn't far away. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he saw a person walking over from the direction of the Li family's main hall. It was a young man in his early 20s. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if the whole world owed him money. "Boss, he's one of the people from the Duan family. He's very arrogant and doesn't even respect the family head and ninth elder." Seeing the young man walking over, the little fatty spoke softly to Duan Lingtian. "The Duan family." Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at the other party. At this moment, the young man also saw Duan Lingtian and the other two. His gaze fell on the girl beside Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't shift his gaze away. His burning gaze was mixed with a bit of lust and greed. The girl frowned. Just as she was about to show her displeasure, a figure took a step forward and stood in front of her like a mountain, blocking the oncoming person's gaze. It was as if he was shielding her from the wind and rain, causing her heart to feel incomparably warm. The young man frowned and his face sank slightly. But when he saw the appearance of the youth blocking in front of the girl, his eyes instantly narrowed and his tone became slightly hurried. "You're Duan Lingtian? You know me?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. He searched through his memories, but he didn't have any impression of the person before him. But why did the other party know him? "Me. You look just like your short-lived father." The young man snorted coldly, and his eyes emitted a dense killing intent. Even Duan Lingtian didn't know why a person he'd never met would have such killing intent towards him. His heart shook as he recalled that the other party mentioned his father earlier. Could it be that he had some irreconcilable enmity with the father he'd never met? "If I remember correctly, you should be 15 this year. 15 years old with a cultivation at the 7th level of the body tempering stage. You've inherited your short-lived father's natural talent. But, in the eyes of Duan Lingxing, this little bit of strength isn't even comparable to an ant." As Duan Lingxing spoke, he took a step forward. His figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, vast amounts of origin energy converged on his right hand, and it abruptly shook. His palm struck out with a boundless momentum. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above him, developing into 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of his palm strike was actually comparable to the strength of 8 ancient mammoth. This Duan Lingxing was obviously a 6th-level core formation martial artist. Only a 6th-level core formation martial artist's full strength could draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would suddenly make a move to kill him, and his face went pale as his body abruptly leaned backward. Before he could completely dodge, Duan Lingxing's palm had already landed on his chest. Instantly, he felt as if he was struck by a 5,000-pound boulder that flew out. His entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring. At the same time that he was struck flying, Duan Lingtian's throat tasted something sweet, and he lightly coughed, staining the ground with blood that was dazzling and eye-catching. "Young master, boss." The young girl and little fatty's faces went pale as they dashed to Duan Lingtian's side and supported him up. They looked angrily at Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. If it wasn't for him using the spirit serpent movement technique to lean backwards, Duan Lingxing's palm strike would have taken his life. At that instant, the approach of death caused him to have a lingering fear in his heart. After the fear passed, he was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingxing, and his voice was incomparably low. "I feel that I have no enmity with you, so why did you suddenly make a move to kill me?" From the name that Duan Lingtian reported, Duan Lingtian also realized that his relationship with Duan Lingtian wasn't shallow. Even their names differed by only one word. However, he couldn't figure out why Duan Lingtian would be so ruthless and directly want to take his life. "I really didn't expect that you would be able to dodge 80% of my palm strike in time. I take back my words, you can be compared to an ant." Duan Lingxing took a step forward and looked down at Duan Lingtian from above. A cold smile appeared on his face. "As for you saying that we have no enmity with each other, then you are gravely mistaken. That short-lived father of yours didn't care about the brotherhood back then and crippled my father's dantian, causing my father to live in pain for the rest of his life. Now, you still dare to say that we have no enmity with each other?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. So that's how it was. Then, he coldly swept a glance at Duan Lingxing and mocked. "If you have the ability, then go ahead and find the person who crippled your father for revenge. Taking it out on me only shows that you are incompetent. A son must repay a father's debt." Duan Lingxing sneered as he waved his hand. His figure flashed as he slapped out with his palm once again with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. "Let me see how you're going to dodge my palm strike again." Swish. Right at this moment, the young girl beside Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing art. An incomparably swift violet sword light flashed out and met Duan Lingxing's palm strike head-on. Duan Lingxing coldly laughed even more. His large hand closed and grabbed the soft sword that the young girl swung out. Origin energy bloomed as his palm struck the body of the sword. Instantly, the young girl's delicate body shook and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her entire body flew out along with her sword. The young girl supported herself with her sword and barely managed to stand firm. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. "Kerr." The young girl being injured caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change greatly. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. The spirit serpent movement technique appeared and instantly arrived in front of Duan Lingxing, his right hand pressed on his waist. Sword drawing art. "Mph, you overestimate yourself." Duan Lingxing coldly snorted and grabbed with his large hand once again. Instantly, Duan Lingtian followed in the footsteps of the young girl. Duan Lingtian, who was already heavily injured, once again fiercely fell to the ground and was unable to stand up. "Young master!" Kerr cried out in grief. Her delicate body shook and the sword in her hand was unable to support her body anymore. She instantly fell to the ground. Although she fell to the ground, Kerr, whose beautiful eyes were filled with tears, still used both her hands and feet to crawl towards Duan Lingtian with difficulty. Seeing this scene, endless jealousy arose in Duan Lingxing's eyes. His legs shook and his entire body flew towards Duan Lingtian. His eyes revealed dense killing intent as a vast palm strike descended. Above Duan Lingxing's head, another 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Boss. Right at this moment, along with a startled shout, a round body blocked Duan Lingxing's path and forcefully received Duan Lingxing's palm strike. He flew over 10 meters and collapsed to the ground, no longer making a sound. Li Xian. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his expression changed greatly. His voice revealed a desolate coldness and his slightly immature face started trembling. He never imagined that Li Xian would block Duan Lingxing's palm strike for him. At this moment, endless regret arose in his heart. He hated himself for being useless. He hated himself for not treating Li Xian well in the past. Is it very painful? Seeing this scene, Duan Lingxing laughed and looked at Duan Lingtian playfully. Duan Lingtian didn't speak, but the gaze he looked at Duan Lingxing with was filled with a bloodthirsty coldness, and a bloodthirsty killing intent arose from his body. This killing intent pervaded the air, causing Duan Lingxing's expression to change, and he unconsciously took a step back. Duan Lingxing was only a young man in his early 20s after all. In such a hurry, how could he withstand the bloodthirsty killing intent that Duan Lingtian cultivated through endless slaughter in his previous life? Trash. A trace of coldness appeared at the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, as if he was making fun of the cowardly Duan Lingxing who retreated. Duan Lingxing's face was gloomy. He never imagined that he would be forced to retreat by the aura of a 15-year-old youth. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Above his head, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. A ferocious palm flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Young master. Chapter 34. Stay your hand. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to lose his life at the hands of Duan Lingxing, an explosive shout sounded out. An enormous palm condensed from origin energy appeared out of thin air and flashed out, grabbing Duan Lingxing. Instantly, Duan Lingxing's palm that flashed towards Duan Lingtian missed. The person who attacked was precisely the leader of the 3 people that flashed out of the Li family's audience hall. He was a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. At this moment, the middle-aged man frowned. Nascent soul stage. The pupils of the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, who was following behind, constricted. Only experts at the nascent soul stage and above were able to release origin energy. Tian. A graceful figure flashed out and arrived before Duan Lingtian. After inspecting her son's injuries, Li Ru's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingxing, no matter what, my son is still your cousin. How could you be so ruthless? Duan Lingxing sneered and said sarcastically, my good third aunt, don't forget that third uncle crippled my father's dantian and made my father suffer a fate worse than death. I only asked my good cousin to help third uncle pay back some interest. Enough. The middle-aged man with a face full of stubble frowned and coldly shouted, Lingxing, if you continue to be willful, then get the hell back to the family right now. Duan Lingxing laughed dryly. Fourth uncle, I won't say anything. Patriarch, quickly take Li Xian to see Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian looked towards Li Nanfeng and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Only now did Li Nanfeng notice Li Xian lying in the distance. His face went pale as he carried Li Xian and flashed towards Grand Elder's residence. Kerr. Then, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and crawled towards Kerr with difficulty. He grabbed Kerr's hand and asked, Kerr, are you okay? Young master, I'm fine. The girl shook her head firmly. Li Ru helped Duan Lingtian and the young lady up, one in each hand. Taking a deep breath, she looked towards the bearded middle-aged man and said, Tian this is your fourth uncle. Mother, I don't know him, and I don't want to know him. Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, his face full of disdain. Tian don't be rude. Li Ru frowned. Mother, politeness is reserved for elders who are worthy of respect. Why should I be polite to someone who can't treat his juniors equally? Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at the middle-aged man and sneered. Since the middle-aged man had appeared, he had not reprimanded Duan Lingxing. Such a biased person was not fit to be his elder. Fourth brother, I'm sorry, Tian has been spoiled by me. Li Ru looked at the middle-aged man and said apologetically, "Third sister-in-law, I can understand. I don't blame Ling Tian." The middle-aged man sighed and said, "What happened today is all my fault. If I hadn't passed by Fresh Breeze Town on a whim and wanted to see third sister-in-law, it wouldn't have. Forget it, I'll leave now." After speaking, the middle-aged man looked apologetically at Duan Lingtian and left with Duan Lingxing. Before Duan Lingxing left, he coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, a mocking smile on his face. Clap 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 clap. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles rubbing against each other. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty killing intent. In both his lives, this was the first time he had been humiliated like this. This enmity and hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Sooner or later, he would make Duan Lingxing pay him back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. No matter who this Duan Lingxing was, what identity he had, what relationship he had with him. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Duan Lingtian looked up at Li Ru and said anxiously, "Mother, I want to go to First Elder's place. I want to see Li Xian." "Tian I'll help you and Ke back to rest first," Li Ru said with concern. "Mother, I know about my injuries. I'll be fine after going to First Elder's place to ask for a grade 9 gold injury pill. Help Ke back first. I'll go see Li Xian and get the gold injury pill for Ke." Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian let go of Li Ru's hand and walked slowly with gritted teeth. "Young master, I'll go with you," the young girl said stubbornly. "Ke, be good and go back first." Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a serious expression. Only then did the young girl nod and go back with Li Ru's help. After Duan Lingtian arrived at First Elder's residence, he asked for a grade 9 gold injury pill from First Elder Li Hua. After consuming it, his injuries finally recovered slightly. Soon, he noticed that Li Hua's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. His heart instantly skipped a beat. "First Elder, how are Li Xian's injuries?" "Xian Just when Li Hua was about to answer Duan Lingtian, a figure flashed into the room like the wind. When he saw the unconscious Li Xian, his expression was unsightly. Then, he looked at Li Hua and said, "First Elder, my son, fortunately, Li Xian's skin is thick and his flesh is thick, so his internal organs weren't injured. However, his sternum is almost completely shattered. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long." Li Hua sighed. "What?" The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Fifth Elder Li Ting changed greatly. "First Elder, is there any other way?" Li Ting looked at Li Hua, his heart burning with anxiety. "Unless we have the bone solidifying pill. However, this pill has been extinct for many years. I've only seen records of it in an ancient book." Li Hua shook his head, his expression showing that he was unable to help. "Bone solidifying pill?" When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately searched through his memories regarding the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Finally, he found the pill formula for the bone solidifying pill. "First Elder, I have the pill formula for the bone solidifying pill." Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua and said, "That's great." Li Ting said excitedly, "Don't be happy too early. The bone solidifying pill is a grade 8 pill. Only an alchemist of grade 8 and above can refine it. Even if I have the pill formula, I won't be able to refine it." Li Hua sighed. A grade 8 alchemist and a grade 9 alchemist were only one grade apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Then, Li Hua looked at Duan Lingtian. "Little guy, can you contact your teacher within 3 days?" "Teacher?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. That grade 7 alchemist teacher was just a figment of his imagination. There was no such person in this world. He could only smile bitterly. "First Elder, teacher has always been elusive. After leaving me some pill formulas, he left Fresh Breeze Town. I can't find him. Then there's no other way." Li Hua shook his head and sighed. "First Elder, how long can my son last?" Li Ting asked. 3 days at most." Li Hua replied. 3 days. Li Ting's expression changed. 3 days is too short. I can't contact my father-in-law at all. First Elder, can you delay it for a few more days? I can't do anything. Li Hua shook his head. Maybe I have a way, Duan Lingtian said. Then, He looked at Li Ting. Fifth elder, I can buy a month for Li Xian. However, can Li Xian's grandfather find a grade 8 alchemist in such a short time? Duan Lingtian had long realized that Li Xian's grandfather wasn't simple. It wasn't strange for him to be able to find a grade 8 alchemist. There's no need for a month. Half a month is enough. Lingtian, I'm counting on you. Li Ting turned and walked out, leaving only this sentence. Obviously, he trusted Duan Lingtian very much. He didn't even have the slightest doubt. The more he was like this, the more guilty Duan Lingtian felt. Little guy, you really have a way? Li Hua asked. First elder, I have a formula for a medicinal liquid. As long as Li Xian's body is soaked in that liquid, his bones will be able to maintain their vitality for a month. Duan Lingtian said. What kind of herbs do you need? I'll get someone to buy it. Li Hua's eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian straightforwardly wrote down the formula, including the proportions of the various herbs. At this time, he didn't think of hiding anything. Besides, it was just a low-level formula. After Li Hua looked at the formula, he couldn't help but exclaim, wonderful, wonderful. First elder, I'm counting on you. After speaking, Duan Lingtian asked Li Hua for a grade 9 gold injury pill and walked out. After sending the grade 9 gold injury pill home and confirming that Ker's injuries weren't serious, he finally let out a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Ker, he would never be able to forgive himself. With Li Ru's help to dissolve the medicinal effects with her origin energy, Ker's injuries were basically healed by evening. Duan Lingtian's injuries were more serious, so he still needed to rest for a few days. Tian is Li Xian all right? After hearing the reason for Li Xian's injuries from Ker, Li Ru was also very worried about Li Xian's injuries. If it weren't for Li Xian, she probably wouldn't be able to see her son again in this lifetime. Mother, he'll be fine. Duan Lingtian said with a serious face. Mother believes in you. Li Ru nodded. Mother, suddenly, Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ru, wanting to say something but hesitating. He wanted to ask about the father he had never met, but he didn't know where to start. Tian go back and rest first. Mother will tell you what you want to know tomorrow. Li Ru saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and returned to his room to rest. Lying on the bed, Duan Lingtian gazed at the ceiling as his eyes flickered with a cold light. I originally thought that with my current cultivation advancement and natural talent, not to mention Fresh Breeze Town, even in the large cities outside, there wouldn't be many people who could compare to me. That Duan Lingxing is only a little over 20 years old, but his cultivation has already stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. When he attacks with his full strength, he can draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop 8 ancient mammoth silhouette. Today, if I didn't use the spirit serpent movement technique to lean back in time, his first palm strike would have killed me without a doubt. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized how weak he was. Although he was lucky enough to kill a first-level core formation martial artist, when faced with Duan Lingxing, who was at the 6th level of the core formation stage, he was completely powerless. Even if he used his full strength, the sword-drawing arts was easily broken by Duan Lingxing. The difference between his cultivation and Duan Lingxing's was like a chasm. Duan Lingxing, now, as long as he thought of this name, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but ignite a ball of fire, and his eyes even emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. This was the first time in his life that he desired to kill someone so much. This sort of desire was something he didn't even have in his previous life. Soon, he thought of Li Xian. To tell the truth, all along, although he seemed to have accepted Li Xian as his little brother on the surface, he was still on guard in his heart. After all, he was tricked by his best brother in his previous life, causing him to not easily trust his so-called brothers. But this time, Li Xian disregarded his own life and used his body to block a fatal blow for him, truly touching the string in his heart. Chapter 35. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian's cultivation finally broke through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. On the 3rd day after his breakthrough, Ker broke through as well. This caused Duan Lingtian to once again be shocked by Ker's natural talent. As far as he was concerned, With Ker's current cultivation speed, one day in the future, she really might surpass him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the fifth elder, Li Ting, came back covered in dust. Following behind him was an old man in fine clothes. The old man in fine clothes had a face full of vicissitudes of life, but between his brows was a trace of worry. Under Li Ting's introduction, Duan Lingtian found out that this old man was Li Xian's grandfather, who was also a grade 8 alchemist. Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Li Xian was so rich. A grade 8 alchemist represented an enormous amount of wealth. However, the old man wasn't very friendly towards Duan Lingtian. His face sank as he said, "You're Duan Lingtian? I've heard that the reason why little Xian was injured this time was all because of you. If anything happens to little Xian, I'll absolutely not let you off." Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, but had no way to refute. Li Xian was indeed injured because of him, and because of this, he felt deeply guilty. After that, he took out the pill formula that he had prepared long ago and passed it to the old man. "Senior, this is the pill formula for the bone condensation pill. We've already prepared the medicinal materials for you, so you can start refining at any time." The old man took the pill formula and after roughly looking at it for a while, a bright light flashed within his cloudy eyes. Under the lead of the Li family's grand elder, Li Hue, he entered a quiet room. "Start refining. Ling Tian, little Xian's grandfather, has always been straightforward. Don't take what he said to heart." Fifth elder Li Ting smiled guiltily at Duan Lingtian. He had never blamed Duan Lingtian for Li Xian's injury. He knew that it was his son's choice, and he respected his son's choice. He was even proud of his son. From this incident, he could see that his son had really grown up and was capable of taking on responsibilities. "Fifth elder, I feel even more apologetic now that you've put it this way. After all, I was the cause of this matter." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Soon after, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "However, one day, I will personally avenge Li Xian, I believe that." Li Ting nodded in agreement. 3 hours later, the old man finally walked out of the quiet room. He fed the successfully refined bone solidifying pill to Li Xian, who was lying in the medicinal bath. Immediately after, he placed his hand on Li Xian's dantian and released a vast amount of elemental energy to help Li Xian neutralize the medicinal effects of the bone solidifying pill. Everyone present could clearly see that Li Xian's slightly sunken chest was slowly bulging up before finally returning to its normal state. After that, the old man lightly patted Li Xian's chubby face to wake him up. During this period of time, in order to not let Li Xian suffer, Grand Elder Li Hue fed him a type of medicinal pill that made him fall into a deep sleep for an entire half a month. During this half a month, Li Xian's vitality was completely maintained by the medicinal liquid. Suddenly, the little fatty woke up. He opened his small eyes and sat up with a confused expression. At first glance, he saw the familiar old man in front of him. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. "Grandfather, why are you also dead? You little brat, you haven't seen your grandfather for so long, and the moment you see him, you curse your grandfather to die." The little fatty's first words after waking up caused the old man to not know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not dead." The little fatty had a face of disbelief. He pinched his arms, then his legs. Only then did he realize that he was really not dead. He couldn't help but say in surprise, "I'm really not dead. Grandfather, what's going on? Could it be that everything that happened before was just a dream?" "Stinking brat, you're not dreaming," Li Ting jokingly scolded. Seeing his son wake up, the stone in his heart could finally be put down. When Duan Lingtian, who stood at the door, saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He didn't disturb Li Xian's family reunion and returned home alone and entered his room. Lying on the bed, his eyes flashed, and Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly blurry. When he recalled everything that his mother told him half a month ago, he still felt that it was slightly inconceivable. It turned out that his father was a member of the Duan clan, a large clan in the imperial city. He was ranked third amongst the direct descendants of the same generation and was once a rare genius in the martial Dao of the Duan clan. At the age of 16, he broke through to the core formation stage. At the age of 20, he broke through to the origin core stage. At the age of 27, he successfully stepped into the nascent soul stage. When his father broke through to the nascent soul stage, his mother just happened to be pregnant with him. But right at this moment, a piece of bad news came back to the Duan clan and overturned all the beautiful things. After his father brought a few Duan clan disciples and entered a mysterious place, they never came out again. The only reason his father went to that place was to find a medicinal catalyst called the serene Sirius flower for his mother. He was prepared to ask an alchemist to refine the breath-forging pill for his mother to consume. After fusing with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian naturally knew what the breath-forging pill was. It was an extremely precious medicinal pill. If it was consumed by a pregnant woman, not only would it make the fetus immune to all diseases, it could also borrow the innate qi of the fetus to help the pregnant woman change her constitution and even increase her natural talent in the martial Tao. From this, it could be seen that everything his father did was for the sake of him and his mother. But unfortunately, his father paid the price with his life because of this. At the very least, all the members of the Duan clan thought so. His father was the family's backer. His father's disappearance also meant that the family's backer had collapsed. Some people who were incomparably jealous of his father in the past started to use all sorts of methods to make things difficult for his mother. His mother was worried about the safety of the child in her womb and finally chose to return to her family, which was the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. As for Duan Lingxing's father was his father's second elder brother. Although they were both direct descendants, they weren't related by blood. Duan Lingxing's father had always been arrogant and conceited, and had always been jealous of his father. In an open and above-board exchange of pointers, Duan Lingxing's father was still aggressive even after he was at a disadvantage. In the end, his father accidentally destroyed his opponent's dantian. As expected of father and son, equally arrogant and conceited, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile, and the killing intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. At the same time, he also realized how difficult it had been for his mother back then, and his heart ached for her even more. Although he was the soldier King Lingtian from Earth in his previous life, he had fused with the memories of the previous Duan Lingtian and had long since regarded himself as the real Duan Lingtian, and there was no longer any distinction between you and me. Therefore, he could empathize with all of this. I never thought that I would have such a great father. How great would it be if he was still alive? Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian sighed. Up until now, his father had already vanished without a trace for an entire 16 years. The possibility of him being alive was extremely slim. After 16 years, if his father was still alive, he would have come to look for him and his mother. Duan Rufeng. In his heart, he deeply engraved this name. This was his father's name, boss. Duan Lingtian was still thinking when a familiar voice came from outside the room. In the past, he would be very annoyed when he heard this voice. But now, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Walking out of the room, Duan Lingtian saw little Fatty who looked as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, "You just recovered and need a good rest. If there's anything, wait until you're fully recovered." "Boss, I heard everything from my father. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life." The little Fatty rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. "Don't say that. You were injured because of me. Everything I did was just to make up for my mistakes." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Thinking about the scene from half a month ago, his eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion. "That day, why did you block that palm strike for me?" Duan Lingtian asked little Fatty. "I don't know either." Little Fatty laughed awkwardly. "I didn't think too much at that time. I just thought that if you died, there would be no one to teach me the art of inscription in the future. Grandpa said that I don't have the talent to be an alchemist, and I don't have the chance to become an alchemist in this lifetime. So, if I want to earn big money, I can only become an inscription master. You little brat, so you learned inscription to earn big money." Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Boss, I'm telling you the truth. You won't stop teaching me inscription in the future, right?" Little Fatty asked worriedly. "Don't worry, as long as you want to learn, even if you're a piece of wood, I'll enlighten you," Duan Lingtian said. Very soon, He realized that little Fatty had walked over and reached out to touch his forehead. Damn Fatty, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian frowned. Boss, you don't have a fever. Little Fatty blinked his small eyes and said with a face of disbelief. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the little Fatty when he heard this. This damn Fatty is really a despicable wretch, he can't stand others being nice to him. Right, boss, my grandpa asked me to pass these silver notes to you. Little Fatty fished out a large stack of silver notes from his bosom with a sure sound. There were at least 100 of them, and every single one was worth 1,000 taels of silver. My grandpa said that he bought the bone condensing pill formula. It's a total of 100,000 taels. Boss, count it. Little Fatty passed the silver notes to Duan Lingtian, but he noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of taking them. Boss, what's wrong? Fatty, take this 100,000 taels back and return it to your grandpa. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Although he was short on money, he knew what he should take and what he shouldn't take. Li Xian saved his life, and that was enough for him to repay him with everything he had. It was impossible for him to take Li Xian's money. Boss, you should just keep it. Little Fatty said again. He also guessed the reason why Duan Lingtian, who treasured talents as much as his own life, refused. What, now that you've improved, you won't even listen to your boss's words? Duan Lingtian glared at Little Fatty and pretended to be angry. Seeing this, Little Fatty immediately withered and could only keep the silver notes. All right, hurry up and go home to rest. In a few days, I'll go to your house to teach you inscriptions. After Duan Lingtian chased Little Fatty out of the courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 36. The coming-of-age ceremony was a once-in-a-lifetime event, so it was very important. The Li family's coming-of-age ceremony was held together with the Fang and Chen families, and this year was no exception. This year, it was held at the Chen family's residence. Ke, after today, you will be adults. Li Ru said to the young boy and girl beside her, her beautiful face full of love. Ke, did you hear that? We will be adults in the future, and we can give birth to a grandson for mother to play with. The young boy said to the girl beside him. The latter blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment, speechless. Smelly brat, you wish. Li Ru glared at the young boy and said, a granddaughter is not bad, she will be as beautiful as Ke in the future. Originally, Duan Lingtian saw his mother's serious face and stopped teasing her, but when he heard his mother's last sentence, he was completely speechless. Could this be hereditary? Did you hear that? Ninth elder is about to have a grandson. After the coming-of-age ceremony, if you don't lose weight, I will break your legs. With your current body, which girl would dare to marry you? Not far away, fifth elder Li Ting was scolding the little Fatty beside him. The latter had an innocent face and looked at the instigator with hidden bitterness. Duan Lingtian turned his head and ignored him. The coming-of-age ceremony was held once a year by the three big families of Fresh Breeze Town, and the participants were all youths who had just turned 16. Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Li Xian would all turn 16 after today. In the Chen family's residence, the spacious martial arts field was surrounded by the Chen family's disciples. The heads of the Chen family, Li family, and Fang family were all standing on the stage in front of the martial arts field, in charge of hosting today's coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony was nothing more than a simple ceremony, but the most important one was the friendly martial arts competition held after the ceremony. The so-called friendly martial arts competition was for all the youths from the three big families of Fresh Breeze Town to participate in the martial arts competition. The top 10, top 3, and first place would be decided, and the three families would prepare a reward together. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Just as over 100 young men and women were gathered on the martial arts practice field, some of the sharp-eyed Chen family disciples recognized a young man standing among them. By the way, Duan Lingtian is also going to attend his coming-of-age ceremony this year. Looks like there's no suspense in this year's friendly martial arts competition. Duan Lingtian will definitely be the champion, that's for sure. I'm afraid no one would dare to fight him. The disciples of the Chen clan discussed among themselves. He is Duan Lingtian. A Chen clan disciple looked at the youth in the distance and was stunned. Wasn't this young man the one who had come to the Chen family's weapon shop to buy materials, and was suspected to have an armament master behind him? Soon, the coming-of-age ceremony officially began. After the simple ceremony, it was time for the Fresh Breeze Town's 3 patriarchs to speak. They were all words of encouragement. How boring. Duan Lingtian furrowed his brows as he listened to the story. The young girl beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Boss, can I use inscriptions in the friendly battle after the coming-of-age ceremony?" The little fatty stood on the other side and asked in a soft voice. "You can't use inscriptions except for our Li family members. You can deal with the others," Duan Lingtian lazily said. "Boss, if it wasn't for our Li family members, I wouldn't need to use inscriptions." The little fatty was so anxious that he was about to cry. He didn't need inscriptions to deal with the youths from the Fang and Chen clans. The problem was that there were a few children of the Li family elders who were participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. He had no confidence in dealing with them. "Who told you to be lazy?" Glaring at the little fatty, Duan Lingtian felt rather helpless. Although he concocted the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid for Li Xian had a wild temperament and was completely unable to calm down to cultivate. Until now, he was still at the 4th level of the body-tempering stage. The children of the other elders who were participating in the coming-of-age ceremony didn't have the same cultivation conditions as him. They only had the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, and they had all stepped into the 5th level of the body-tempering stage. "Forget it. I don't have a chance to enter the top 3, but I can at least enter the top 10. The little fatty quickly got over it. As far as he was concerned, being in the top 3 would only give him a bit of face. He didn't care about the extra rewards at all. Finally, after the 3 patriarchs finished speaking, the friendly martial arts competition officially began. There were a total of 121 youths participating in the coming-of-age ceremony from the 3 clans. They would be divided into 2 groups of 60 and undergo the first round of elimination. However, with Duan Lingtian present in the friendly martial arts competition this time, it was bound to be different from the past. After the discussion between the 3 patriarchs, even if the Fang clan's patriarch, Fang Yi, wasn't too willing, he had no choice but to admit Duan Lingtian's strength. He directly decided that Duan Lingtian would be the number 1 in this year's friendly martial arts competition. None of the youths present had any objections to this decision. What a joke. Duan Lingtian killed a martial artist at the 1st level of the core formation stage not long ago. Even if Duan Lingtian really participated in the friendly martial arts competition, when they met Duan Lingtian, they would unconditionally choose to admit defeat. Fighting with a freak like Duan Lingtian was absolutely looking for a beating. Duan Lingtian's current strength had long since surpassed his peers in Fresh Breeze Town. "Boss, you're so cool. You don't need to go down and directly become number 1. The little fatty held the number 32 tag in his hand as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of envy and jealousy. Ignoring the little fatty, Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl beside him and asked, "Ke, what's your number?" "Number 7. The young girl lightly smiled. Before long, the friendly martial arts competition began. As he watched the youths exchange punches and kicks in the martial arts practice field, Duan Lingtian started to doze off again. Only when Ke left the stage did he feel slightly more awake. Once Ke got off the stage, she stood there gracefully. Her elegant and refined figure and angelic face quickly attracted everyone's attention. "So beautiful. If I could marry a wife like this, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Stop daydreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? This is Duan Lingtian's woman." The surrounding Chen clan youths greedily stared at the young girl in the arena with shining eyes. 8th level of the body tempering stage. On the high platform, the 3 patriarchs, including the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, were all dumbstruck as they saw through the young girl's cultivation with a single glance. Ke's opponent was a slightly introverted youth with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the body tempering stage. His attacks were mediocre and he was casually knocked back by Ke's palm strike, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. From the beginning to the end, Ke didn't use any martial skills. Of course, The main reason was that Kerr didn't know any martial skills. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian was stingy. He even passed down a top cultivation method like Frost God's sword technique to Kerr, so he naturally wouldn't care about ordinary martial skills. He just didn't want to distract Kerr. 8th level of the body tempering stage. At this moment, a Chen clan Grand Elder stared closely at the young girl walking down from the arena and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing his words, the surrounding Chen clan disciples were instantly petrified. This young girl who had just turned 16 was an 8th level body tempering stage martial artist. Soon, everyone in the martial arts practice hall knew of the young girl's cultivation. Everyone who knew at the first moment was petrified and only recovered after a long time. They looked at the beautiful young girl who was shyly chatting with Duan Lingtian. She's an 8th level body tempering stage martial artist. You must be joking. It was 3rd Elder who said it. Do you think he's joking? F***K. This Duan Lingtian, not only is he a freak, even the people around him are freaks. The friendly martial arts competition was in full swing. A day passed and evening arrived. The final results were out. First, Duan Lingtian. Second, Kerr. Third, Li Sheng. Fourth, Li Ku. Fifth, Li Qiu. Sixth, Li Xian. The top 10 and top 6 were all members of the Li family. The Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, had a face full of smiles. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. The Chen family's patriarch, Chen Li, had a stupefied expression. He didn't expect this result. The patriarch of the Fang clan, Fang Yi, had a gloomy expression. The Fang clan only occupied one of the top 10 places. Next was the distribution of the rewards. The first place Duan Lingtian received 300 silver and 2 body tempering pills. The second place Kerr and third place Li Sheng also received 200 silver and 1 body tempering pill. The other 7 people only received 100 silver. Stingy, too stingy. Duan Lingtian had a dissatisfied expression as he received the first place reward that many people envied. He casually stuffed it into his pocket. Young master. At this time, Kerr obediently handed over her reward to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the burning gazes of the surrounding people almost burned Duan Lingtian. In a corner of the martial arts practice field, Chen Mai, who was surrounded by a myriad of stars, lightly bit her lips as she looked at the pair of young men and young women in the distance. When she looked at the young woman, her autumn eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. As night fell, the coming-of-age ceremony also came to an end. No matter if it was the Fang clan or the Chen clan, the 2 patriarchs called for an emergency meeting that night. The core of the meeting was naturally to discuss the performance of the young men and young women of the Li family. 6 of the top 10 places in the friendly competition were occupied by one family. In the history of Fresh Breeze Town, this was something that had never happened before. There must be a reason for this abnormality. In the following period of time, the 2 families began to secretly investigate the Li family's background. However, in the end, their efforts were all for naught. They didn't find anything. In the main hall of the Li family's mansion. Lingtian, Kerr, I called you here today because I have something to discuss with you. Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked at the young man and young woman before him as he spoke. Patriarch, please speak. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. With your current accomplishments, there are some things that I can tell you. Actually, our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is only a branch family of Aurora City's Li family. Li Nanfeng slowly said. Aurora City's Li family? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He had heard of Aurora City and knew that there was a Li family in Aurora City. That was a large family in Aurora City, and to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town, it was undoubtedly a colossus. However, he didn't expect that the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town would be related to the Li family of Aurora City, and even be a branch family. Chapter 37. Outside of Fresh Breeze Town, a carriage galloped away, leaving behind a trail of dust. Within the carriage, the youth looked out of the window with a slightly disappointed gaze. He didn't know when he would be able to return. When he thought of how little Fatty was crying before they parted, his heart didn't feel good. Young master, are you thinking of young master Xian? The beautiful young girl beside him had a face full of understanding. All good things must come to an end. There will be a chance to meet again in the future. Duan Lingtian sighed. Tian Aurora City isn't far from Fresh Breeze Town. If you have time in the future, just come back and visit often. Li Ru smiled lightly as she comforted him. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. A few days ago, Patriarch Li Nanfeng looked for him and Ke, wanting to recommend them to the main clan. Only by going to the main clan would they have a better future. Fresh Breeze Town was too small. The journey was quite peaceful at the beginning. After leaving Fresh Breeze Town for an entire morning, Li Ru's beautiful eyebrows slightly moved as she said in a low voice, "Looks like someone doesn't want us to go to Aurora City." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. "Mother, is it someone from the Fang family?" The carriage shook and suddenly stopped. Madam," the coachman's slightly trembling voice sounded. The carriage curtain was pulled open, and Duan Lingtian saw the person blocking the road with a glance. His expression abruptly changed. An aged old man stood there. Although he guessed that it was someone from the Fang family blocking the road, Duan Lingtian didn't expect it to be him. Fang family's grand elder, Fang Jun, 7th level of the body tempering stage, one of the 3 strongest people in Fresh Breeze Town. Fang Jun. Li Ru got off the carriage, her autumn eyes covered in frost, and her tone was low and oppressive. "My son has already decided to leave Fresh Breeze Town and won't threaten your Fang family. Why are you so aggressive? The Fang family needs his blood to wash away the humiliation." Fang Jun's words were simple, revealing his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. "Ke, stay in the car," Duan Lingtian said to the young girl and also got off the carriage. He clenched his fists and stared coldly at Fang Jun. "Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. Today, I will send your mother and you on your way, so that you will have a companion on your way to the Yellow Springs." Fang Jun looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. "Tian take Ke and leave this place immediately." Li Ru took a deep breath and urged. Against Fang Jun, even if she gave it her all, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Mother, if we're leaving, we'll leave together." Duan Lingtian's tone was incomparably firm. "There's no need to argue. Today, none of you can leave." Fang Jun sneered as he stomped on the ground and flew over like a bolt of lightning. His hands slapped out like a rock, spreading its wings as it enveloped Duan Lingtian and his mother. Above his head, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Whoosh! Li Ru's graceful steps shook as she flew out to meet Fang Jun. Above his head, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand instantly left its sheath. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! The sword light flashed past, and at the instant Fang Jun raised his hand to defend, it directly tore apart Fang Jun's sleeve. Good sword skill. Fang Jun's eyes flashed as he slapped out with his palm, which was like a mountain. Bang! Li Ru's jade-like hand shook, her delicate body trembled, and she felt a sweetness in her throat. The fine steel sword was broken by Fang Jun's palm. "Mother!" Duan Lingtian's face went pale. Whoosh! The spirit serpent movement technique appeared. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he flashed towards Fang Jun. Sword drawing arts. A purple waterfall whistled as it locked onto Fang Jun's throat. "You're overestimating yourself." Fang Jun was disdainful as he flicked his sleeve, sweeping Duan Lingtian to the side along with his sword. "Die." Fang Jun's palms tore through the air and pressed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. If he was hit, he would die without a doubt. "Tian." Li Ru's face went pale. She wanted to save him, but it was already too late. "Young master." The young girl jumped down from the carriage and charged towards Duan Lingtian without a care for anything. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, and her heart felt as if it was being twisted by a knife. Bang! At the critical moment, a figure flashed out from a luxuriant tree by the roadside and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, forcefully exchanging a palm strike with Fang Jun. They were evenly matched. Above the person who arrived, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Grand Elder. After standing firm, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he recognized the person who arrived. It was precisely the Li family's Grand Elder, Li Hua. He understood that since the Grand Elder had arrived, his crisis could be considered to have been resolved. Li Hua, I didn't expect that you, the Grand Li family's Grand Elder, would actually escort a disciple of another surname. Looks like this disciple of another surname has an extraordinary status in your Li family. Seeing Li Hua appear, Fang Jun knew that it was impossible to kill Duan Lingtian today. Fang Jun, you disrespected your elders and attempted to kill a disciple of my Li family. Today, you will die without a doubt. Li Hua's eyes burned with rage. He was furious to the extreme. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed. In his memory, this was the first time the Grand Elder had been so angry. Li Hua, you and I are equal in strength. Even if you add in Li Ru, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. Fang Jun was disdainful. If the two of them aren't enough, then what if we add in? Right at this moment, two figures appeared and surrounded Fang Jun Patriarch Chen. Of the two people who appeared, Duan Lingtian only recognized one of them, the patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Li. The other person was an old man who was brimming with energy and vigor. Chen Kuan, this is a matter between my Fang family and the Li family. Please don't interfere. Seeing the old man, Fang Jun's expression finally changed as he shouted angrily. Chen Kuan? The Grand Elder of the Chen family? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The three strongest people of Fresh Breeze Town gathered together. Fang Jun, you're wrong. This is a matter between our Chen and Fang family. Chen Kuan smiled faintly. You, Fang Jun's face was gloomy. He couldn't believe that this was real. Chen Kuan, what did the Li family give you to make you and the Li family work together to attack me? The future of the Chen family. Chen Kuan spat out 5 words. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved and he suddenly attacked. Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth stirred and formed 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Whoosh! Li Hua, Li Ru, and Chen Li followed closely behind and attacked as well. The 4 of them worked together. Numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes moved in the air and whizzed out, suppressing Fang Jun. After a moment, Fang Jun was at a disadvantage. He was hit by Li Hua's palm. His body trembled and flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fang Jun laughed loudly. His gaze was cold as he looked at Chen Kuan and Chen Li. His voice was as cold as ice. You two are really muddle-headed. With the performance of the Li family's younger generation at the coming-of-age ceremony, it won't be long before the Li family rises again. You two are raising a tiger and digging your own graves. Fang Jun, you don't need to sow discord. The Li family has already decided to share the secret with our Chen family. The condition is to kill you. Chen Kuan laughed coldly. He saw through Fang Jun's intentions. His figure moved again as if he had transformed into a fierce tiger. He pounced down and killed the heavily injured Fang Jun. Before he died, Fang Jun's eyes were filled with astonishment. Hearing Chen Kuan's words, Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought. Thank you Patriarch Chen, Elder Kuan. Li Ru hurriedly thanked the 2 Chen family members and signaled to Duan Lingtian with her eyes. Duan Lingtian followed suit and thanked them. Young master, are you okay? The girl's tears had not dried yet. Her face was filled with concern. I'm fine. Casually holding the girl's hand, Duan Lingtian gently squeezed her palm and comforted her. Duan Lingtian, if Elder Hua hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that you have a grade 7 alchemist as your teacher. Chen Li looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, if I'm not wrong, your teacher should be a weapon refiner, right? Weapon refiner? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't know what Chen Li meant by that. Li Ru and Li Hua also looked at Duan Lingtian. Even they didn't know about this. A few months ago, you came to our Chen family's weapon shop to buy some materials. They should be for weapon refinement, right? Chen Li smiled, as if he could see through Duan Lingtian with a glance. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So it was because of this, however, he didn't buy the materials for weapon refinement. It was for inscriptions. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. Patriarch Chen, I'm afraid you guessed wrong. The materials I bought were for my teacher to refine grade 7 medicinal pills. They weren't for weapon refinement. Duan Lingtian shook his head. In his opinion, besides him, no one here understood a grade 7 alchemist. No matter what he said, no one would know whether it was true or false. As expected, Chen Li nodded in understanding. I see. As expected of a talented man. With you, the Li family has a chance to prosper. My Chen family can be considered to have benefited a little. Chen Kuan glanced at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Elder Kuan is too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Since the matter has been resolved, we'll take our leave first. Chen Kuan said and left with Chen Li. The two figures quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Little guy, I acted on my own initiative and promised the Chen family that I would sell some 6 treasures body tempering liquid to them every once in a while. You won't blame me, right? Li Hua smiled at Duan Lingtian. It was because of this promise that the Chen family was willing to cooperate with him to kill the Fang family's grand elder. Before Duan Lingtian left, he had already passed the prescription of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid to Li Hua. Grand elder is joking. If you hadn't acted today, I would have died without a doubt. A mere 6 treasures body tempering liquid can be dealt with by grand elder. Duan Lingtian shook his head. To him, there was nothing more important than his family and his life. Moreover, in his opinion, the 6 treasures body tempering liquid in exchange for the life of the Fang family's grand elder, Fang Jun, was worth it. It's good that you don't blame me. Now that Fang Jun is dead, you can have a safe journey. Remember, when you arrive at the clan, fight if you can. Only by showing your worth will the clan vigorously nurture you. Before leaving, Li Hua warned Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and remembered Li Hua's words. The rest of the journey was smooth. Although they occasionally encountered some thieves blocking the road, they were all deterred by Li Ru and retreated. They arrived at their destination in the evening. Aurora City, a city that occupied an area nearly 10 times the size of Fresh Breeze Town. The city walls were ancient and emitted an aura of vicissitudes. Entering the city, one could see that carriages and horses were like dragons, flowing endlessly and bustling with noise and excitement. So bustling, the young girl looked out of the window, her eyes shining with a trace of luster, her mood high. In contrast, Duan Lingtian beside her had a calm expression. Although Aurora City was bustling, as a mercenary from his previous life's Earth, he had been to almost every major city on Earth. Chapter 38. After arriving at the Li family in Aurora City, only then did Duan Lingtian realize how insignificant the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town was. The Li family only had around 200 people, including the main family members and the other family members. The resources they controlled were only 1/3 of Fresh Breeze Town's market. They even had to share a barren iron mine with the other 2 families. On the other hand, the Li family was a large family that could accommodate thousands of people. In addition, they controlled many shops in the bustling areas of Aurora City, as well as large areas of land and various mineral veins. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. With his and Ker's cultivation at the 8th level of the body tempering stage at the age of 16, they were at the top of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town. However, when they arrived at the Li family in Aurora City, they weren't that outstanding. Although there weren't many people in the Li family who had reached the 8th level of the body tempering stage at the age of 16, there were still some who had reached the 9th level of the body tempering stage at the age of 17. As expected of the main family, rich and imposing, Duan Lingtian sighed. The main family members didn't lack pills like the body tempering pill and the thunderfire pill. Not many people in the Li family could afford the body tempering pill. However, in the Li family, as long as the parents weren't lazy people, they could afford the body tempering pill and the thunderfire pill for their children without interruption. As the main family, the Li family in Aurora City occupied a large area that was half the size of Fresh Breeze Town. The Li family members in Aurora City were divided into outer court disciples and inner court disciples. The treatment was different. For example, Duan Lingtian and Ke were outer court disciples when they first arrived at the Li family. Each of them could receive 30 taels of silver every month. You guys are more hardworking than me. When I was in Fresh Breeze Town, I only received a dozen or so taels of silver every month. Li Ru organized the courtyards that the Li family had allocated to Duan Lingtian and Ke while sighing with emotion. Mother, these 30 taels of silver are not easy to get. If a branch family disciple cannot become an inner disciple before the age of 19, they will be sent back to the branch family. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at the inside and outside of the courtyard and was quite satisfied. Because there were 2 branch family disciples living together, the courtyard allocated to them was slightly larger than the usual small courtyard, with 3 rooms. Normally, the small courtyard allocated to the branch family's descendants only had 2 rooms. Young master, you will definitely become an inner court disciple. The girl who was helping Li Ru was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. Ke, you should be talking about us. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Tian, now that you have come to our clan, you have to work hard. Just now, on the way here, Mother saw many of our clan's disciples staring at Ke. If you don't work hard, be careful that Ke will be snatched away by others. Li Ru teased Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the girl was anxious first. Madam, I won't. Duan Lingtian looked at his mother proudly. The latter shook her head and sighed. I really don't know what kind of bewitching potion you gave Ke. The 3 of them worked together and quickly tidied up the courtyard and the rooms. Mother, you rest for a while, I will take Ke to walk around. After saying goodbye to Li Ru, Duan Lingtian brought the girl out of the courtyard. Unknowingly, the 2 of them arrived at the martial arts practice field of the clan's outer court. On the martial arts practice field, many outer court disciples were diligently practicing martial arts. Some were using fists, some were using palms, and some were using swords. The appearance of the golden boy and girl attracted many people's attention. Even more gazes fell on the girl's body. The girl's long hair that was as black as ink like a waterfall was tied up. Her delicate and beautiful face was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, emitting a charming bright red, lively and delicate. Willow eyebrows, almond eyes, fine nose, and red lips, all of them were perfect and flawless. Her slightly swollen chest was like a bud that was about to bloom, as if it could bloom at any time. Her slender waist, perky and round buttocks, and slender pair of *** made her seem even more slender and elegant, causing her to be likable. When did such a beautiful girl appear in our outer court? On the other side of the martial arts practice field, among the group of youths that were gathered together bragging, the eyes of a green-clothed youth whose saliva was flying everywhere lit up. His gaze fell on the girl's body, unable to move away. She should have just come from the branch family. A youth guessed. Too beautiful, she is not inferior to Li Shusha in the slightest. Another youth's eyes lit up and saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Li Shusha, a branch family disciple of the Li family that came to Aurora City half a year ago, was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty in the outer court. Let's go make friends with her. The green-clothed youth stepped forward. Li Xiao, she seems to have a master. A youth who followed behind said. Li Xiao disdainfully said, that is also a new face, he is probably a branch family disciple that came with her. Don't tell me you guys are scared of a branch family disciple. Of course not. Immediately, a group of people followed behind Li Xiao and walked over. Duan Lingtian and Ke walked side by side through the martial arts practice field. Suddenly, a group of youths walked over from afar, causing Duan Lingtian to frown slightly, but he did not pay them any attention and continued to walk forward. A green-clothed youth at the front took large strides and blocked Duan Lingtian and Ke. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian coldly glanced at the green-clothed youth, his voice cold. The other party completely ignored Duan Lingtian. Li Xiao looked at the young girl, his face full of smiles. You must be a branch family disciple that just came to our main Li family, right? My name is Li Xiao, I am a main family disciple. After saying this, Li Xiao's face was full of pride. Under the stunned gazes of Li Xiao and the group of youths behind him, the young girl did not pay attention to them and instead looked at the youth beside her. Young master, let's go. Okay. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded, preparing to lead the young girl around these people. Stop. Li Xiao could not keep his face and looked at the young girl. I am a main family disciple, how can you not give me face? Face is not given by others, it is earned by oneself. If there is nothing else, then scram. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he indifferently said. Scram? Li Xiao was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. He looked back at the youth. Did I hear wrong? He told me to scram. The youth nodded. You didn't hear wrong, he told you to scram. Kid, I want to challenge you. Li Xiao flew into a rage and shouted. Immediately, it attracted the attention of many people in the martial arts practice field. More people surrounded them and watched the scene with interest. Sorry, not interested. After lightly replying, Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand and prepared to leave. Seeing Duan Lingtian's action, Li Xiao's eyes burned with anger and said sarcastically, You don't even dare to accept my challenge, looks like you are a coward, not a man. The surrounding crowd could not help but laugh. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their faces were full of disdain. The weak were always looked down upon. Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows slightly moved and finally turned around. Although I know you are trying to provoke me, but, since you want to challenge me so much, I will fulfill your wish. I'll be right back. After saying a few words to the young girl, Duan Lingtian walked towards Li Xiao and stood facing him. Kid, for a branch family disciple like you, I can defeat you in at most 3 moves. Li Xiao seemed to be slightly older than Duan Lingtian. His slightly robust body was slightly leaning backwards, his arms were bent backwards, and his fists were clenched tightly, emitting a series of crisp and ear-piercing sounds of his knuckles rubbing together. Seeing Li Xiao's action, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. It was actually similar to the crushing fist starting position. Soon, Li Xiao's legs were separated in a strange position. His entire body stood there like a fierce tiger ready to pounce at any time. It gave Duan Lingtian a familiar feeling. This martial skill is far from the middle-grade yellow-rank martial skill Ferocious Tiger Fist. Duan Lingtian's expression became slightly serious. Looking at Li Xiao's starting position, it seems to be the middle-grade profound rank martial skill Howling Tiger Fist. A cry of surprise came from the crowd of onlookers. That's right. It is the Howling Tiger Fist. More and more people recognized the martial skill Li Xiao was about to use. How is this possible? Outer court disciples can only choose a low-grade profound rank martial skill from the first floor of the martial scripture pavilion. How could Li Xiao know a middle-grade profound rank martial skill? Your information is too outdated. Who doesn't know that Li Xiao's brother Li Zhong is an inner court disciple? According to the family rules, sharing martial skills between brothers is not a violation. So that's how it is. Looks like Li Zhong passed it down to him. A wave of discussion came into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden realization. So it was a profound rank martial skill. Li Xiao moved. His body bent like a bow, shooting out. His movements were quick, like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Both fists whistled, creating a strong wind, and flew straight towards Duan Lingtian's chest. So fast. Duan Lingtian saw that Li Xiao had used a movement martial skill. In addition, Li Xiao's fist strength was astonishing, so he didn't dare to be careless. Using the spirit serpent movement technique, he took 2 steps back. In an instant, Duan Lingtian pulled back both his arms and his back bent into a bow. One kick, like a mountain collapsing fist. Facing Li Xiao's menacing Howling Tiger Fist, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest. He threw out his right fist and met it head-on. Bang! The 2 menacing right fists collided. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's mouth curved into a cold smile, and his fist strength was released. Ka! The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Li Xiao's expression changed, and he was forced back by Duan Lingtian. The sharp pain from his finger bones made Li Xiao break out in cold sweat. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, Your Howling Tiger Fist has actually reached the mastery stage. Howling Tiger Fist. The crowd was in an uproar. Who is this person? How can he also know the Howling Tiger Fist? Furthermore, Li Xiao said that his Howling Tiger Fist had reached the mastery stage. How is this possible? Profound rank martial skills, It was easy to reach the mastery stage, but it was extremely difficult to reach the mastery stage. After the young man withdrew his hand, he didn't look at Li Xiao anymore. He held the young girl's hand and walked out of the crowd. "What's your name?" Li Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he endured the pain and shouted. "What, you still want to take revenge?" The young man turned his head and glanced at Li Xiao, and calmly replied, "Fresh Breeze Town Branch Family's Li family's disciple, Duan Lingtian. Branch family's disciple, or a disciple with a different surname?" Many people were surprised. "Duan Lingtian, I'll remember this. When my Howling Tiger Fist reaches the mastery stage, I'll definitely find you to wash away my shame." Chapter 39. On the way back, Duan Lingtian pondered. He was very sure that the Howling Tiger Fist that Li Xiao used just now was at least 70% similar to the Crushing Fist. Their strength exertion was even more so. Moreover, he could feel that to a certain extent, Howling Tiger Fist was even more nimble than Collapsing Fist. Although Li Xiao's cultivation was the same as his, both at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, Li Xiao obviously hadn't grasped the essence of Howling Tiger Fist. Otherwise, even if he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Middle grade profound rank martial skill? Duan Lingtian faintly realized that he might have misunderstood some things in the past. In his mind, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu swiftly flashed past. Soon, Duan Lingtian had a new understanding of profound rank martial skills. So that's how it is. Compared to yellow rank martial skills, profound rank martial skills are a new type of transformation. High-grade yellow rank martial skills have might comparable to the military fist of my previous life. Low-grade profound rank martial skills are comparable to form and will fist. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. In the past, when he saw the low-grade and middle-grade yellow rank martial skills in the Li family's branch family, he held an attitude of kill with a stick and rejected all martial skills in this world. Now it seemed that even the form and will fist of his previous life was only comparable to this world's low-grade profound rank martial skills. Looks like I should take this world's martial skills seriously. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Martial skills, besides offensive martial skills and movement martial skills, there are also defensive martial skills. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian's vision became wider and he knew many things that he didn't know in the past. So it turns out that the 9 transformations of the War Sovereign of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique has fused with 3 high-grade heaven rank martial skills. The offensive martial skill 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, the movement martial skill Dragon Soaring the 9 Heavens, and the defensive martial skill 9 Dragons Barrier. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his emotions surging. The Spirit Serpent movement technique of the Spirit Serpent form was actually the foundation of the Dragon Swimming 9 Heavens. It was a high-grade profound level movement technique. If I step into the core formation stage, I'll be able to cultivate the foundation chapter of the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, the high-grade profound rank martial skill finishing tut. Once you step into the origin core stage, you will be able to cultivate the foundation chapter of the 9 Dragons Barrier, the high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill Earth Dragon Shield. Noticing the smile on Duan Lingtian's face, the girl beside him couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what are you thinking about?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "It's nothing. We've been out for a while. Let's go back first. Don't let mother worry." That night, Duan Lingtian went to bed early in the morning. He stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind was filled with thoughts and thoughts about martial arts. A mysterious door was slowly opening in front of him. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion with the young girl. He planned to buy the herbs needed to concoct the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and some other herbs. As for the Thunderfire pill, before leaving Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Lingtian asked Grand Elder Li Hua to refine a few hundred pills. It was enough for him and Kerr to use until the core formation stage. Soon enough, the two of them arrived at the largest trade market in Aurora City. The young girl's stunning appearance attracted the burning gazes of many lascivious men as they watched the young girl enter a luxurious medicine store. "May I ask what the two of you need?" Du and Lingtian had just entered with the young girl when the shopkeeper personally greeted them with a humble tone. He saw the Li family emblem on Du and Lingtian's clothes. The Li family was a colossus in Aurora City. Even his medicine store was rented from the Li family. After Du and Lingtian spoke of the 7 herbs needed to concoct the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and their quantities, he said, also, prepare some spirit-tempering grass, amber leaves, and 50-year-old bloodlingji. Sir, how many of these 3 herbs do you need? The shopkeeper asked respectfully. 20 pounds of body-tempering grass and amber leaves each. As for 50-year-old bloodlingji, give me 5 pounds. Du and Lingtian pondered for a moment before slowly saying, 5 pounds of 50-year-old bloodlingji? The shopkeeper was stunned and said in disbelief, Sir, you're not joking, right? The other spirit herbs you need are all ordinary spirit herbs and aren't worth much. But this bloodlingji is 50-year-old after all. Just 1 tael of it costs 1,000 silver taels. 5 pounds. 50,000 silver taels, is it? Du and Lingtian reached into his pocket and took out a large stack of 1,000 silver taels and shook it. Don't worry, as long as you prepare the herbs, the silver will be yours. Yes, yes. Seeing Du and Lingtian take out so many silver taels, the shopkeeper's eyes brightened and no longer had any doubts. He hurriedly went to prepare the herbs. Honorable sir, feel free to look around and see if there's anything else you need. Okay. Du and Lingtian nodded. Young master, that bloodlingji is so expensive, is there anything special about it? The young girl playfully stuck out her tongue and looked at Du and Lingtian, her autumn eyes filled with curiosity. That's the catalyst for the medicinal liquid needed to cultivate defensive martial skills. 5 pounds of bloodlingji is enough for us to use for 2 months. Du and Lingtian said with a smile. 2 months. 50,000 silver taels? The young girl was stunned and hesitated to speak. Young master, isn't this too extravagant? Du and Lingtian shook his head. Remember, if you want to increase your strength as soon as possible, you absolutely can't save money. Money is just a worldly possession. If you use it up, you just have to find a way to earn it back. The young girl lightly nodded, as if she was thinking about something. Brother Li Yuan, this time you bought bloodlingji, your golden bell cover should be able to enter the initial stage, right? A voice came from outside the medicine shop, getting closer and closer. Golden bell cover? Du and Lingtian's heart jumped. In the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, there was also this defensive martial skill, which could be considered as one of the best defensive martial skills of the mystic level. Once mastered, one could stand there motionless like a mountain, like a golden bell, and normal people would have a hard time breaking through the defense. Yes, this time I bought 50 taels of bloodlingji. It should be enough to enter the initial stage before the start of the family martial gathering. Another voice came, mixed with cold arrogance. Brother Li Yuan, I really envy you, that's 5,000 taels. If my father was willing to be so generous with me, my metal wall technique wouldn't still be stuck at the initial stage. The former sighed and said with envy. You can't compare like this, I'm the only son in the family, but you have a brother. I heard that your brother Li Zhong's metal wall technique was cultivated to the initial stage half a year ago. The latter said again. Yes. The former's voice was mixed with a bit of jealousy. It's him. Du and Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice. It was the disciple of the main family, Li Xiao, who was defeated by him yesterday in the outer yard martial arts practice field. He didn't expect that Li Xiao, who had 2 or 3 finger bones broken by him yesterday, would come out to the market full of energy today. Thinking about it again, Du and Lingtian felt relieved. With Li Xiao's injuries yesterday, if he used a 9th grade gold injury pill, he would be able to recover in 1 night. Using a gold injury pill for such a light injury. The main family disciples were really extravagant. Li Xiao, I heard that you were defeated by a branch family disciple who had just arrived in the main family, and he even used the Howling Tiger Fist. Brother Li Yuan, don't mention it, I was unlucky yesterday. Who knew that a branch family disciple who had just arrived would also be at the 8th level of the body tempering stage, and his Howling Tiger Fist had even stepped into the mastery stage. However, his Howling Tiger Fist seems to be incomplete, If I'm able to cultivate it to the mastery stage in a short period of time, I'll surely be able to defeat him. A branch family disciple, where did he get a middle-grade profound rank martial skill? This is slightly strange. Let's not mention him. Right, Brother Li Yuan, that little girl by his side is really pretty. She's not inferior to Li Shusha in the slightest. Not inferior to Li Shusha? Are you sure? Two youths around the age of 17 talked as they walked into the medicine store. It's you. Li Xiao exclaimed in a low voice as he looked at the young man and young woman who had their backs facing him and recognized their figures. Li Xiao, you know them? Li Wan also looked over and asked curiously. Brother Li Yuan, he's the branch family disciple I mentioned earlier, Duan Lingtian. Li Xiao said in a low voice. Looks like we're really fated to meet each other here even though Aurora City is so big. Duan Lingtian brought the young girl along as he turned around and grinned. Humph. Li Xiao's face slightly sank. Li Wan, who was beside him, stared straight at the young woman beside Duan Lingtian, unable to move his gaze away. The slender and elegant young woman with a face that could topple cities caused one's heart to tremble. Li Wan muttered to himself, she's really not inferior to Li Shusha, and in some aspects, she's even better than Li Shusha. Noticing Li Wan's unbridled gaze, the young woman lightly frowned. Hello, I heard you're a branch family disciple that just arrived at the main clan. How about we be friends? Withdrawing his burning gaze, Li Wan took a step forward in a refined and courteous manner, as if he was a completely different person from before. I don't know you. The young woman's voice was cold and indifferent, unapproachable. Then from this moment onwards, we'll get to know each other. My name is Li Wan, a disciple of the main clan. In the outer court, as long as you mention my name, anyone would have to give you face and be courteous. Li Wan's words were filled with arrogance. Oh, so you're saying that the outer court disciples don't dare offend you? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Li Wan. Humph. Duan Lingtian, Brother Li Yuan's strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the outer court. If you're sensible, then hurry up and F***ck off. Maybe Brother Li Yuan will take into account that you're sensible and protect you. Li Wan hadn't even opened his mouth when Li Xiao snorted. Is that so? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Ignoring Li Wan's blazing eyes, he held the young woman's hand and turned around, no longer paying attention to the two of them. As long as you're willing to be friends with me, I can give you a big gift. 50 grams of 50-year-old blood lingji, how about it? Li Wan took a deep breath and said. These words were obviously said to the young woman beside Duan Lingtian. Some people are really stingy. They want to bribe you with 50 grams of blood lingji. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke to the young woman. Country bumpkin, what do you know? Li Yuan Ge is talking about a 50-year-old blood lingji. Just one tail is worth 1,000 silver taels. A country bumpkin like you probably can't even take out 100 silver taels, right? Chapter 40. Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to Li Xiao's ridicule. Honored guest, the herbs you need are all here. As for the other herbs, a total of 487 taels of silver, the medicine store manager said to Duan Lingtian as he placed the pile of medicinal materials that had been bandaged on the counter. Before he finished speaking, Li Xiao had already ridiculed him again. Sure enough, a country bumpkin. The herbs you bought are also cheap. So many herbs only add up to 487 taels of silver. It's not even half of the value of one tael of 50-year-old blood lingji. Although Li Wan did not join in the ridicule, the corner of his mouth also floated into a mocking smile. The shopkeeper indifferently glanced at Li Xiao. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, he was extremely humble. Honored guest, in order to thank you for your trust in our shop, this 487 taels of silver can be considered as a gift from our shop. You only need to pay for the 50-year-old blood lingji. Under the stunned gaze of Li Xiao and Li Wan. Shopkeeper, here are 50,000 taels of silver. You can count them. Duan Lingtian took out a stack of banknotes with a value of 1,000 taels of silver. He counted out 50 notes and handed them over. Yes, 50,000 taels of silver. Thank you very much. You are welcome to come again next time. Under the humble gaze of the shopkeeper, Duan Lingtian and the young girl carried a pile of herbs. They walked past Li Wan and Li Xiao, who had an expression of disbelief, and left the shop. Li Wan and Li Xiao's gaze completely froze. Their hearts were violently shaken. They could not believe that everything in front of them was real. Li Xiao pinched his thigh. The sharp pain from his thigh made him realize that he was not dreaming. Shopkeeper, that 50,000 taels of silver was the money he used to buy the blood Lingji? Li Xiao took a deep breath and asked the shopkeeper with an expression of disbelief. Yes, that honored guest bought 2.5 jins of 50-year-old blood Lingji. The shopkeeper nodded. 2.5 jins. Li Xiao felt as if he was struck by lightning. Li Wan's face was also very ugly. No wonder that Duan Lingtian dared to call him petty. Indeed, in front of 5 catties of 50-year-old blood Lingji mushrooms, not to mention the 50 catties of 50-year-old blood Lingji mushrooms that he promised to give to the young girl, even the 50 catties of 50-year-old blood Lingji mushrooms that he bought this time were not enough. After spending 5,000 taels, they bought 50 taels of 50-year-old blood Lingji and left the medicine store. Li Xiao, are you sure he's really a branch family disciple? Li Wan's tone was low. 50,000 silvers. Even his father would find it difficult to take out so much silver in one go. Brother Li Yuan, I'm sure he's a branch family disciple. Only, I don't understand how he's so rich. Why don't I go to the branch family disciple registration office and check up on him? Li Xiao also found it hard to believe. Yes, it's good to find out more about him. If he is really just a branch family disciple, then this time, I want both the person and the money. Li Wan nodded, his eyes revealing a trace of greed. Regarding the young girl that he had just met, he still could not forget about her. This feeling was even stronger than when he first saw Li Sheshe. Unfortunately, Li Sheshe was too strong and her strength was not inferior to his. Usually, she did not even put him in her eyes. After chasing for a while, he could only choose to give up. Now that he had his eyes on this young girl, in his opinion, as long as he could deal with that Duan Lingtian, everything would not be a problem. Furthermore, he might be able to obtain a large amount of wealth from Duan Lingtian. With the help of this wealth, his strength would increase at an even faster rate. Maybe he could even obtain a good result in the next clan martial meet and win the prize that he yearned for even in his dreams. Li family mansion. After returning, Duan Lingtian began to get busy. Other than concocting the 7 treasures body tempering liquid, he also had to concoct another type of medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid was called blood spirit body tempering liquid. The blood spirit body tempering liquid was a type of body tempering medicinal liquid that the Samsara Emperor Wu himself had researched. It assisted in the cultivation of defensive martial skills and could achieve twice the effect with half the effort. Although the blood spirit body tempering liquid required the blood Lingji as a catalyst, it could also be directly consumed to increase the cultivation speed of defensive martial skills. However, its effect was far inferior to the blood spirit body tempering liquid. 50 grams of blood Lingji, combined with 2 other cheap medicinal herbs, concocted the blood spirit body tempering liquid. The medicinal effect was comparable to directly consuming 50 grams of blood Lingji. Moreover, it was easier to absorb. Give me 4 grams of spirit tempering grass, 3 grams of 8 amber leaves, 1 gram of blood Lingji, and 2 grams of clear water. Duan Lingtian instructed the young girl. With the young girl's help, he did not need to do everything by himself. Very quickly, the first portion of the blood spirit body tempering liquid was concocted. The frost god's sword technique is a sword cultivation technique. It only has offensive sword skills. From today onwards, I will teach you 2 sets of martial skills. One is a movement technique, and the other is a defensive martial skill. The martial skills that Duan Lingtian taught the young girl were 2 sets of high-grade profound class martial skills. It was also a martial skill that the young girl could directly cultivate and would not easily attract the attention of others. Rippling subtle steps was a high-grade profound class martial skill. When cultivated to the extreme, one's legs would turn into shadows and be unparalleled in elegance. It was a movement technique that was extremely suitable for women. Grafting flowers was a high-grade profound class defensive martial skill. Unlike ordinary defensive martial skills that relied on brute force, this defensive martial skill focused on using softness to overcome hardness. It allowed the body to be as soft as possible and redirected the opponent's attack that landed on the body to another place. Generally, defensive martial skills that relied on brute force would cultivate muscles that were as hard as steel. It was not suitable for women. Duan Lingtian also did not wish for Ke to become a muscular woman in the future. This defensive martial skill was very suitable for her. Ke, in the future, besides increasing your cultivation, you need to spend more time on your movement technique. As for defensive martial skills, with the assistance of the blood-lingering body refinement liquid, you only need to take some time to cultivate them. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl and patiently guided her. Only Duan Lingtian had such courage. Even in the Li family, there were not many people who could continuously use the bloodlingji to cultivate defensive martial skills. Most people could only use the bloodlingji when breaking through a bottleneck. Just like Li Wan. Yes, young master. The young girl nodded obediently. She spent some time to memorize the 2 sets of martial skills that Duan Lingtian dictated to her. After Ke returned to her room to cultivate, Duan Lingtian pondered for a while before going to see his mother, Li Ru. He also passed the 2 sets of martial skills that he passed down to Ke to Li Ru. Mother, when I enter the core formation stage and refine the spirit nourishing pill, you will disperse your origin energy. At that time, I will pass down to you a set of martial skills that are on par with Ke's Hanbing's sword technique. With the medicinal power of the spirit nourishing pill, it will be able to restore your origin energy to its peak in a short period of time, or even surpass it. Duan Lingtian said to Li Ru. He had long wanted to pass down a set of martial skills to his mother. Unfortunately, his mother had already nurtured her origin energy with another martial skill. If she wanted to cultivate another martial skill, she would have to disperse her origin energy. Dispersing her origin energy was very risky, unless she had the assistance of the spirit nourishing pill. Okay, mother will listen to you. Li Ru nodded with a doting expression. Her son had grown up and could already support the entire family. Brother Feng, do you see? This is our child. He is an indomitable man. Li Ru's gaze drifted and a blissful smile appeared on her face. Duan Lingtian sighed. Every time he saw his mother like this, he knew that his mother was thinking of his father again. He didn't disturb her and left. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian began to search through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu for a suitable defensive martial skill to cultivate. As for offensive martial skills, he didn't need them for the time being. Just the Xingyi fist and sword drawing technique that he had grasped were enough to place him in the upper echelons of his peers. When he reached the core formation stage, he would cultivate the high-grade profound level martial skill finishing touch. For movement techniques, there was the spirit serpent movement technique. Only defensive martial skills were completely blank. The defensive martial skill Earth Dragon Shield of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique required one to be at least at the origin core stage to cultivate. To Duan Lingtian, it was too far away and he couldn't wait. Mountain-like technique, no, it's too passive and difficult to complement the spirit serpent movement technique. Bell and drum transformation, no. Duan Lingtian seriously searched through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu for a high-grade profound level defensive martial skill. Gradually, he vaguely felt a trace of exhaustion. It originated from mental exhaustion. Reading the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu required a lot of mental energy. If this went on for a long time, it would be difficult to bear. This is it. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to fall asleep, he discovered a set of martial skills. His entire body seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as he woke up with a start. Greater teleportation, a high-grade profound level defensive martial skill. It emphasized on giving someone a taste of their own medicine. It was similar to grafting flowers through a different method to achieve the same result. However, greater teleportation's requirements were even harsher. The cultivator's body had to be as soft as if there were no bones. Only then could they ingeniously reverse the opponent's attack and then use the power of teleportation to return the favor. Duan Lingtian, who cultivated the spirit serpent transformation of the Nine Dragons War sovereign technique, just happened to meet the requirement. After choosing the martial skill, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate. First, he placed the blood-lingering body refinement fluid into the bathtub and soaked his entire body in it. Feeling the bone-piercing coldness from the blood-lingering body refinement fluid, Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he began to cultivate greater teleportation. Greater teleportation was a defensive martial skill. Its main purpose was to cultivate the physical body, allowing the surface of the physical body to produce a defensive chi barrier. Cultivating different defensive martial skills would produce different characteristics of the defensive chi barrier on the surface of the physical body. The defensive chi barrier that was cultivated would not appear on the surface of the physical body under normal circumstances. It would only appear when cultivating a defensive martial skill, displaying its powerful defensive power. With the assistance of the blood-lingering body refinement fluid, Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill Greater Teleportation was close to the entry level in one night. The mastery of martial skills was generally divided into 4 stages: entry, initial, mastery, and perfection. The power of each stage was vastly different. For example, Duan Lingtian's crushing fist of the form and will fist was already considered perfection. Because it was only equivalent to a low-grade profound level martial skill and was inferior to the middle-grade profound level martial skill Howling Tiger Fist, Li Xiao mistook it as the Howling Tiger Fist of the mastery stage. Within a month, I will definitely be able to successfully enter the entry level of Greater Teleportation. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a confident smile. Chapter 41. At a corner of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian's body was like a spirit serpent, his figure constantly changing. Although it seemed slow, it was actually swift. At least 10 days, at most half a month, it should be enough to break through to the initial stage. With a shake of his body, Duan Lingtian once again stood still, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that his spirit serpent movement technique was now at the rudimentary stage and would soon enter the initial stage. Once the spirit serpent movement technique enters the initial stage, his speed would undergo a qualitative increase. The spirit serpent movement technique was a high-grade profound rank movement technique. Even if it was only at the initial stage, it was still comparable to a middle-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage or a low-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage. The important thing was perseverance and not overnight success. Duan Lingtian timely stopped cultivating. He prepared to return to absorb the 7 treasures body tempering liquid and enter the 9th level of the body tempering stage as soon as possible. As far as he knew, the annual clan martial meet would be held in 2 months. If he wanted to become an inner court disciple, he must display a strength that far surpassed most of his peers in the clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian chose to cultivate at a corner of the martial arts practice grounds. There weren't many people there. When he walked out and arrived at the center of the martial arts practice grounds, he noticed a group of people standing in various places, seemingly watching something. Out of curiosity, he walked over as well. Within the crowd, a graceful and beautiful figure stood there. The 3-foot-long blade in her hand transformed into a sword light, casually wielding it, displaying an extraordinary sword skill. This was a beautiful young girl around the age of 17, with a face as beautiful as a flower and the moon. After arriving in this world, besides Ke and his mother, Li Ru, she was the girl with the most outstanding appearance he had seen. The young girl's soft and smooth long hair slightly undulated along with her body's movements. Under the scorching sun, the 3-foot-long blade in her hand flickered with a dazzling luster. Suddenly, an ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above her head. Shio! The sword flashed out, leaving behind a string of after-images. 3 leaves that had fallen from a nearby tree were all split into 2 and floated down to the ground. The young girl withdrew her hand, already dripping with sweat. Clap, 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 clap. Immediately, there was a burst of applause and cheers. As expected of big sister Shusha, one of the top 3 in the outer court. Shadow sword at perfected realm is too strong. That's right. She tore apart 3 leaves that were not in a straight line with a single sword strike. In the entire outer court, I'm afraid only big sister Shusha is capable of such a feat. 17 years old, 9th level of the body tempering realm, mastery of the low-grade mystic rank sword skill Shadow Sword. Among the young females of the Li family, Sister Shusha is second to none. Duan Lingtian heard the cheers and discussions around him. Top 3 in the outer yard? Sister Shusha? Could she be Li Shusha? Duan Lingtian recalled that a few days ago, when they were buying medicinal herbs at the medicine shop in the market, Li Xiao and Li Wan had mentioned a woman named Li Shusha while they were chatting. Now that I've met you today, you truly live up to your reputation. In terms of looks, she was only slightly inferior to his cur. Sister Shusha, wipe your sweat. A young girl lightly smiled as she passed a handkerchief to Li Shusha. After Li Shusha wiped off the fragrant sweat on her forehead, her clear eyes focused. She noticed that within the crowd, there was a person whose gaze was completely different from the others. Practically everyone present was gasping in amazement at her sword skill. But this person seemed to be disdainful. This caused a trace of disappointment and competitiveness to arise in her heart. You think my sword skill is very ordinary? Under the gazes of the surrounding crowd, Li Shusha arrived before the youth, and her tone contained a trace of questioning. At this moment, everyone present noticed the youth. Isn't he Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? The branch family disciple that defeated Li Xiao a few days ago with his howling tiger fist at the mastery stage? That's him. I was there at that time as well. He seems to be only 16. That young girl that never leaves his side is actually not there. I heard that young girl's beauty is even better than big sister Shusha's. Hearing the discussions around her, Li Shusha's clear eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. She had heard about what happened a few days ago. Your sword skill is not bad. If it was less flashy, perhaps it would be stronger. Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, lightly nodded his head. Flashy. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. This Duan Lingtian, don't tell me he thinks that just because his howling tiger fist is powerful, he can give big sister Shusha pointers on sword skills? A layman dares to speak nonsense. Big sister Shusha's shadow sword may be at the same level as his howling tiger fist, but big sister Shusha's cultivation is 1 level higher than his. Adding on big sister Shusha's 3-foot-long sword, she can easily defeat him. A group of people felt injustice for Li Shusha. I only heard that your howling tiger fist is powerful. Could it be that you also know sword skills? Li Shusha glanced at Duan Lingtian with a profound gaze. Duan Lingtian also did not expect that his truth would cause public anger. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, it was not easy to be an honest person. Sword. Taking a step forward, Duan Lingtian opened his hand in front of Li Shusha. Li Shusha reacted and handed the sword to Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with surprise as she guessed Duan Lingtian's plan. This Duan Lingtian still wants to show off his slight skill in front of an expert. He's simply courting death. Many people saw this scene and their faces were filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian did not care. The facts were enough to explain everything. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian replaced Li Shusha and stood in the crowd with the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The wind blew, and the leaves on the tree withered and fell. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian drew his sword. However, everyone present, including Li Shusha, only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. From the beginning to the end, they did not see how Duan Lingtian drew his sword. He drew his sword. Everyone was puzzled. Look. Someone seemed to have noticed something. More and more people looked over. They saw that the string of fallen leaves that had just drifted down were now torn in half and slowly fell to the ground. Hiss. The people present could not help but gasp. It was not until Duan Lingtian returned the sword and left that Li Shusha came back to her senses. Looking at the proud and aloof figure from afar, Li Shusha felt frustrated for the first time. The honor of being in the top 3 of the outer yard seemed so ironic. She had been using the sword since the day she started cultivating. Her perception of sword skills was far beyond that of ordinary people. She knew in her heart that if she really faced Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation was a level lower than hers, Duan Lingtian could easily defeat her or even kill her with the sword just now. Duan Lingtian, I will remember you. Li Sheshe said in her heart. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, what happened earlier was merely a casual action, and it was not worth mentioning. However, with Li Sheshe's low-grade profound level sword skill Shadow Sword as a reference, combined with the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian came to a conclusion. The sword-drawing technique that he mastered, when used with all his strength, was equivalent to a mid-grade profound level sword skill in the perfection stage or a high-grade profound level sword skill in the great accomplishment stage. If he was caught off guard, it could even reach the effect of a high-grade profound level sword skill in the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped. He saw two figures standing there on the way home. It seemed that they had been waiting for him for a long time. Li Wan, Li Xiao. Duan Lingtian casually glanced at the two, intending to bypass them. Unexpectedly, the two of them overbearingly blocked Duan Lingtian's path once again. What's the matter? A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Duan Lingtian, give us all the banknotes on you. Li Xiao snorted. With Li Wan, one of the top 3 in the outer court, supporting him, he was very confident. If he knew that Duan Lingtian had just executed a marvelous sword skill in the martial arts practice field and caused Li Sheshe, who was one of the top 3 students in the outer court, to be in awe and feel ashamed of her inferiority, he probably wouldn't have such thoughts. The world was so strange. You want the banknotes on me? Duan Lingtian laughed and patted his thick chest. I did bring a lot of banknotes, but why should I give them to you? Why? Li Xiao sneered, if you don't want to suffer, then hand over all the banknotes. Also, in the future, let that cur by your side accompany brother Li Yuan. Shut up. Duan Lingtian raised his sword-like eyebrows. His expression was dignified without being angry, and a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped Li Xiao's body. Cur was his reverse scale. Li Xiao's expression changed greatly, and his legs started to tremble. The Azura-like killing intent caused his psychological defense to completely collapse. Humph. With a low snort, Duan Lingtian took large strides and left. If it was any other occasion, he would have already crippled or even killed Li Xiao. But this was the Li family in Aurora City. If he crippled or killed Li Xiao, even if the Li family didn't care, Li Xiao's elders wouldn't let it go. After all, Li Xiao was a disciple of the clan and had a deep foundation. He couldn't help but have some misgivings. Brother Li Yuan, why didn't you stop him? Li Xiao let out a sigh of relief and looked at Li Wan, who was watching Duan Lingtian leave, with a puzzled expression. Looks like I still underestimated this Duan Lingtian. He's not simple. Li Wan's expression was solemn. Just now, although Duan Lingtian's killing intent was targeted at Li Xiao, he was also slightly affected, and his heart was greatly shaken. Are we just going to let it go like this? Li Xiao's face was filled with unwillingness. Wait until my golden bell cover reaches the initial stage, then we'll go look for him. I don't know why, but right now I feel a little uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Li Wan slowly said. What? Li Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that a mere branch family disciple, and a disciple with a different surname, would be able to cause Li Wan, who was ranked in the top 3 in the outer court, to have misgivings. Brother Li Yuan, do you want me to ask my brother to make a move? Li Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked. What? Do you want your brother to take a share of the loot? As far as I know, although you're brothers, your relationship isn't very harmonious, and he often calls you trash in public and in private. If he interferes, I'm worried that we won't be able to get anything in the end, and everything will be for him. Li Wan's eyes flashed as he slowly said. Li Xiao's face darkened. There was really such a possibility. No one knew his brother's character better than him. He was domineering and fearless. All right, then we'll wait for brother Li Yuan to reach the initial stage of your golden bell cover. We'll let that Duan Lingtian be smug for a few more days. Chapter 42. In the following days, Duan Lingtian often brought Ke to the martial arts practice field to practice her movement technique. They gradually integrated into the Aurora City's Lee family and won the respect of many of the clan's disciples. In this world, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Although Duan Lingtian and Ker's cultivation did not break through, their strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. First, defensive martial skills. With the help of the blood-spirit-body refinement liquid, Duan Lingtian's greater teleportation and Ker's grafting were both successfully cultivated to the entry stage. In terms of movement technique, Duan Lingtian's spirit snake movement technique finally broke through to the initial stage, and Ker's rippling subtle steps was also cultivated to the entry stage. As for offensive martial skills, Duan Lingtian did not dabble in other martial skills, while Ker had been diligently cultivating the sword-drawing technique without stopping. If Duan Lingtian's sword-drawing technique could be said to have stepped into the perfection stage, Ker's sword-drawing technique could be said to have been cultivated to the mastery stage. Of course, the reason why Ker improved so quickly was all because of her hard work. From the day the Lee family in Fresh Breeze Town started cultivating the sword-drawing technique, until now, she had spent at least 5 hours a day on the sword-drawing technique. Those who worked hard would eventually be rewarded. Duan Lingtian was not surprised at all about this. What was worth mentioning was that in the past half a month, because Duan Lingtian and Ker often went to the martial arts practice field to cultivate their movement technique, they had become more familiar with Li Shusha, who was ranked in the top 3 of the outer court disciples in strength. This was especially true for Ku who was now calling Li Shusha sister. Martial arts practice field. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if he had no bones. Sometimes he stopped, sometimes he was swift, like a spirit snake flying out. He was practicing the spirit snake movement skill. The beautiful girl stood at the side, watching quietly with a happy smile on her face. Little sister Ker. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Another beautiful girl walked over, holding a sheathed fine steel sword in her hand, looking valiant and formidable. Sister Shisha. Ker greeted the person with a smile. Little sister Ker, I'm going to the market to buy something. Come with me. The person who came was Li Shisha. Hearing this, Ker subconsciously looked at the young man who was moving quickly, but she did not disturb him and waited silently. Duan Lingtian, do you mind if I borrow Ker from you? Li Shisha looked at the young man. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian's body moved slightly, but he managed to stabilize himself. His forehead was covered in sweat. A fragrance assailed his nostrils as Ku took a few steps forward and helped Duan Lingtian wipe off his sweat. She was like an obedient little wife. I really can't stand you guys. Li Shusha had a mushy look on her face. At this moment, no one noticed that in the depths of her eyes, a sense of loss flashed and disappeared. Ker, go. Take care of yourself. Duan Lingtian smiled at the girl beside him. Besides himself, Ker finally had a friend of the same age. Duan Lingtian naturally would not stop them from interacting. Don't worry, I won't leave out a single hair on your Ker. Li Shusha rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, then held Ker's hand and walked away. Along the way, they attracted the gazes of many lascivious men. After the two girls left, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate spirit snake movement skill. If there was someone with sharp eyes present, they would be able to see that on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, a faint defensive aura was faintly discernible. Defensive martial skill. While cultivating, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten the time. Every time his body flashed, he could feel a comfortable feeling coming from his entire body, a wave of extreme satisfaction. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, an explosive shout interrupted Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Frowning, Duan Lingtian saw two acquaintances walking over side by side. It was precisely Li Wan and Li Xiao. Speaking of which, Duan Lingtian hadn't seen them for half a month. He originally thought that they were scared out of their wits by the killing intent that he deliberately extended out last time and didn't dare to find trouble with him again. Now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at the two with a calm expression. Duan Lingtian, hand over the thing we want, or else, you can only crawl back from here today. Li Xiao said coldly. If you want my thing, you can. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Li Xiao and Li Wan were stunned. Since when did this Duan Lingtian become so easy to talk to? Defeat me. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment and added. Okay, I'll make you hand over the thing wholeheartedly. Li Wan took a step forward and confronted Duan Lingtian. At this time, the people on the martial arts practice field also noticed the commotion here. Driven by curiosity, they all came over to watch. Soon, a remote corner of the martial arts practice field was surrounded by many people. It's Li Wan. Li Wan, like Sister She, is also ranked in the top 3 in the outer court. He wants to fight with Duan Lingtian? Seems like it. Even though Duan Lingtian is a branch family disciple, his sword skill has reached the acme of perfection. Even Sister She is ashamed of her inferiority. Even though his cultivation is slightly weaker than Li Wan's, it doesn't mean that he isn't a match for Li Wan. You said it's a sword skill. Didn't you see that Duan Lingtian didn't bring a sword? He wouldn't want to fight Li Wan empty-handed, right? Even though his Howling Tiger Fist has broken through to the mastery stage, everyone knows that Li Wan's middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, has also been cultivated to the mastery stage. More importantly, Li Wan is at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, while Duan Lingtian is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. The crowd discussed and didn't think highly of Duan Lingtian, who didn't have a sword. Some of the people who brought swords had the intention of lending their swords to Duan Lingtian, but were afraid of offending Li Wan. Li Wan wasn't just a branch family disciple, he was also the nephew of a branch family elder. It was precisely because of this that even though he was only an outer court disciple, the offensive martial skill, Heart Destruction Palm, defensive martial skill, Golden Bell Cover, and movement martial skill, Unfettered Steps, were all middle-grade profound rank martial skill. Others couldn't even be envious. Both of you come at me together. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Wan, then looked at Li Xiao. Don't think too highly of yourself. I alone am enough to deal with you. Being looked down upon by Duan Lingtian caused Li Wan to fly into a rage out of humiliation. His figure abruptly moved, unfettered step. Li Wan's legs moved at a peculiar pace as he swiftly strode forward, arriving before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. Heart Destruction Palm. He slapped out with his palm, shaking the sky as it carried the force of destruction as it swept straight towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a strand of white mist condensed into form above Li Wan's head, transforming into the silhouette of an ancient mammoth. Unfettered steps at small mastery and Heart Destruction Palm at master. Cries of surprise rose and fell in the crowd. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as his upper body bent backwards, and at the instant his arms pulled back into the shape of a bow, he abruptly trembled. Crushing Fist. The crushing fist that he swung out met Li Wan's Heart Destruction Palm head-on. Bang! Fist and palm collided. In an instant, Duan Lingtian felt that the strength of Li Wan's palm was superior to his crushing fist. Not only that, a strand of strange force actually followed his fist and wanted to enter his arm. Greater teleportation. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian executed his defensive martial skill, drawing this strand of strange force to reverse the direction of his teleportation and flash out in the opposite direction. Giving him a taste of his own medicine. Bang! Duan Lingtian remained motionless like a mountain, but Li Wan repeatedly retreated 2 steps with a face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Li Wan was incomparably certain. His strength clearly surpassed Duan Lingtian's earlier, and his Heart Destruction Palm was even about to enter Duan Lingtian's body. But right at this moment, the defensive chi barrier that appeared on Duan Lingtian's body actually blocked his Heart Destruction Palm. It was as if it was a mirror. What defensive martial skill is this? Li Wan was indescribably shocked in his heart, as it was the first time he'd heard of such a strange defensive martial skill. Looks like your Golden Bell Cover has already stepped into the initial stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The might of Li Wan's Heart Destruction Palm was actually not inferior to his collapsing fist. Adding on the fact that Li Wan's cultivation was higher than his and possessed the strength of an ancient mammoth, he was inferior to Li Wan in a head-on clash. However, with greater teleportation reversing Li Wan's Heart Destruction Palm, he still obtained the upper hand in the head-on clash. Of course, although the reversed Heart Destruction Palm forced Li Wan to retreat, It was blocked by his golden bell cover in time. Looking at the situation just now, it could be said that he and Li Wan were evenly matched. However, he still had an even stronger trump card. Li Wan's defensive martial skill has also stepped into the initial stage. Truly monstrous. The crowd once again exclaimed in surprise. If Li Wan is a monstrous genius, then what is Duan Lingtian? He has the upper hand. Following the sound of a voice, the crowd became deathly silent. That's right, just now Li Wan took the initiative to attack, while Duan Lingtian passively met him head-on, yet still obtained the upper hand. In their eyes, the difference between them was obvious. In terms of attack, Li Wan was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Brother Li Yuan, let me help you. Li Xiao also had the same thought as the others, wanting to join the battle. No need. Li Wan took a deep breath and stopped Li Xiao. Only he, the person involved, knew the reason why he was at a disadvantage earlier. If he had used his defensive martial skill in time, he wouldn't have been forced back by his own strength. I have to say, your defensive martial skill is very strange, however, everything is over, Li Wan sneered. Unfettered steps. The movement of his feet quickened, and with a strange pace, he started to circle around Duan Lingtian's body, as if he was disrupting Duan Lingtian's vision. Li Wan's unfettered steps is a profound class mid-tier martial skill. Although it is only at the initial stage, it is comparable to a profound class low-tier martial skill at the mastery stage. If Duan Lingtian's speed is inferior to his, then he will lose for sure. In the crowd, a voice abruptly sounded. It received the approval of the majority. In the world of martial skills, only speed is unbeatable. Li Wan was able to cultivate 3 types of martial skills to such a high stage. He could be considered an outstanding talent among his peers. Among his peers, those who could reach this stage could be counted with one's fingers. In the outer court, there were only 2 other people who could compete with Li Wan. Duan Lingtian's offensive martial skill was strong, and his defensive martial skill was also not bad. Because of this, in the eyes of the majority, Duan Lingtian's martial skill should be his weakness. You want to compete with me in speed? Duan Lingtian laughed. His eyes suddenly focused, and his legs shook. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. A profound class high-tier martial skill at the initial stage was comparable to a profound class high-tier martial skill at the mastery stage. It was an entire stage higher than Li Wan's movement technique. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and like a nimble spirit serpent, he started to circle around Li Wan. No matter how Li Wan's palm force whistled, it couldn't touch him in the slightest. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. This Duan Lingtian, this speed, was simply monstrous. Li Xiao. Chapter 43. In the midst of the hissing of the crowd, Li Xiao responded, and with a flash of his body, he entered the battle. Coordinating with Li Wan, they attacked from both sides, leaving Duan Lingtian with nowhere to hide, howling tiger fists. Li Xiao seemed to have transformed into a ferocious tiger, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian, opening his bloody mouth to bite. Who knew, Duan Lingtian didn't even have the intention to dodge. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian circulated his defensive martial skill, and a defensive chi appeared on his body. Bang! Li Xiao's ferocious fist smashed onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi. The crowd was silent. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be sent flying, an unimaginable scene appeared. They saw that Li Xiao, who was originally ferocious and had a cold smile on his face, had the smile on his face freeze, and the right arm that was about to punch out suddenly shook. Accompanied by a miserable cry, Li Xiao's body flew out like an arrow leaving the bow, fiercely crashing onto the ground. Sitting on the ground, Li Xiao's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect that the power of his fist that landed on Duan Lingtian would actually be completely reversed. It was as if he was hitting a mirror. Extremely sullen. If he didn't circulate his defensive martial skill in time, his entire arm might have been crippled. This scene shocked everyone present. Li Xiao's howling tiger fist was a middle-grade profound rank martial skill, and he had already cultivated it to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian was able to use his defensive martial skill to completely block Li Xiao's howling tiger fist, which meant that his defensive martial skill was not inferior to Li Xiao's howling tiger fist, and was at least on par with Li Wan's golden bell canopy at the initial stage. Only a mid-grade profound class SS defensive martial skill at the initial stage could block a mid-grade profound class SS offensive martial skill at the initial stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill was either a middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. However, no one believed that Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill was a high-grade profound class martial skill. After all, even in the Aurora City's Li family, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was extremely rare. Brother Li Yuan, I'm sorry, Li Xiao looked at Li Wan with a bitter smile. At first, he thought that Duan Lingtian's offensive martial skills were stronger than his. Only now did he realize it. His attacks could not break through Duan Lingtian's defense at all. Humph! Li Wan's face sank, and his cold eyes swept past Duan Lingtian. He was like a bloodthirsty venomous snake. Only when Li Wan and Li Xiao left in a sorry state did the gazes of the crowd descend onto Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Only 16 years old. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage, howling tiger fist. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill suspected to be at the initial stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. A middle-grade profound rank martial skill suspected to be at the mastery stage or a low-grade profound rank martial skill at the mastery stage. In the outer court, only the number one disciple in the outer court could compare to such an accomplishment. Even the other top 3 disciple of the outer court, Li Sheshe, was far inferior to him. With the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now, he has already completely surpassed big sister Sheshe and Li Wan. As of now, in the outer court, his strength is probably only below Li Kuang. I feel that he can compete with Li Kuang. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian's strongest offensive martial skill is not the howling tiger fist, but his superb sword skill. Yeah, with his sword skill and the support of his long sword, his strength is probably not inferior to Li Kuang's. The crowd discussed, not stingy with their praises. Duan Lingtian merely smiled faintly when he heard these praises. In his previous life, he had experienced too many similar scenes and had long since become numb to them. As for the Li Kuang they spoke of, Duan Lingtian had heard of him. The number one disciple in the outer court. Every time Li Sheshe mentioned him, she couldn't help but reveal a face of reverence. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian had never seen him before. He heard that Li Kuang went to the Misty Forest to gain experience and would only return before the start of the clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was preparing to return home, a hurried voice came closer and closer. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at the youth who was panting. Duan Lingtian, big sister Sheshe taught 2 ignorant Lin clan outer court disciples a lesson. In the end, those 2 went to call for help, and a group of people blocked them. Big sister Sheshe asked me to come back and report. The youth anxiously said. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He was most worried about Ker's safety. Lead the way. Duan Lingtian's cold eyes focused on the youth. The youth only felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to look at Duan Lingtian again and hurriedly led the way. The surrounding outer domain disciples exchanged glances with one another before following after him. The Lin family dares to bully sister Sheshe, they are simply courting death. Come, let's go teach them a lesson. Do they really think that the outer court disciples of the Li family are pushovers? The outer court disciples following Duan Lingtian were all filled with righteous indignation. Hurry up. Duan Lingtian frowned. He grabbed the youth's arm and flew out with him, putting some distance between them and the group behind them. Lead the way. The group of outer court disciples only heard Duan Lingtian's shout from afar. Let's go. Let's hurry up and not lose them. The group of Li family disciples also executed their movement techniques one after another, flying out and following him. Even then, they could only eat Duan Lingtian's dust from afar. It was also because Duan Lingtian had brought someone with him. Otherwise, with their speed, They definitely wouldn't have been able to keep up with Du and Lingtian. They left the Li family mansion. On a street in the marketplace, Du and Lingtian saw the two girls surrounded from afar. When he saw Ke standing there unharmed, Du and Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shi, as long as you and the little beauty beside you accompany us for a drink, today's matter will be written off. How about it? A frivolous voice reached Du and Lingtian's ears from afar. Du and Lingtian's face darkened. Lin Wei, you're dreaming. Li Shi's delicate voice rang out. Then I'm sorry, but we'll have to destroy the flower today. The frivolous voice changed, becoming colder and more severe. Scram. Extending his hand, Du and Lingtian grabbed a Lin clan outer court disciple by the shoulder and pulled him back before walking in large strides. Brat, you're courting death. The outer court disciple's expression changed drastically. He followed and punched out. Boom. In the end, his punch landed on the defensive energy that appeared on the surface of Du and Lingtian's body, and the strength of his punch was reversed. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, he was sent flying and landed on the ground in a sorry state. The commotion here could not be said to be small, attracting everyone's attention. Young master, Du and Lingtian. When Ku and Li Shi saw Du and Lingtian, joy appeared on their beautiful faces, as if the lover they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. Ke, are you all right? Du and Lingtian came to the girl's side, his face full of concern. Young master, I'm fine. The girl shook her head gently. Sister Shi is here. Thank you. Du and Lingtian nodded and smiled at Li Shi. What are you thanking me for? I brought Ke out, so I have to take responsibility. Li Shi's eyes flashed, and she shook her head slightly. She sighed inwardly. Could it be that in his eyes, she really couldn't compare to Sister Ke at all? Brat, you dare to hurt our Lin family. Today, I, Lin Wei, will teach you a good lesson. Nearby, behind the Lin clan youth in the lead, a youth around the age of 17 flashed out with a menacing palm strike towards Du and Lingtian's chest. Just as the two girls beside Du and Lingtian were about to save him, their faces changed. Du and Lingtian stepped out and welcomed the attack with his chest. Greater teleportation, his defensive martial skill was activated. Slap. The incoming person slapped Du and Lingtian's chest. Du and Lingtian did not move an inch. Ah! The incoming person screamed and was sent flying. His body swayed awkwardly before stabilizing. The intense pain from his arm caused him to break out in cold sweat. When he looked at Du and Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with fear. Slap 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 slap. At this moment, the Lin family's leader, the green-clothed youth, clapped his hands. If I'm not wrong, your defensive martial skill should be a high-grade mystic class martial skill, right? The green-clothed youth looked deeply at Du and Lingtian. High-grade mystic class martial skill? Whether it was the Lin family's outer court disciples present or the Li family's outer court disciples who had just arrived, they were all stunned. Although the Li family and Lin family both had high-grade mystic class martial skills. But the family's high-grade mystic class martial skills could only be cultivated by the family's talented martial artists. Just when everyone was looking at Du and Lingtian with surprise in their eyes, Du and Lingtian's expression suddenly changed. Ke, let's go back. Du and Lingtian held the girl's hand and walked out with a gentle face. As if entering a place where there was no one. Whoosh. The green-clothed young man's figure moved as if he transformed into a gust of wind and blocked Du and Lingtian's path. Du and Lingtian's face darkened. You hit my Lin family's people and you plan to leave just like that. The green-clothed youth's face was calm, but his eyes revealed a bit of playfulness. Scram. Du and Lingtian's eyes were cold, and his voice was like thunder. Your Li family can leave today, but you must fight with me. This is the prerequisite. In the past, I only thought that among the outer court disciples of the Li family, only Li Kuang was worthy of me fighting. Only today did I know that the Li family's outer court has a character like you. The green-clothed youth's face was full of confidence. It was as if everything was under his control. Chapter 44. Lin Qi's voice was filled with an unquestionable authority. Even though he was young, he had already developed the bearing of a superior. Lin Wei took a deep breath and didn't dare say anything else, but his icy cold eyes were still focused on Duan Lingtian, waiting to devour him. Duan Lingtian noticed Lin Wei's gaze, but he didn't mind it. This Lin Wei's strength was only on par with Li Xiao, so he wasn't a threat to him. His gaze descended onto Lin Qi. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Duan Lingtian smiled at Ke and asked her to return to Li Shish's side before walking out to confront Lin Qi. The Lin clan outer court disciples all retreated a few steps, leaving a large empty space. This was Aurora City's largest trade market after all, so it quickly gathered many onlookers. I heard that this green-clothed youth is the Lin clan patriarch's son, Lin Qi. Lin Qi? I've heard of him, the number one disciple of the Lin clan's younger generation. He's only 17 years old, has a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and has cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills? My God. The Lin clan really invested a lot on him. Who's confronting him? It seems to be a disciple of the Li family with another surname. The crowd of onlookers whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian stared at Lin Qi with a serious expression. When facing Lin Qi, he felt a trace of pressure. Even when facing the Fresh Breeze Town's Fang family's manager, Fang Qiong, who was at the first level of the core formation stage, he didn't feel any pressure. In other words, this Lin Qi was even more dangerous than Fang Qiong. Thinking about it, it made sense. For example, the best martial skills that the 3 great clans of Fresh Breeze Town possessed were only high-grade yellow rank martial skills. As for movement techniques, before Duan Lingtian gifted them to the Li family, none of the 3 great clans of Fresh Breeze Town possessed them. Defensive martial skills were even more unattainable to the 3 great clans. Duan Lingtian learned this through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Although martial skills were divided into heaven, earth, black and yellow levels, yellow-level martial skills only had offensive martial skills. There were no defensive martial skills or movement martial skills. On Cloud Continent, the worst movement technique and defensive martial skill were low-grade profound rank martial skills. Whoosh! As if by agreement, Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi moved at the same time. Spirit Serpent Movement. Duan Lingtian's figure was graceful, and each of his movements was filled with flexibility and beauty. The speed was so fast that most of the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Lin Qi's legs seemed to have turned into afterimages. Even if they swept across the snowy ground, they would not leave behind the slightest trace. Traceless snow steps. Profound class high-tier martial skill. Where did this Duan Lingtian come from? When did the Li family have such a person? His movement technique speed is actually not slower than Brother Qi's traceless snow steps. Brother Qi's traceless snow steps is a high-grade profound class martial skill that has been cultivated to the initial stage. It's comparable to a middle-grade profound class martial skill at the mastery stage or a low-grade profound class martial skill at the perfection stage. Unbelievable, besides the Li family's Li Kuang and the Xiao family's Xiao Yun, there's actually someone of the same age who can compare with Brother Qi in terms of movement technique. Humph. This Duan Lingtian is only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Didn't you notice that Brother Qi is not using his full strength and is suppressing his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage to play with him? If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. Brother Qi is not using the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient mammoth silhouette. The group of Lin family outer court disciples had complacent expressions on their faces. It was as if the person whose speed was on par with Duan Lingtian was not Lin Qi, but themselves. Duan Lingtian, take my palm strike. Lin Qi abruptly roared. Whoosh. The sound of the wind was piercingly cold. Lin Qi's right hand slapped out, and as far as the eye could see, numerous afterimages of palms appeared, enveloping towards Duan Lingtian. Over 10 afterimages of palms descended, and it was difficult to distinguish which palm strike was the real one. If one made a mistake in judgment, one would undoubtedly fall into danger. It's the high-grade profound rank martial skill, overlapping images, the famous martial skill of the Lin family. It's said that when this overlapping images is cultivated to the perfection stage, one can create 99 afterimages. Lin Chi deserves to be called the Lin family's young genius. At the mere age of 17, he's already cultivated overlapping images to the initial stage. Within the surrounding crowd, there was no lack of people with discerning gazes. This is a high-grade profound rank martial skill, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he had quite a bit of understanding towards high-grade profound rank martial skills. Compared to a middle-grade profound rank martial skill, a high-grade profound rank martial skill was a qualitative change. Not only was its power increased by a level, but it also emphasized using a certain method to confuse the opponent before delivering a thunderous strike. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. Relying on the experience of walking through a hail of bullets in his previous life, he seemed to be able to discern the true location of the palm strike that contained killing intent from the 10 afterimages. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian pulled back both his arms and threw out his right fist, directly punching towards one of the afterimages. Bang! Fist and palm collided. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi's bodies shook. Duan Lingtian retreated 3 steps while Lin Chi retreated 5 steps. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. Lin Chi suppressed his strength to the 8th level of the body tempering stage, but actually fell into a disadvantageous position. Your strength is actually so much stronger than an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist. Lin Chi glanced at Duan Lingtian in astonishment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Ever since he started cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, every time his cultivation broke through a level, his strength would be slightly stronger than someone of the same cultivation level. Just like now, an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist had a strength of 2,500 pounds, whereas he had a strength of 7,000 pounds. Ha ha! Satisfying. I really didn't misjudge you. Amongst my peers in Aurora City, besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, you're the first one to be able to see through the true location of my palm strike. However, since your strength is stronger than an ordinary 8th level body tempering stage martial artist, then I'll raise my strength to the same level as yours. Lin Chi laughed heartily, incomparably delighted. Again, Lin Chi's body shook as he flew out. Traceless snow steps. This time, he and Duan Lingtian didn't intentionally exchange blows. Their bodies flew as they swiftly searched for each other's flaws in order to defeat each other. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Collapsing Fist. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit snake as he flew past and found an opportunity to land a punch on Lin Chi's body. Although the power of Collapsing Fist was difficult to suppress Lin Chi's afterimages in a head-on clash. But in terms of battle experience, Lin Chi couldn't catch up to Duan Lingtian. As the strongest weapons specialist on Earth in his previous life, Lin Chi was simply not on the same level as him in terms of battle experience. Bang! The punch landed and smashed onto the defensive chi barrier that rose from the surface of Lin Chi's body. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt his right fist shake as if he had smashed onto a tortoise's shell and received a rebounding force. Greater teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian activated his defensive martial skill, giving Lin Chi a taste of his own medicine. He returned the rebounding force back to Lin Chi. After all, the rebounding force came from Lin Chi's defensive chi barrier, so Lin Chi's defensive chi barrier didn't repel it. Lin Chi's body trembled as he was struck by the rebounding force. As if he had been struck by lightning, he retreated to the side in a slightly sorry state. What kind of defensive martial skill is that? Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's battle experience, he was even more shocked by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. It was actually able to return the rebounding force to Duan Lingtian from his defensive martial skill Black Tortoise Transformation. That rebounding force originated from his defensive chi barrier and was returned by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. His defensive chi barrier didn't repel the rebounding force at all, causing him to suffer quite a bit. Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill completely countered his defensive martial skill. Do your best, there's no need to suppress your strength anymore. If you continue like this, You will definitely lose. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "All right, as you wish. I really didn't expect that within the same generation of Aurora City's three great clans, besides Li Kuang and Xiao Yun, there would be someone else who could make me use my full strength. You be careful, when I use my full strength, I will carry the strength of an ancient mammoth. Even if it's compared to your current strength, it will still be nearly 1,500 pounds stronger." Lin Qi laughed heartily. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true. Just based on Duan Lingtian's abundant battle experience and the defensive martial skill that countered him, it was sufficient to defeat him when he suppressed his strength to the same level as Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the muscles on Lin Qi's body slightly bulged. Above him, the energy of heaven and earth roiled and an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. This Duan Lingtian is really a monster. He's only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage and is able to force Brother Qi to use his full strength. In today's battle, although this Duan Lingtian is defeated, it's still an honorable defeat. Yeah, Brother Qi suppressed his strength to the same level as Duan Lingtian and was still at a disadvantage. I can imagine that if Duan Lingtian breaks through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage one day, Brother Qi might not be his match. The gazes of the Lin clan outer court disciples were slightly dazed as they looked at Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the faces of the Li family outer court disciples were all flushed red. Duan Lingtian had really brought honor to the Li family. From today onwards, besides Li Kuang, the Li family's outer court had another Duan Lingtian that they could bring out. Li Shusha looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated expression. The young girl standing beside her, however, didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest. In her eyes, her young master would always be the most outstanding, and no one could compare to him. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'll use my full strength. No matter if it's strength or speed, both will receive an enormous increase. After warning Duan Lingtian, Lin Qi made his move. Traceless snow steps. Lin Qi's speed was at least 30% faster than before. Overlapping after images. More than 10 after images of palms descended with a bang, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Lin Qi used his full strength. The speed of traceless snow steps completely surpassed Duan Lingtian's spirit serpent movement technique, and the might of overlapping after images far surpassed Duan Lingtian's collapsing fist, causing Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation, to be unable to block it. Now, even if Duan Lingtian had abundant battle experience, and even if greater teleportation was miraculous, he was still at a disadvantage after a few moves. Using an analogy, if a martial skill was said to be software, then one's own strength was the hardware. If the hardware was inferior, then even the best software would be dragged down. The difference in strength is too great. Duan Lingtian is about to lose. Chapter 45. Duan Lingtian may have lost, but it's still an honorable defeat. The Li family outer court disciples weren't discouraged. After all, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was a level lower than Lin Qi's. If Duan Lingtian was also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, then in their opinion, Lin Qi wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian was also a year younger than Lin Qi. Unlimited potential. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was about to be defeated by Lin Qi, except for the young girl beside Li Shusha. Lin Qi, be careful. Duan Lingtian's voice suddenly sounded. Whoosh. Immediately after, a violet sword light flashed out. It forced Lin Qi to swiftly stop and look at Duan Lingtian with a face full of fear. Hey, Duan Lingtian used a sword just now? Seems like it. But, he doesn't have a sword in his hand right now. Where did he hide it? None of the Li family and Lin family outer court disciples present were able to see how Duan Lingtian drew his sword and where he hid it. If it wasn't for the others seeing the sword light, they might have thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Lin Qi, I'm going to counterattack. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused slightly as he took a step forward. Spirit serpent movement technique. His figure flashed towards where Lin Qi was. Whoosh. The violet sword light flashed once again as Lin Qi rapidly retreated. I admit defeat. Lin Chi's slightly flustered voice sounded. Besides Ke and Li Shusha, everyone present was stunned. Lin Chi admitted defeat. What's going on? Brother Chi, why did you admit defeat? You clearly have the upper hand. Lin Wei looked at Lin Chi with a puzzled expression. If Duan Lingtian doesn't use a sword, I can defeat him, but once he uses a sword, I'm not his match. Lin Chi's answer was very direct. Duan Lingtian, the speed of your sword skill has already reached a level where it is difficult for me to reach. Unless I have a breakthrough in all aspects, otherwise, it would be difficult for me to block even one of your sword strikes. Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression and sighed. Duan Lingtian's godly sword had convinced him wholeheartedly. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had a slightly higher opinion of Lin Chi. He was a person who could afford to lose. Such a person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. However, there will be a day when I will break your sword skill. Lin Chi's eyes flashed as he said confidently. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I'll keep my promise. You can leave with your Li family now. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows. Farewell. Duan Lingtian nodded to Lin Chi and left the market with Ke and the Li family's outer court disciples. They headed in the direction of the Li family's mansion. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. They all remembered a name in their hearts. Duan Lingtian. The Li family had another outer court disciple whose strength was not inferior to Li Kuang's, or even stronger. Brother Chi, you still haven't answered me. Why did you admit defeat for no reason? Lin Wei frowned. He looked like he wanted to get to the bottom of this. The other outer court disciples of the Lin family also looked at Lin Chi with the same confusion. Look for yourselves. Lin Chi shook his head and raised his head, revealing his throat to everyone. The outer court disciples were all stunned. They could clearly see. On Lin Chi's throat, there was a faint white mark left by the sword. Today, if he hadn't shown mercy, I would have died. Lin Chi sighed. Brother Chi, that Duan Lingtian is really audacious. A mere Li family disciple with another surname actually dares to kill you like this. If it were up to me, we should get the inner court disciples to teach him a lesson. Lin Wei's eyes flashed as he spoke viciously. Lin Wei, I'm warning you. From today onwards, Duan Lingtian is my opponent. I'll take care of this myself. Don't try to be smart. Lin Chi's face darkened, and his voice became colder. Yes. This was the first time Lin Wei had seen Lin Chi so angry. He hurriedly nodded. However, as he lowered his head, his eyes still flashed with unwillingness and viciousness. On the way back to Duan Lingtian's mansion. Duan Lingtian, why did Lin Chi suddenly admit defeat? Yeah, I didn't see him lose. Why did he suddenly admit defeat? Duan Lingtian, is there something we don't know? The outer court disciples of the Li family looked at Duan Lingtian with puzzlement. What could there be? You guys didn't see it clearly, so don't talk nonsense. Li Shusha frowned. Sister Shusha, do you know the reason? Immediately, the outer court disciples of the Li family changed their target and looked at Li Shusha. Didn't you guys notice that there's a faint sword mark on Lin Chi's throat? That strike was Duan Lingtian being merciful and only sliced open the skin on his throat. If it was any deeper, he would have died for sure. After glancing at Duan Lingtian and seeing that he wasn't dissatisfied, Li Shusha explained. For a moment, the outer court disciples of the Li family were all stunned. They never would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant, one sword to the throat. Although some of them had seen Duan Lingtian execute a sword skill, the marvelous sword skill that cut through dozens of fallen leaves, they had never seen it before. They never would have thought that Duan Lingtian's sword skill would be so terrifying in a real battle. Only Duan Lingtian knew that he had been able to succeed so smoothly because he had caught his opponent off guard. If he could catch his opponent off guard, the power of his sword-drawing technique would not be inferior to a high-grade profound-class martial technique at perfection. After returning to the Li family mansion, the group dispersed. Duan Lingtian and Ke bid farewell to Li Shusha and left. I wonder if he's willing to teach me the sword-drawing technique. Li Shusha had always focused on sword skills and had even cultivated the low-grade profound-class sword skill, shadow sword, to perfection. As a branch family disciple, if she wanted to improve her sword skills, she could only wait until she became an inner court disciple and go to the second floor of the martial scripture pavilion to choose a mid-grade profound class sword skill. During this time, she had also learned from Kerr that the power of the sword drawing technique was comparable to a mid-grade profound class sword skill. If caught off guard, it would not be inferior to a high-grade profound class sword skill. After returning home, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. After practicing his movement technique and sparring with Lin Qi today, Duan Lingtian felt a trace of exhaustion. The young girl sat in front of the bed and gently massaged his legs. Awesome. Duan Lingtian could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Kerr, what's the matter? What, you don't still think of yourself as an outsider, do you? Duan Lingtian noticed the young girl's hesitation and asked with a smile. Young master, big sister Shusha asked me to ask you if you can teach her the sword drawing technique. The young girl asked with slight hesitation. She has a good plan. Don't tell me that the reason she calls you sisters is because she wants me to teach her the sword drawing technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Young master, big sister Shusha is not that kind of person. The young girl lightly shook her head. Then, Kerr, do you want me to teach her the sword drawing technique? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Kerr will listen to you, young master. The young girl smiled, her delicate cheeks showing a bit of redness. Her low-grade profound class sword skill has already been cultivated to perfection, so it's understandable that she wants to cultivate a better sword skill. Seeing that she's good to me and takes care of Kerr, I'll teach her another sword skill. As for the sword drawing technique, I won't teach it to anyone else. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment and said slowly, Young master, what sword skill are you going to teach big sister Shusha? The young girl blinked her autumn eyes and asked curiously. Accompanying sword shadow. This sword skill was a high-grade profound class sword skill. It was a complete set of sword skills that Duan Lingtian found in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. It was similar to the overlapping shadows that Lin Qi used today, and its power was not inferior to the overlapping shadows. Originally, Duan Lingtian was going to teach Li Shusha a middle-grade profound class sword skill. Thinking about it again. In 1.5 months, it would be the annual clan martial meet. With Li Shusha's strength, it would be easy for her to become an inner courtyard disciple. Becoming an inner courtyard disciple, she could go to the second floor of the martial scripture pavilion to choose a middle-grade profound class sword skill. If he were to give her a middle-grade profound class sword skill, it would be a bit unnecessary. A few days later, Duan Lingtian finished writing Shadow Sword and asked Kerr to find Li Shusha. Shadow Sword, high-grade profound class sword skill? After seeing Duan Lingtian's handwritten copy, Li Shusha's autumn eyes focused and her face was filled with excitement. Because of some reasons, it's not convenient for me to teach you sword drawing technique, so I'll give this sword skill to you. However, I have a condition. Speaking up to here, Duan Lingtian stared at Li Shusha. What condition? At this moment, Li Shusha felt that Duan Lingtian's burning gaze could tear her clothes apart, and her voice trembled slightly. You can't tell anyone that this sword skill was taught to you by me. Remember, it's anyone. Duan Lingtian stated his condition. Definitely. Li Shusha hurriedly nodded and heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. So it was this condition. She had thought, you can go. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Shusha and said indifferently. Li Shusha gritted her teeth and thanked him again before leaving. After leaving, Li Shusha felt somewhat disappointed. She even suspected that in front of Duan Lingtian, her charm was automatically reduced to 0. Ever since she met Duan Lingtian seemed to have never looked at her. His gentleness was always only for the girl beside him. Sometimes, she didn't even know if she was envious or jealous. She didn't know when, maybe it was when she saw him use the sword drawing technique for the first time, but in her heart, the figure of this big boy had already appeared. Lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling, Duan Lingtian laughed heartlessly. In his previous life, as a romantic soldier who only entered a field of flowers, of course he could see Li Shusha's feelings for him. However, Li Shusha, after all, was different from Kerr. In Kerr's world, there was only him. Li Shusha, on the other hand, had her own life goals. Even if she had feelings for him now, it was just a pure girl yearning for love. Just like the laws of nature, an outstanding male would always be able to attract females more easily. Of course, this didn't mean that Duan Lingtian would be stubbornly faithful to her. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.